Good morning, welcome to SewingStreet.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5 seconds, 4, 3, 2, 1, in Visualize Live.
Hello and welcome to SewingStreet, and what a beautiful morning it is today. I haven't been in since the clocks went forward, and I've just realised that makes it darker, doesn't it? Weird, isn't it? Anyway, whoa, we've got a good show for you today. Now, you may have spotted these beauties behind me. These are two of the previous SewingStreet block competition winning quilts, because we are launching the brand new one today. I've got another quilt that I'll hang up later to show you. So if you are new to SewingStreet, you think, what is she on about? Every year we have a quilt block competition, and we have a panel that we've got today, brand new colourway, obviously. I'll explain all of it in a few minutes' time, but these are two of the winners. So every year we ask you to make a block, and we select 12 winners, and then they're made into a quilt. It's displayed at the Festival of Quilts. You win a prize as well, and are they not beautiful? Now, I know everyone who comes to the Festival of Quilts will have seen them. We tried to show them on air, but I've got another one here as well that I'll hang up later. But these are two of the previous winners to inspire you. Aren't they amazing? Absolutely beautiful. Anyway, this year's panel, which I'm going to show and explain later, is now available to buy, so that you can enter the competition. That's coming up in a moment. But let's get an early bird. Now, we've got an early bird this morning, which is one of my favourite things. Oh, so simple, not terribly expensive, in fact, very good value for money, but oh, so useful. Fabric clips. Fabric clips. These are brilliant. And in here, this is a whole pack of 60 fabric clips. Now, these are obviously fantastic for clipping your fabric instead of pinning. So they're great if you don't or can't use pins. So if your fabric is very thick or your fabric is very fine, or it will show up the pin marks like with PU, or if you've got really thick layers, absolutely brilliant. Now let's have a look at a little price comparison. So on our website, here's 50 clover clips. Pretty much the same thing. They are branded and they come in a plastic box, but they are pretty much the same thing. 50 for £32.99. Ours aren't branded, but they do come in a very nice zippy bag. £11.99. Or you can make yourself a little fabric zip case, which is what I'd recommend because it always looks lovely. Now, £11.99 is the normal price for these, which you can see is a very competitive price. Let's take them under £10. Why not? £9.99. Now, you can make a little zip case to put them in. One of those little fabric storage cubes is ideal. I have mine in a zip case that opens up, so they just sit next to my sewing machine. Absolutely brilliant. How much? 16p per clip. But let's not stop there, because it's Thursday. It's Thursday. Oh, toy makers use them, bag makers, dress makers, toy makers, patchworkers, you use them for all sewing. They're also really useful for doing up little bags. I use them for my bags of coffee. They're really good if you don't want to eat a whole packet of crisps to just seal the top, if you've got a family pack. But we're going to take them lower. 2 early bird crashes for you today. £7.99. Honestly, that is an absolute steal. £7.99. They work as well as pins. They hold your fabric together as well as a pin does, and they're much easier to take on and put off as well. Absolutely brilliant. If you've never used fabric clips, this is a brilliant opportunity for you to have a go. You will have seen loads of our designers use them. If you are pinning together layers of fabric, like if you're using Bosal or H640 or you're hemming jeans and you can't get a pin through or the pin breaks, perfect for that. If you're using very fine fabric, which might mark with a pin, perfect, 'cause they don't mark. If you're using something you can't pin, like PU, suede, leather, all of those things, absolutely perfect. If you just want to put clips, I do it if I'm doing like a circular base on something, if like I'm doing a storage bucket or the bottom of a duffel bag, you can pin a circular bottom on much better because you can get all the clips all the way around the edge. I use them when I'm clipping together sort of instructions or templates. Absolutely perfect for that. Donna says, good morning, everyone. Morning, Donna. I use mine to hold my EPP together. Yes, yes. Jenny Jackson always does that. If you clip it together, I tell you what they are good for as well, is if you're sewing velvet, which can be a little bit of a tricky one, even the polyester velvet, if you find that the fabric is shifting as you're sewing along, if you clip the end, so say you're sewing two velvet squares together, if you clip the end and then the middle and then start sewing, it stops it shifting along. A bit like when you're doing EPP, you clip the end of your hexie or your shape and it stops it shifting. If I'm over sewing two pieces together, so when I make the Christmas village that I do, where you have to sew two pieces, clip the end and it just stops it twiddling along, where in the way that the pins don't. Absolutely brilliant for it, and they're easy to take off and put on. Use them all. We've got loads of you multi-buying. They're great for like clipping your glasses onto something. I do that when I can't find them. You end up using them for all sorts of things. Clipping lots of papers together. Maybe you've cut out lots of pieces of fabric and you just want to pin the note or the template, or if you've got, maybe you've cut something and you've got to label something like front outer, back outer, you can clip that to them. Susie Duncan prints little numbers and letters and puts them onto hers. Honestly, until you've had them, you won't believe how great they are. I would make yourself an open top zip pouch to put them in, or one of those square fabric storage baskets. Perfect for that. You have them by the machine and then you can just unclip them, put them on. I do, if I can't be bothered, if I'm pinning lots of squares together or half square triangles and I'm chain piecing, I'll just put a clip at the end of each one and that holds it into place so that you then don't have to pin the whole thing. Absolutely brilliant. They're pretty sturdy as well. I mean, I break a few. Sometimes I'll stand on them or I lose them, so I do renew them, but they are pretty sturdy little items and they come multicoloured as well. Susie, there's got to be. Morning, Susie. I love a quilt clip using for sewing, beading, papercraft and label them for identifying quilt pieces. Absolutely. I don't know, how do you get your little stickers on them, Susie? I forgot to ask her. Catherine says, I love these clips. I'm currently using to attach my curtain lining to the curtain, ready to sew. Yes, as we speak, because when you're clipping on, particularly layers like that with curtain lining, they're absolutely brilliant. I must have 200 or 300 of them in a big bag, sat by my sewing machine, use them all the time. They're quick to put on, they're quick to take off, they don't mark the fabric. Don't iron them. I ironed one of mine by mistake. If you catch them with the edge of their iron, they're fine. But I had one underneath my fabric once and ironed them, and they did melt, actually. Annette says, hi, Rebecca, I love fabric clips. I use these lovely little things for holding pattern pieces together and keeping my notes together. Great invention. Annette, I'm with you. I've stopped using staplers because they wreck your paper, don't they? And you can put them there. And even like with dressmaking, when you've got like your collar piece and your pocket piece and all those bits, clip them all together. Just because they don't mark, they hold the fabric together as well as a pin does. Sometimes, obviously, pins are much better than fabric clips, depending on what you're doing. But having both of them is brilliant. And I think at that price, $7.99, you can't go wrong. You are saving £3 on that. So that's almost your P&P, isn't it? Worth having. Oh, top tip from Sheila. I love these clips, but do remember, they do seem to disappear. They do. And do you know what? Then I find them. I do find them then all over the place. But you'll find them. Patricia uses them. Good morning, Rebecca. I use these clips make great paper clips. They do. You know, when you've got all of those receipts together, or things like, particularly at Christmas, when you've got all of those receipts, clip them together, sort them into colours if you want. So I'll do it sometimes. If I'm doing a quilt design or a bag or something, I'll put like all the outer pieces in one colour, and then I might pop all the lining pieces in another colour. I did think once, I wonder whether it'd be better to be able to buy them in single colours, but I quite like the fact that you've got all of these colours so that you can sort them. Claire says, haha, standing on them is a bit like standing on Lego. Yes, Claire, I can hold my hand up and attest to that as well. I have caught the dog chewing them, and if a dog chews them, that does break them. So try to keep them out of the way, the dogs. I have found that. So they are quite indestructible. Laura, I use clips to hold pieces together on my mannequin. That's a good idea. That's another thing I use them for, is when I'm sewing up my knitting and my crochet. If you try and pin it together, you lose the pins. You can barely see the pins in it. But if I'm sewing up, obviously because the knitting and the crochet is flexible, if you clip them together, brilliant. Now, half of the stock of these is gone. You are getting 60 for £7.99. That is a £4 saving. And who knows what colours you'll get. You'll get a mixed colour, but you can do what I do and you can sort them into little groups. Because sometimes, mostly, if you're just clipping together some bits for fabric, you don't need to sort them. But if you do want to sort them because you want to identify things, then it is worth having them in little groups. I'm quite enjoying my little, I need to mess them all up again. But I really, really want to sort them because they have clear ones as well, which is quite useful. Anyway, moving on. Let me tell you what we've got. If you've got any more top tips, what you use them for, because every time someone gives me a tip, I think, oh, I'm going to use them for that. I'll pop them to one side. Really good for those bags of grated cheese in the fridge. You know, I have many of these in my fridge. I'll pop them to one side, but tell me what you use yours for. Anyway, coming up on today's show, obviously at 8 o'clock off my first hour, is the launch of the brand new 2026 Designer Quilt Block Competition. Amazing prints today. Already got lots of, oh, just going to have a quick drink of water. Just 1 second. I had such a bad cough. It's just, ugh. Anyway, and then we've got lots of other little bits and pieces that you might find very useful, including some really cool pins. Very important. 9 o'clock. Oh, we've got the wonderful Jennie Rayment in today. I love working with Jennie. She is such an expert. What she doesn't know about quilting, honestly is not worth knowing. So if you've got any questions, I will save mine up. She always knows how to do things. I was getting her to explain how to use the hexi ruler this morning. Honestly, she is such an expert. She has a wealth of experience. She's going to be with us at 9 o'clock to demonstrate this beautiful Kim Diehl Autumn Embrace quilt. Now, this is a range of fabric that Kim has designed for Henry Glass, and we've put together a whole kit using all of her fabrics to make this beautiful quilt. And we've also got the fabrics as well available in a bundle and a panel as well. So as you know, Jennie is a fantastic demonstrator and teacher, so she's going to demystify the whole thing. By the time she's finished, you'll have almost feel like you've made it yourself. It's brilliant. Save up any quilting question, patchwork questions you've got for Jennie, because honestly, she knows everything. She's a wealth of information. 10 o'clock, sewing room tools. Brilliant. We've got some brilliant tools, including that hexi ruler that I was talking about, the Creative Grids ones, and lots of lovely other items for you there. So all those cool little tools and gadgets that you never knew you needed, but would need to be treating yourself with. 11 o'clock, Jennie's coming back with 2 brand new designs. Tinkering with texture. So this is an example of the quilt from her book, which we're selling, but we've also got a kit and a brand new design of the quilt. This is the Tinkering with Texture. It's all about clever uses of fabric, creating texture, 3D. It's gorgeous. And we've got kits and we've got instructions. Isn't that amazing? Just beautiful. If you love a cathedral window, this is the sort of thing that you're going to love. It's all that texture with fabric. We've also got the brand new Dresden swirls. Look at this. So it's a set of instructions, and we've got kits as well. Using this really, really clever technique, we'll make the design we just showed you and this as well. They can be used for mats. They can be used for the centre of quilts. Beautiful. It's a really, they are quite hypnotic, aren't they? It's a really, really clever but surprisingly easy technique, which again, once Jenny explains it, be so easy for you. Worth getting hold of the instructions or the kit if you want to make the whole thing. It's the sort of thing that you will be able to use for many of your makes. That's at 11 o'clock. And then at 12 o'clock, we've got a whole range of quilt kits, as well as quilt instructions, which we don't normally do, but Hannah's pulled together a lot of our quilt instructions. So if you've got a fabric stash that you want to use up, get yourself some quilt instructions and use your fabric. Or if you just want a kit, we've got all of those as well. And that's the day. What a lovely day. What a lovely day. Let's go straight into this. Now, this is the panel. This year's panel. So, what you will get on the panel are 8 2x14-inch strips. Now, I'm feeling this has got a bit of a Indian summer vibe to it. Bit wood blocky, printy, batik feel. So we range from pink, yellow, love that strip there that's got just the individual flowers on, green, and put it all the way down to the purple. Very Indian summer vibe. And then you also get a 13-inch square of just plain backing fabric. Now, all the rules and the dates and everything, they're all on printed on here, and the address that you send it to. So what we're asking you to do is you buy the panel, £6.99, and then you make a block. Now, the block needs to be 12.5-inch square unfinished. And then, so once we sew it into the quilt, it will be 12-inch square. Do not quilt it, just make it. What we do is once we've chosen the 12 is we join them all together and we have it quilted. So don't send it quilted, just plain. You can use whatever technique you want. Patchwork, quilting, applique, embroidery, a whole host of techniques. You can use these fabrics. You can put some of your own fabrics and materials in. What we ask is if you can just predominantly use those. And the reason for that is it makes the whole quilt hang together. All of the rules are on here. You have to send the block in by Friday, the 12th of June, to the address that's on here. We will pick 12 winners. The 12 winners will also all have 100 whole pounds, £100 credited to their SewingStreet account. £100 for every winner. We can't send the blocks back, but what we do is all of the blocks we then give to people who then put them together and they put them into quilts which are then used for charity. Oh, we've got a little VT for you. Woohoo! So this will explain more about it.
The Designer Quilt Block competition is back! Make your very own quilt block using the fabric on this panel that features 8 different prints. 12 winners will be chosen and will win £100 credit to spend with SewingStreet. Your winning block will feature in the SewingStreet quilt that will be displayed at the Festival of Quilts 2026. Please label the back of your block with your name and phone number so we can contact the lucky winners. Please send in your block by the 12th of June. Winners will be announced live on air, so stay tuned for the updates. For more details on the competition, please visit our website. Good luck from all of us here at SewingStreet.
There we go. So that sort of explains it. Let me show you these quilts just to give you some idea. When, we have hundreds of entry. You can enter as many times as you want, so you can buy as many of these as you want. So what we do, all our hundreds of entries, we have them all in, we put them all out, and then as a team, we choose. And the way that we choose it, now this design doesn't need to be original. It can be someone else's design. It's entirely up to you. Because obviously there's no, we're just putting them into a quilt. We're not producing designs or kits of them. So we tend to choose a variety of techniques. And I don't know, what's the criteria? We choose it because we love it. That's how you win, because we love it. We think it's really clever or really original, or the technical skill is brilliant. There's all sorts of things. It's just something that we love. So if we have a look at this quilt, for example, like this one, beautiful. It's a beehive. We've got a bit of embroidery. We've got a bit of patchwork. I mean, obviously, this was one that we all loved of all the 4 presenters. It's so clever. This one's got a bit of 3D-ness on it. We've got a bit of... look at 3D. So somebody's added a bit of their own fabric here. You can see it's predominantly the panel, which it needs to be. But if you need to add a bit, I mean, this one here has got silver thread couched around the edges and then stranded cotton for the stem. So you can add those few bits in if you want. So what's lovely about this is this quilt reflects the skills of our audience. We've got embroidery, we've got some FPP there, we've got Dresden plate, we've got miniature. You don't need to be an expert. It's not just about, some of the blocks are chosen because technically they are fantastic. Some of them are chosen, but we're not looking at the backs of them, we're not looking at that. Some of them are chosen because they're original, they're inspired, they're such a good idea. I mean, that dragonflies are amazing. I mean, I absolutely love the teacup. It's just gorgeous because that's us, isn't it? Cup of tea, filled with all your sewing stuff and a bit of bunting. I mean, that's just who we are. Look at this one. This jug filled with embroidered flowers. You know, it's not a massive design, but it's just beautiful in its simplicity. The sausage dog, well, it just looked at us. Have a look at this one. This is all, this one is all EPP hexes. I mean, the time that this one will have taken is amazing. So as you can see, we've got a whole range of skills, skill levels. We've got a bit of free motion embroidery. We've got hand embroidery. We've got gold work. We've got EPP. We've got FPP. All sorts. It's entirely up to you. Now, you've got till the 12th of June. So obviously you can, I mean, if I was going to enter, I'm not allowed to enter it. It's a shame because I've had such fun doing this. Actually, I did ask Hannah if I could enter secretly, but she said no. I did make one the first year because they asked me to make one just as an example. I'm trying to think what I did with it. I can't remember. I think I might have done some FPP. Have a little think about what you want to do. You can enter more than once. Use the plain fabric, use the print fabrics. You can use a bit of your own fabric and materials. Just if you keep it predominantly to this, then the whole quilt will blend together. All of the rules are on here. Label the back of your block with your name and phone number so we can contact you. Here's the address that you use to send it in. I mean, that's it really. If you've got any questions, just message me in. But basically, $6.99 for the whole panel, and then you send it in. And then what we do at the end, the 12 will be made into the quilt. And as I said earlier, all of the others, we have a lot of our viewers who message us, and then we will send them some of the blocks, and they put them together, and they then raffle them to charity. They give them to charity. So all the blocks are used. They are certainly not got rid of, but we just can't return them. But they are used, and they're used for raising money for charity or given to charities. But the finished quilt will be exhibited at the Festival of Quilts 2026. And we obviously keep them as well because they're just beautiful. Do not quilt them. Please don't quilt them because otherwise we'd have to unquilt them or not use them, because what we do is we sew them all together like this and then we have the whole thing quilted. So please send them in. It needs to measure 12.5 inches so that when we sew them into the quilt, it will be 12 inches. All of that information is on the panel. Right, we'll just show you, if you've only just tuned in, here's the little video that explains a little bit more about it.
The designer quilt block competition is back. Make your very own quilt block using the fabric on this panel that features 8 different prints. 12 winners will be chosen and will win £100 credit to spend with SewingStreet. Your winning block will feature in the SewingStreet quilt that will be displayed at the Festival of Quilts 2026. Please label the back of your block with your name and phone number so we can contact the lucky winners. Please send in your block by the 12th of June. Winners will be announced live on air, so stay tuned for the updates. For more details on the competition, please visit our website. Good luck from all of us here at SewingStreet.
So hopefully that helps to explain if you've just tuned in. If you've got it in your basket, get it checked out. You've got till the 12th of June to get it back to us. But get the panel at home, have a little think about it. In the meantime, you can think it. The designs do not have to be original. If you've got a design or a pattern from a book or instructions that you like, then make that or make it your own. It can be very simple. It's really entirely up to you. We're looking for just something that catches our eye, just something that we love, something that we look at and go, oh, that's beautiful, oh, that's clever, that's inspired, that's original, that's beautifully made, whatever, a whole mixture of things. Carol says, do you have to use all 8 prints or you use some? No, you don't have to use all of them, Carol. You can just use 2 of them if you want to. What we just say is, can you use predominantly these? Just because if you use just one of these and then loads of your fabric, the whole quilt won't hang together. But no, you do not have to use all of them. The plain backing fabric, that's just white fabric. Rebecca says, I'd love to have a go, but as a beginner, I'm nowhere near good enough. Those blocks are awe-inspiring. Rebecca, no, they are amazing. But there are many, many skill levels here. When you look at it, there are some that are extremely simple, but they're just beautiful. As a beginner, give it a go. Even if you don't win, your design will be then put into a quilt for charity. I would say buy a couple and have a go, because that's how you learn, isn't it? Everybody was a beginner at some point. Carol says, morning Rebecca, I've never entered this competition. Is the white panel 12.5 inches to form the base? No, it's not. This is 13.5 inches. It's extra fabric. You could use it as the base. So if you were going to do one of the designs like this one, then they will have used that as the base. It's 13.5 inches, so you'd now then need to trim it down to 12.5, which is why we made it 13.5, because it's a lot easier if you're appliquing on a base because it'll fray a bit on the edges, then you can trim it down. So you can use it in the base, or you can do like with this panel here, or this one, they've used the background fabric as the little squares here, and the base that those are appliqued on. So it can be a whole mixture. It can be the base, or it can be used for piecing as well. And we've made it bigger for you so that you can cut it down. Or you could it's just plain white fabric. If you don't want to use that, you can just use plain white fabric instead. So it's entirely up to you. If you are brand new and you are a beginner, give it a go. Keep it simple, keep to where you want. Or if you think, do you know what, I've always wanted to have a go at applique, or I might have a go at FPPing, like my name or something, I've never done that before, then have a go with it. You never know. What some people have done, you don't have to cut them in individual strips. Some people have done it where they've used an applique template over the whole piece. So you could use that and cut it out as a piece. You don't have to use them as individual strips. The only thing limiting you is your imagination. Nothing else. And, if you need some ideas, flick through Pinterest. Ask AI. Give some good ideas, say, what should I do? Have a look at these past quilts. Go through books or patterns that you've got. My advice would be, make something that you love. Make something that you feel inspired by, or make something that you feel comfortable with. But if you see a design or a picture or a print, you think, oh, I'd love to have a go at that, this is a great opportunity. $6.99, and you can be part of the competition. You will be there laid out with everybody else. Right, now we've got lots of different products to give you a little bit of help. So now this is really useful, this 12.5 inch ruler. So this is your finished block size. Really, really useful ruler, because you can use it for cutting individual strips. Jenny will be using this in her house. She loves these. So this is the finished block size. So you can use it for cutting individual strips. You could use it for squaring up your block when you've finished. So it's very multi-purpose. It's brilliant for squaring up a 12.5 inch block because it's the right size. You could also use it because it's clear to think, well, how am I going to cut that? I've made that. How does that work? It's $11.99 for this, but when you've done yours, you might think, well, I wonder, what does it look like? What's the scale of it? It's a really useful ruler to put on things. But obviously, it's not just a 12.5-inch square. If you need to cut some 1-inch strips, you can do that. 2-inch, you've got it all for that. It's got the angles. You've got the 45-degree, the 30 and the 60-degree angles. So if you haven't got any rotary cutting equipment, if you're brand new, start off with this because it's the right size. Penny says, good morning, can you use Bondweb in applique on the square? Yes, of course you can. You can use whatever you like, anything you like. Bondweb, good idea. And I would imagine all of these applique designs have used Bondweb. You can use whatever you like. This is a good ruler as a starting point. Get yourself a cutting mat and a rotary cutter if you don't have any of that equipment. But you can use this for squaring it up afterwards. I always do that. And then if I've done lots of piecing and the square's got slightly distorted, you can then pull it into shape a bit, put your block on, and then you can cut round the edge. But really useful ruler if you're going to have a go at this block. Embroidery threads, Bondweb, you could use some of that Solvay stuff if you're going to do some embroidery. Get yourself a friction pen, write on it. So absolutely perfect ruler for that. Now, if you want to design, now this has almost been designed for us, 12 by 12 inch graph paper. So each of these sheets is 12 inches. It's divided into, I'm trying to work it out because if those, yeah, it's divided into 1/4 inch each of these squares. So you could use this to sketch out your finished design. If you're thinking whether it's patchwork, whether it's quilt, whether it's applique, whether it's embroidery, if you're doing patchwork and you want to design where it's going to go, you can use this. You've got plenty of sheets in here, 25 sheets. This is brilliant for designing because it's the 1/4 inch increments. It is obviously exactly the right size, so it will look like this when it's finished. It's just a really good way. Get yourself a pencil and a rubber and start sketching it out. Before you commit to cutting and fabric, if you can draw it out on here first, maybe you draw one out and then you use that as your sort of test one where you move it around, and then you can draw another one out as the finished design. They've divided up into, that's a 4-inch and that's an 8-inch as well. But if you're doing applique and you want to get your scale right, you could just sketch. Maybe you want to do something like the jug with the flowers in. You could just sketch it and it helps to get the scale right. And along with the ruler as well, you see, they are the dream team, aren't they? Because that's your, that's the paper, and then you can see, and then you can square it up afterwards. But this is a great start, isn't it? Just start sketching up. Maybe you've seen a picture of something you like, but it's bigger or smaller, and you need to scale it up. Then this is how you'll see how you're going to make it up. It is really good. All you need is a pencil and a rubber. And then because you've got 25 sheets, you can just keep going and have lots of goes. You can enter more than once as well, which is perfect, isn't it? So get yourself that. Now, we've also got our project planning pages. Now, this is really useful, well, for this and for any other projects. So A4 size these are, and they've got holes in, so you can put them in an A4 ring binder. You get 30 sheets, or you can put them just in a plastic wallet. This is brilliant. If you're sorting out all your projects, I did it with all my knitting the other day, so you could use it for anything. And I had one bag full of my unfinished projects. Now, if you're like me, you've probably got shelves filled with unfinished projects. But what you can do is write the name of your project, deadline. I love that. You could just put as soon as possible, couldn't you? Who you're going to send it to, finished size, the materials you need, where you bought it from, quantity. I mean, it's everything in there. The swatches, a little sketch notes. So if you're starting a project, you could write all of this in so that if you do put it to one side and you don't finish it straight away, you know where you are. You could put, I've got to row 3 on there. If you're sorting out projects that you haven't finished, you could write all the details in. You don't need to put it with the project. You could keep that in your folder. It's really useful then when you come back to later and you think, I'd love to make that bag again that I made, but I gave it to Auntie Linda. What fabric did I use for it? What did I do it? But there you've got it, all the information there. It's only $4.99, but you'll get 30 of these sheets. This is a way of you organising yourself. Also, I think it's quite a good way of actually using up that fabric stash, because you can go through there and you can go, well, I'm going to make this project. I've got this and this and this, but I just need some natural seeded. Alison says, hi, Rebecca, is there a complimentary fabric bundle? Alison, yes, there is. it's a little bit delayed. It's on its way. It's in the van from the fabric warehouse. And I'll show you a picture of it. And then when the van arrives, I'll show you the actual thing. But yes, there is. Hannah has put together a complimentary fabric bundle. It's all Macawa linen textures because we thought you'd like some fabric, not just the normal plain, but the linen texture. Now, this is the bundle, 3 metres, so you've got ½ metre each of these different fabrics, and as soon as it gets here, I'll show you the actual fabric. So these have been chosen specifically to go with our bundle. So if you want some other plain fabrics to go with this, those colours are going to go together beautifully. Now, if you want just one of them, so say you think, well, it's just that pink that I want, we do have them available individually by the ½ metre. If you've just tuned in, you do not have to use those. You do have to use this panel. You don't have to use the complementary one. But if you've got an idea and you want to use some plain fabrics, but the linen texture to go with this, then we've chosen that bundle specifically. It's on its way in the van, and as soon as it arrives, we will show it to you, but that's what it looks like if you want to check out on it. Hannah's also put together a rather lovely embroidery thread bundle. So if you're thinking about embroidery, how about this? Now, this is lovely. So what we've got in this little bundle, these are 3 DMC stranded cottons, which, as you can see, go beautifully. And then Hannah's also popped in a little metallic number. Is it rayon? Satin thread. So it's 8 metres, but it's stranded, but it's it's like rayon, look. Isn't that really pretty? So you don't have to use them. This is just an idea. But if you're thinking, well, actually, I've got an idea and I just want to embroider the stems, or I want to do a bit of hand stitching around the edge, but I need some, these colours, as you can see, will go beautifully. £5.96. They're all 8 metres per skein, and that will go together beautifully with it. If you're buying yourself more than one block, give it a go. You might have a little practice with one and keep that. And then for the final one, you might make one that you send to us. But these are just some ideas for you. So you've got your graph paper, you've got your squares, the complementary fabric bundle, there's a little stranded cotton bundle. We've only got 20 of those though, a bit low in stock. So if you want to get that one, I'd get checked out on that one now. I mean, it's quite nice to have the materials. I think I'd get this and I'd get the plain fabric bundle just to go, still don't know what I'm going to do. We've also got a really nice Delphine Aurifil, which actually goes together really well with this. Let's have a look, shall we? Ooh, I like that. Oh, this is lovely. Oh, I would definitely get this one, because look at those. Because you've got, these works beautifully. So you've got the yellow, you've got that purple that goes with the one at the bottom. You've got the lovely pink, variegated. You've got turquoise. You've got that lovely jade variegated. And you've got the orange variegated. Now, these are all 50 weight threads. So they're your... Oh, we're going to take some money off as well. This is a great price. This is exclusive to us, to SewingStreet, £47.99. I mean, even if you're not doing the competition, these are great, aren't they? There's 1,300 metres on each spool, which is enough for a whole quilt. This will, so to celebrate the launch, we thought we'll take £5 off. So you've got pink taffy, mango mist, baby blue eyes, medium purple, lemon ice, and turquoise foam. Lemon ice. Aren't they lovely? I mean, that's a lovely bundle to have anyway, even if you're not doing the competition. £47.99. That's a lot of thread. And I know you think, oh, well, look, there's 6 spools. But remember, you can piece and quilt a whole quilt with one of these spools. I know, because I have done. Carol says, I won a block last year. Can I enter this year? Well, firstly, Carol, congratulations. And secondly, yes, of course you have. We have had people have won more than once. Because to be honest, we don't look at the name. The names are all on the backs. We have no idea. I mean, obviously, once we've chosen the 12, we've got to contact you. But when we're judging it, We don't know who you are. We don't turn them all over and have a look. We have them all laid out. So yes, of course you can. And we have had people who've won more than once. And congratulations on winning. Give it a go. What are you going to try this year then, Carol? Or is it a design in process? You see, this would be my problem if I was allowed to enter it. I'd be faffing about. What would I do? I don't know what technique. Oh, I don't know. Rebecca says, are you allowed to use a lightweight wash-away interfacing on the back of the fabric if you choose patchwork? I really struggle with loose threads. Yes, keep it very lightweight, please. We don't want yours really much stiffer than everyone else. I mean, to be honest, with some of our blocks, like this one, that's look, with the folding technique, that's much bulkier and thicker and stiffer than other blocks. So yes, you can use a lightweight interfacing so it's not too bulky, but please don't quilt them. Otherwise you'll be double quilted and then we won't be able to use it. But yes, if you want to, that's absolutely fine. Just don't use anything too heavy, that's all, because it'd be too much. So we've taken £5 off these threads to celebrate, but they are exclusive to us. So Hannah says she can take some more off. Why not? Can take £10 off in total. Don't worry if we know loads of you already checked out. Don't worry, you will be charged the lower price. £10 saving, $42.99. Absolute bargain. $42.99. What a way to get involved. And they are, and the colours match beautifully, don't they? And then you'll have them to keep later. That's my favourite one. I love a variegated thread. I like doing machine blanket stitch in a variegated thread. Just always looks lovely. Quarter of the stock of those have gone, $42.99. They will come in this lovely box, signed by Delphine as well. Gorgeous. Yeah, I think they're all signed. We obviously made her sign every single box. Bless her, she's still here. No, she's not. She did that a while ago. But they are exclusive to SewingStreet, and they do go. So you've got the stranded cotton with the rayon. You've got the Aurifil threads. We've got the Macawa linen bundle as well, which I'll show you when it arrives. Get your 12-inch graph square as well. Absolutely brilliant. If you've got any more questions or ideas, let me know. Half of the stock of the Aurifil is gone. Well, we took £10 off. I think I might get this one. I'm actually quite low on the variegated. So at that price, $42.99, I would get that. I would get it for the variegated because I love them. Perfect. Right, we have fewer than 20 of these left. Fewer than 20. Look, that orange one's nice as well, isn't it? Yeah, I want that one and that one. And no, I like all of them actually because they're lovely colours, aren't they? I mean, and this is beautiful. So don't forget to check out on this. It's only $6.99, which is a good price for a panel this size. That's what I mean, $6.99. Have a go, enter the competition. Honestly, the winners that I've met at Festival of Quilts are so thrilled when they see them. Daniel says, are the Aurifil threads 100% cotton? Yes, they are. They are 100% Egyptian cotton as well. 1,300 metres on a spool. Beautiful quality. They're 50 weight, so they're perfect for your sewing machine, or you can use them for hand sewing. But they do thread beautifully. So for threading your sewing machine, if your needle thread is broken or you don't have one, they do thread beautifully because they don't have all the fluffy extra bits on them as well. 100% cotton. There we go. Lovely. What a lovely way to celebrate the panel. I think that's fabulous. Don't forget the panel, $6.99. If you've just tuned in, we are launching the 2026 Designer Quilt Block. 12 lucky winners will be chosen based on just because we love your block. That might be because it's original. It might be because you've executed it beautiful. It might be that it's inspired. It might be just something that catches our eye that we just love. We try to choose, to be honest, a mixture of techniques. So that is part of the choosing process, is we like to have a mixture of techniques. So we've got, machine piecing, hand piecing, we've got embroidery, we've got applique. So we do try to do that. But it's not based on it's the most precise, beautiful skill. It might just be because we think it's inspired, really clever or original or beautifully executed, all sorts. It's just because once they're all laid out, and some of them we all go, wow, and it's just because we love it. So if you're a complete beginner, give it a go. We ask you to predominantly use the panel, but you can use your own other materials as well. 12 people will be chosen. They will be made into the quilt, exhibited at the Festival of Quilts, and each one of those 12 people will have a £100 credit on the SewingStreet account. We can't return the blocks, I'm really sorry, but what we do is we give them to many of our viewers who make them into quilts, and they are then either raffled and money is raised for charity, or they are given to charity. So none of the blocks go to waste. They're certainly not forgotten. We all look at them all very carefully. So even if you don't win, your block will be used. And it's a joy to see them all come in. You've got until, it does need to get to us by the 12th of June. So you do need to get it posted a couple of days before that. So I'd say you got till the 10th of June to get it finished. It needs to be, all of this information is on the panel. It needs to be 12.5-inch square, unfinished. Jill says, I've just ordered 2 panels. I've been suffering with sciatica for 2 months and not felt like doing any sewing, but these have just inspired me, caught my eye. Oh, is that what it says? I wonder whether Hannah was guessing the end. Inspired me. Oh, that is brilliant, Jill, because it's a nice size, small project that maybe this is just what you need, where you're not going to be judged on the back of your work or the neatness of your seams. You're just going to be judged because we love it. So give it a go. And I would say do something that catches your eye, that you're inspired by, that's a technique that you enjoy, or a technique you've always wanted to try, and that you don't want to do loads of it. I mean, I always think like the block with those tiny EPP hexes. You know, you imagine doing a whole quilt of those, you'd never, but a 12-inch block, you know, I'm going to sit in front of the telly and do that. Beautiful. That's just a sort of idea for you. Now, pins. I'm going to start with these applique pins, because if you're doing applique on your quilt, I would suggest that you get these pins, because these are brilliant. And if you're doing little applique, which you will be if it's this little, if it's a block this size, you will need these. Rebecca. Okay, Rebecca, so this from Rebecca. You convinced me. Good. I'm going to order 2 and give it a go. Creative juices are already flowing and an idea forming. Thank you, Rebecca. Exactly. You don't have to be brilliant. You could just be a beginner. It's about your idea. I would say get yourself a couple of blocks. Give it a go. Your idea might be so amazing and original. We'll go, that is stunning. Give it a go. And Jill, who messaged us before, said it's given us something to aim for. And I think that's what it is. You know, you've got to get it finished by the 10th of June, so you've got a couple of days to post it off. And in that time, have a look through. You might have seen a design that you thought, oh, I'd love to have a go with that. Gives you something to aim for. Even if you don't win, your block will be seen by all of us. We will love it. We will send it off. It will be used. Have a go practicing another skill. Maybe you've said, oh, I really want to have a go at free motion embroidery. Never done it. Can't face doing it on a whole quilt. Have a go on this. Could be that, couldn't it? Get your friends and family involved. Ask them for ideas. They might have a good idea. I mean, obviously, most of them you'll probably just ignore and go, no, I'm not doing that. But it's always good to ask people, isn't it? Go on Pinterest. That's always great. You could even ask AI. I ask AI all sorts of things. You could say, what design shall I do for my block competition? Might give you an idea. I'm going to ask it later and see what it says. Anyway, these are pins. If you're thinking about doing applique, these are ideal because they're Clover. So, great brand. They are little pins. They've got the little heads. But what's great about them is when you're pinning tiny little applique pieces on, whether you're going to hand sew them or machine sew them, you don't want the pins to get caught in the rest of the design. When you're pinning tiny pieces on, so even if you're pinning on little bits of EPP onto a backing fabric, they're just small enough so they're not going to get caught in everything else. If you're doing curved piecing, they're brilliant for that because you can really get around the curves. They're from Clover, so they're a really good brand. They all come in this little box and they are super fine and super sharp. I absolutely love these. I mean, obviously, I'm not going to use these for pinning really long, big seams in my dressmaking, but when I'm doing curve piecing or tiny applique, they are perfect. £6.99 for those, and worth it if you're an appliquer. Now, I've got two other pin packs. Now, these are brilliant. Now, these are Fabony, so they're a really good brand. Now, two things I love about these. Firstly, they come in a plastic box with a lid. Oh, there's going to be three things, actually, Hannah says, because she's going to crush the prize. I've just got to get the lid off. There we go. They come in a lovely little pot like this. They're only £4.99. They are ultra fine. Now, I use ultra fine pins for all of my sewing, all of my patchwork, which means sometimes they're not thick enough for the thick fabric I use. But when I'm sewing, even just quilting weight fabric, I find they slide through better. They're glass headed, so then you can iron on them. And they're easier to find. So when you're pinning something, look how beautifully they go through. So the pins that I use, I tend to go towards this end to the ultra fine. It does mean if I'm using them on fabric they're too thick, then they might snap. But on the majority of fabric, like quilting weight cotton, they are perfect. They don't mark and they slide through beautifully. I like the fact that they're glass headed because I can see them, and also I can iron them. Now, you've got 150 in here, and they all come in a little box with a lid, so you can keep them really nice and safe. £4.99. But I think Hannah's going to do me a special deal, and I'm going to get some of these. I'm buying them. I'm buying these £2.99. £2.99 for 150. The size of them, they've got a 0.4 mil shaft, which is really nice length, and they are 34 mils in length, which is quite long compared to some pins. 34 mils, and look how beautifully they slide through. So whenever I'm looking at pins or I'm trying out new pins, I always have a go. And how many of us do use old pins that have started, well, they don't just necessarily rust. If they're steel, they're not going to rust, but they do blunt, and also the surface of them loses their smoothness, if that's a word. They lose their smoothness and they don't slip through. But you know how when you push a pin through fabric and you think, that doesn't go through, and then you put it back in the box. Why? Treat yourself to some decent pins. Only £2.99. I would get a few of these, get a couple of them. I mean, I get through pins, it's ridiculous. And I do pick them all up. I don't know where they go. But actually, these are great because they've got the ends so you can see them better. They're glass, so you can iron over them. That is a great price, £2.99. Carol says nothing worse than a blunt or bar pin. I know, Carol. And do you throw them out? No, I put them back in the box, and you can't get them through the fabric, and then they mark it, or they're rubbish so they bend. But look, I can even get through 4 layers of this. They are really sharp and ultra fine. If you're using something, I use them on things like the polyester velvet, because they slip through that really well. When you're using anything particularly fine fabrics that you can't get pins through really well, these are brilliant. And I like the fact they come in a nice little box with a lid as well. Easy to keep. So those are the glass-headed pins. Now this packet of pins, equally different but equally good. Again, in a little box. Now these are the easy grip pins. But look at the price. 60 of these in the pack. They're 42 mils in length. And we're going to drop them down to £2.99. We've never had these at this price before. We haven't had them on air on their own. Oh, they've been in bundles. So you've got these lovely ends that are easy to grip, which means they're easy to see, particularly if you have any dexterity issues. Let's see how they cope with my fabric. Oh, nice. Yeah, nice. Look how well you can see them. I often use these when I want to mark points. So like if I'm doing a turning gap in a piece of fabric, I can see them better. But they go really nicely through. So we do sell other brands of easy grip pins, different brands for different things. But look at that price point. Now, I'm not going to compare the two because they are different pins, different things, but easy grip pins for £2.99 for 60, and they come in this little box. If you've wanted to treat yourself to this style of pin, this is a really good thing. Don't just have one box of pins that you use for everything. Different pins for different things. These are ultra fine glass headed. So these are so fine, they're going to go through fabric really easily, really good for lightweight fabric, but I use them for quilting weight. These, the easy grip, means you can see them, they're good for marking places. If you have problems picking up the pins, grasping them, putting them through the fabric, these are ideal. I cannot tell you how many different boxes of pins because I'm quite a bit like my needles. I have different pins for different things. So I would suggest use the right pins. If you've got an old tin of pins where you are struggling to get through the fabric at this price, it's worth treating yourself. And they all come in these little boxes as well. And I like the fact that they haven't just got like one generic box. The boxes are made to fit the pins that they're in. So at that price as well, because you're making that saving, it's worth getting yourself a couple, because then you can use them and use different. So if you try the fabric with the pins you've got and you think, it's just not really going through, it's not working, they're bending, they're breaking, or I can't get them through, get the right pins. And these two are a really good choice. Put my little lid back on. Rotary blades. Who battles with the blunt blade? Get yourself sorted to enter this competition. I do, and it's ridiculous. I can cut for a couple of hours with the blunt blade and have to do double runs because it's got a little nick out of it. And it's not because I haven't got a spare blade. It's because I just can't be bothered to change it. It takes like 30 seconds. When you change your blade, undo your rotary cutter and put it all face down in the order you took it off. It's so much easier to put it back on then. So what you're getting in here are 10 blades. Now, these will fit all 45mm rotary cutters. They've got a little bit of oil between them, so they easy separate. Do check when you put them in your rotary cutter, you've only got one blade. I've put two in mine before by accident, and you just get shreds of cutting loads and loads of threads. So just put one in at a time. Keep the box, because I always store my blunt blades in the box. So when you finish your one box, label it on the front, used blades, and it's a really good place to store so you can dispose of them carefully. £14.99 is a great price. If you shop around and you look at the price of replacement rotary cutter blades, they are normally a lot more than this. I've seen them for about £2.99, £3.99 per blade. This is £14.99 for 10. So these are really, really useful. So that's what yours will look like, but they come in this little plastic pack like that. And it's always good to have a stash. So when I get to like 2 blades down, I'll buy myself a new pack, because then they're always there and I can change it. And well, you all know, don't you, if you're rotary cutters, the joy of cutting fabric with a brand new blade. It's like butter. And then you think, why didn't I do that weeks ago? Because I'm a bit rubbish. I quite often nick the edges of mine by not removing pins from my rotary cutting mat. I mean, they do blunt as well, but I tend to get nicks out of mine before I blunt them. But £14.99 for that is a really good price. You have a shop around and see what they cost normally for one pack. But worth getting if you're entering our competition. Get yourself sorted. Get your pins, get your ruler, get your graph paper, get your new blades, and you're all done. Even if you are a beginner, give it a go. If you think, oh, I'm daunted, I've got that whole quilt to finish off, or I've got that to do, you know, you can press pause and just spend a lovely afternoon entering the competition. And even if you don't win, we will still keep your block and it will be used. The 12 lucky winners will have £100 on their SewingStreet account. All of the rules are there for you. Remember, the closing date is the 12th of June, so get it posted off by the 10th and then you'll be safe. Everything else in there, even the address, is all there in the information you need. If you've got any questions, do ask us. And you will be displayed at the Festival of Quilts. And if you come and visit it, we take a picture of every winner pointing to their block. It's lovely. It's so lovely to meet everyone. I've also got last year's 2025 quilt here. So, because I couldn't get them all up, I'll hang that up so you can see that in the next hour. Right, we're going to go for a quick break. We've got the wonderful Jennie Rayment with me in just a few minutes' time. She's going to show us how to make this amazing quilt. It's gorgeous, isn't it? Love the reds and the greens, real sort of heritage quality. She's a fantastic teacher. She's going to explain it all to you. If you've got any patchwork and quilting questions, get them ready and get them sent in, and I'll see you back here in a couple of minutes' time.
The designer quilt block competition is back. Make your very own quilt block using the fabric on this panel that features 8 different prints. 12 winners will be chosen and will win £100 credit to spend with SewingStreet. Your winning block will feature in the SewingStreet quilt that will be displayed at the Festival of Quilts 2026. Please label the back of your block with your name and phone number so we can contact the lucky winners. Please send in your block by the 12th of June. Winners will be announced live on air, so stay tuned for the updates. For more details on the competition, please visit our website. Good luck from all of us here at SewingStreet.
Want to know what's coming up on SewingStreet? It's easy. Just visit www.sewingstreet.com and head to the TV guide section for all the latest show details. Stay ahead and never miss a stitch with SewingStreet. Never miss a show by watching on the go with the SewingStreet app. Head over to your app store now and search SewingStreet and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with SewingStreet. Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. SewingStreet, stitching the world together.
Shopping with SewingStreet couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our SewingStreet app. Simply head over to your app store and search SewingStreet. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at SewingStreet.
Keep up to date with what's on SewingStreet, as well as all the latest news and special offers, by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to SewingStreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Did you know at SewingStreet that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Here at SewingStreet, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Come and join us every morning at 7 a.m. on our webpage before we go live on the show. So make sure you log on to our website and go to the Watch Live page. At 7 a.m. each morning, you will see a selection of products, all with a special deal, which will be available for that hour only. And this will, of course, be included in your 1p&p each day. Enjoy an extra special early morning treat every day from 7 a.m. on Sewing Street.
Welcome back to Sewing Street and to Jenny. Look, we just had this discussion. We matched the quilt.
We didn't even think about
No.
it. No. So
Didn't
well
even-
done you.
That
See?
is amazing.
Yes, you even got similar glasses on.
I know,
You
and
see,
you're
similar colour hair.
terracotta and I'm green.
Yes,
We're like
right.
the same.
So you see, you can, if you buy the quilt, you can probably have us as well.
Yes, at the same time. Now, before we do anything, I've said to Jenny the break, because obviously she's the quilting expert.
Yes, and she just threw this at me. Said,
Said, right,
2 minutes. I've
if
been
you
seeing
were
it
gonna
on
end-
the screen over there, and then she throws it at me, saying, "What would you do with it?"
Yes,
Right,
because
well-
obviously, because you're going to win this.
First of all, yes, I'm going to win this, and it'd be 100 quid.
100 quid,
yes,
yeah.
for me to spend on all the luxuries I want, like more of those pins. First of all, my dear friends, these are 2.5-inch strips.
Right, not
So
2
even
inch.
better, not 2 inch. No, they are 14 inches long. They're 2.5 inches wide, so they'll end up as 2 inches finished. All right, so you've got 13.5 by 2.5 inches finished. You could do all sorts of things with that. I mean, you've got all the various strip patchwork things that you can do. I like strip patchwork. Twiddles and fiddles probably wouldn't work so well, A, because of the problem you're going to have it raised and you don't want any too raised. But I would suspect that applique is going to work very well. What would I use it for? I mean, I do like some of the strip techniques. And I possibly would look at Bargello because I like that.
Ooh, yes.
I'd possibly look at a Bargello heart in the middle, or I do something with log cabin, because you've got enough lights and darks to do something. You've got the pink if you wanted to have something in the middle.
You can
that
add in
says-
some of your own fabric
which
as
is
well,
good.
if
And-
you want
yep.
to.
I noticed the one with the yellow daisies on there. Yellow really did stand out. So you've got all those colours, 2.5 inches wide. But plus that, I think you could make a great thing out of it.
Yes.
Yes.
So what are you going to do? You're going to go Bargello?
I'm going to go some form of strip,
Right.
some form of Bargello, in something very different. All right? So there you are.
I think we
Do
should get you
that.
to enter, Jenny, though. I don't know whether you'd be allowed to, though.
No, wouldn't. No, because I'm a professional. You see.
No, you wouldn't be
see,
allowed
no.
to. But
Mind you,
so
I'd do it with
that's-
100 quid.
Yes, you can have that. So use Jenny's idea, because she's not allowed to enter. Bargello, I think, is a miniature
Yes,
Bargello
yes,
would look
yes,
amazing.
totally.
Thank you so much. So this quilt, I'm going to go over and talk
Yeah,
about
talk about it, yep.
We do match amazingly.
Yes. Right. First of all, be aware this quilt is made up of 2 simple blocks.
So this is easy.
This is easy. You've got basically 2 blocks. You've got one block that is there and one block that is in the middle there with the star in the centre. Little
Right.
bit harder because you've got some piecing to do, but I have a neat trick and a way of saving fabric. Now, with regard to fabric, there'll be plenty of material to make this, so you needn't feel in the least bit worried that you're going to get, oh my goodness me, I'll never have enough.
Right.
The quilting can indeed be much more simple. I mean, this has been over quilted with a pantograph, so it's got the same pattern all over it. You wouldn't need to do that. I would simply outline the various stars, etc., etc.
So could you do this on your own sewing machine?
You could do this on your own sewing
Right,
machine.
okay.
Now, you do have a directional fabric, and it is noticeable that whoever did the quilt has actually got the direction all going the same way. Does it matter? The answer is no, but I have a neat trick for showing you how to get this directional fabric going
fabulous.
the right way.
If you care enough.
If you care, and
Yes.
let's face it, who really cares? The nice thing about the central feature block there is it can go any which way you happen to fancy, as can all of the others. So there's only one watch point, if you're being particularly fussy, is those. But I would hazard a guess when we start the demo, you won't notice that one of my blocks has them going all over the place.
No.
Yes.
And you could intentionally do that so it didn't matter then,
Well,
couldn't you?
who's going to notice?
Nobody.
Nobody's going to notice because it just blends in so beautifully. So it's a nice quilt. It'll fit a single bed. It'll go on a double bed across that way, so your pillows will go there and there. It's just a lovely colours. Okay, it's autumn's embrace, but hey, come on. By the time we get to autumn,
Yeah,
you'll have finished it,
that's
won't you?
true.
Because we've got
Yes.
summer in between.
Beautiful. Right,
And
I'm going to
making
go
that
and
block.
look at the box.
Go on, you go and do your
I'll
stuff.
come back to
Yep.
you. And you can have a think about the block.
Thank you.
It is a beautiful colour scheme. Good morning, Delia and Annette. Thank you for messaging me in this morning. Lovely to see you. This is the box, Autumn's Embrace. Now, the fabrics in this kit are by Kim Diehl. I don't know how to pronounce her name.
Neither do I.
Diehl.
Yes.
Diehl. For Henry Glass. It's the Pennyberry Farm. So Kim was obviously, as we all were, complete beginner. She bought a sampler quilt kit because she loved it. Never quilted before, which I thought was quite ambitious. And that was it. She was transformed, absolutely obsessed with quilting. She's then gone on to be teacher, designer, works with Henry Glass, designs their fabric. I mean, what a lovely story. And this is her latest collection. Pennyberry Farm. So obviously you've got full instructions, and I love the fabrics because they are these beautiful autumnal colours. And then what she's done, she's taken the animals and put little polka dots on them. So this is the sheep one. Love that. And that's in the centre of those big blocks. I'm trying to find... we've got another sheep one. And that's used in the centre of the smaller blocks. So you've got like a green with the sheep with the spots. And then the other fabrics from the collection are used in the rest of the quilt. So this fabric here, beautiful. I mean, the colour's gorgeous. It's a real sort of terracotta, tomato-y colour.
And the fabric feel is lovely.
Oh, is it?
Yes, because it's mercerised, so it's slightly polished and it's really soft and it doesn't fray. It's top quality fabric.
Right, okay, so good to... Because there is quilting fabric and there is quilting fabric.
Yes.
And this is
quilting fabric.
Quilting fabric. Look at the colours. I mean, I love that. It's such a beautiful shade. That's the colour of the leaves just before they turn, when they're that gorgeous green with the little wreaths on. You've got that lovely deep red spot. Nice sage green with the stars all over it. I love this. This is used in the background for the majority of the design. But it's very multi-directional, this one. It's a very sort of ivory colour with these neutral little squares. And then this is the one that Jenny was talking about, directional or non-directional. Depends on how you're feeling.
Well, absolutely, totally. I mean, to be quite honest, I didn't even notice it when I first got it out. I was much more interested in the colours and the feel of the fabric. I thought, I'll make up one block. And
Well,
then
it's beautiful because it's because you've got those two fabrics in here with the sheep on, with the little polka dots. But the colours in itself, it is autumn's embrace, really. Then you get, obviously, in the kit, you get full instructions. I always like the fact they put pictures of the fabrics in. So much easier to sort when you know what they look like. And then, I mean, obviously, Jenny's going to go through this, but there's all the instructions with lots of diagrams. You've got the quilt layout, and you've also got... if you want to use the instructions again with your own fabrics, you can put them in there and then you can create your own colour scheme from that, and that's the layout with the tones. So that is the whole quilt kit. £174.99, but we're going to lower the price, because why not? Why not? We're going to take £35 off, just because we can. £139.99, and it's on 3-way split pay. Don't worry, for those of you who've already checked out, we will charge you the lower price. You can also do this on split pay. So if you're thinking, I want to get this done by the autumn, pay your £46.66 now. We'll send you the kit, then pay the other two amounts over the next 2 months, and then hopefully you'll have finished it by the time you've paid for it. It's a really nice... it's a really nice quilt kit to have for later. Maybe you're thinking, I don't want to make it just yet. I want to make it, I'm going to retire. Maybe I'm going to retire in September. This is my retirement gift. Now, what a nice idea. This could be your kickstart to retirement. God, I'm going to have bought that kit.
Couldn't it just? And in fact, you've got over 7 metres of fabric in there. So there's an awful lot of fabric.
So you're going to have some left over?
You're going to have quite a lot left over, which you could make cushions. You could make a swirly Dresden, as I will show you, because I sneaked a bit knowing there'd be lots and lots left over.
I see. Oh.
So you could do something else with it. You're not just, and of course, if you do make a mistake, you can make lots and lots of mistakes. No, even if you make millions of mistakes, you'll still have a lot left. So there's 7.3 metres of
That's a
fabric
lot
there.
of fabric, isn't
Lot
it? So
of
it's
fabric.
a great value kit for £139.99 with all of that fabric, and the colours are beautiful. And sometimes I know, you know, when I look at things, I think, oh, I don't know how would I choose? Don't know what colours are going to go. I like the fact that they've got a print in the background, not a plain, but it's not always easy to put that together yourself, but it's all there. So before we go to the demo, I've just got to show you this ruler, because this is what you're going to use, isn't it?
Yes.
This is Jenny's amazing trick. Actually, I'm going to put it onto a piece of fabric so you can see it better. Oh, I'll put it onto here. So the Star and Geese patchwork ruler, why is this so wonderful?
Right, it's really a misnomer. It will do the flying geese template. That's what it was originally designed for. But basically, it will do half square triangles and quarter square triangles. It's a ruler that works in two different ways. One end does your half square triangles, your HST, and the other, the whole triangle, does quarter square triangles, your QST.
Okay.
So you don't have to use it for Star and Geese. You can use it for your half square triangles up to and including, I think it's 4.5 inches, and you can use it for your quarter square triangles up to and including, I'm not quite certain where mine's gone to, let's read it because I can't remember exactly the size, up to and including 6 inches.
6.5. Yeah, so 6,
So
yes.
it will be if you put 4 quarter square triangles together using the entire ruler, you would end up with a 12-inch finished block.
Wow. So it's a good price as well,
It's a brilliant price, and it's
isn't
one
it?
of those rulers that if you want a half square triangle, you just go to the ruler and cut it out. There's none of this having to remember the magic measurements in patchwork, which is if you've got a square, you want to finish up with a square, you add 1/2 inch to the finished measurement. If you're doing a half square triangle, you add 7/8. If you're doing a quarter square triangle, you add 1 1/4. So it takes that out of it.
Oh, I see.
You just cut your strip the size that is listed on down the sides of both triangles. It is missing a bit at the end, not because it's broken.
Oh, yeah, look, it's got, you can't see very well, but yeah, it's got a little nick off the end.
And at the top of it is missing the point. And that will save you, seems silly, 3/8 of an inch on every strip of fabric you cut out.
Wow.
Quite wow. It's a technique that's been used by various companies, and it actually does make a huge difference. It's also, when you cut out, you're removing one of the little ears, so it's fewer ears to cut out.
So you're going to show us how
I'm going to show you how to use
So
it.
you don't, I'll go over to Jenny in a moment, but you don't have to buy this to do this kit.
No.
You don't have to. The instructions will explain exactly how to do it. However, obviously, Jenny is an expert and she always recommends a good ruler. So this is a great addition if you've bought the kit, because you will use it over and over again. And £12.99, well, you know what the price of rulers is. This is a good price.
It is a very good price.
So I'm going to go over now. So don't forget to check out on the quilt kit. They are flying out and we are limited in stock. There was only so many that we could get hold of. £139.99, £35 saving. So I'm going to go over to Jenny now and she's going to show us how to make it.
I am indeed, yes.
Do you need my ruler?
No, I've got my own, thank you.
Oh, okay. Right.
Right, what we're going to do first is look at the easiest block to make, which is the one that has the centre feature fabric, this one, okay?
The sheep.
Yes, this one also has the design going every which way but the right way.
I like that.
To be quite honest, can you really see any difference between this block and that block, where they're all going exactly the same way? The answer is
No, not
you
unless you'd have to go up to it and almost sort of run your fingers down,
yes,
wouldn't you?
Yeah. So the design is made up out of 2 blocks, one block being this one, and the other block being the one that goes next door.
Oh, okay.
And if and when you put them together, and we'll show sort of when the table's a little clearer, you will get the other star happening in the very centre.
Oh,
the
so
one that
this
happens there.
star is the corner of the blocks.
Correct, yes.
See, I thought it was that block, that block, that block.
Yes, no. That's even easier. So you've got 16-inch blocks. This one has an 8-inch finished centre. This one has an 8-inch finished centre made up out of your half square triangles. And that's where that ruler comes in very nicely, because it does all the sizes that I need. So let's deal with that one first. Move these out the way. So your initial move is you're going to cut an 8.5-inch square for the centre. Put that over there. Now, this is where I would use that square ruler you mentioned on the first show.
Ah, so the 12.5-inch square that I
Yes.
said is great
Yes.
if you're doing the designer block.
Correct, absolutely super. Now, it does suggest in the pattern that you cut an 8.5-inch strip off your material. But you want, I think it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 6 of them. You get 5 of them out of one strip. You're going to need another extra one. So why cut another complete strip when you only want, say, 1 square?
Oh, so just cut
one square.
and leave the rest
Can
of it.
leave the rest. Then you get a much bigger chunk of fabric for using for all your other
Such a
things.
good idea. Yeah, because if you, this is what I always say to people, please read the instructions, because if you don't read the instructions first,
Yes.
you do the cut 2 strips.
Yes.
And then you realise you've cut that you don't need.
Yes, absolutely. Totally. And
Write that down.
Yeah, write
if
that
you bought
down.
the
You
kit.
do read the instructions, because many times on a lot of these patterns they say cut an entire strip and you only want, say, 2.
Yeah,
So just cut them out. And with this ruler, you can cut any size of square from, 1/4 of an inch if you must, up to 12.5 inches.
Okay.
So move number 1 is open your fabric. This is just to cut 1 square, okay? Put the ruler on and cut yourself a right angle that's slightly more than the 8.5 inches you want. There's the 8.5 there. So rotary cutter, don't get muddled up with scissors. Just literally push the rotary cutter up there. This is the hemline rotary cutter that doesn't require me to do that. I just push with the cutter. Comes with a neat little stand and stands up. Once you've got yourself a corner cut, then
Nice.
flip the fabric
I
around.
didn't realise that was a stand.
No, it is a stand. Okay, right, I am right-handed, so the fabric goes on the right because it's an R in fabric, and the ruler eats its way in from the left until it's eaten its way 8.5 inches in that direction and 8.5 inches in this direction. Where's the 8.5? It's not so terribly easy. I've got him around the wrong corner here. Let's start in the right corner. There we are. 8.5 that way and 8.5 that way. So can you see it's now covering up 8.5 inches?
Yeah,
And then I cut
perfect.
up here, just push with the cutter and along the top. And there is your 8.5 inch square. If you were left-handed, you do it the other way round, which always bugs me slightly because I'm really right-handed. So you would open your fabric out, you'd cut yourself your corner up there, and then turn it round and you work from this way coming in. All right?
Okay.
So left-handed people, absolutely fine. The ruler works in both directions. Right, let's move that and that out the way, and don't let me forget.
So
where the
that,
cutter
let me just show this rotary cutter.
Yes.
Because that's, I've seen these, but I didn't, I'm not going to, so this is what yours will come like.
Yeah.
But
Go
this
on, there
is
you
what
are.
it looks like. So you don't have to press anything.
No, you don't. You just push it.
How does that work then? Oh,
Yeah, try a corner. Be careful because it's very precious.
yeah, but I see
fabric,
what you
because
mean.
I
So
like it.
you're not, because
You are.
normally you have to press something, but
Right,
because
there, we'll just try on there.
it just presses the lever. Oh, that is clever. So
All right.
there's no,
No, so it's also sort of it's safe. So when you pick it up, there is that.
there's
covering the
nothing,
blade.
and you're
No.
not having to
No.
hold the
And
trigger.
when you've finished, what you do, and this is the important bit, is you lock it so that way, so that won't move. So when you put it
Right.
in your bag, then it won't go back and you won't cut yourself. What
Okay.
you don't do, Rebecca, and I've seen people do this, is they open it, they lock it, they leave it there, it falls off the counter, this goes through your foot, or you turn around, and I won't do it, and you talk to the teacher with your open rotary cutter, and I have several cuts down that arm where it's never locked until you go home or you finish with it, then you lock it,
Right.
then it's safe. Okay?
And it's got a little stand.
And it's got
That's
a little
really
stand.
clever.
Even-
£21.99, and this is 45mm, which is your standard
Yeah.
size. But that is really clever.
I took it
Oh,
apart to make
we're
sure
going
the
to
blades fit. You need the new blades to buy the blades from the previous show.
okay.
Which will fit.
We've got a special price on this as well. So it should be £21.99, and we're going to take it down to £12.99.
Well, there you are. What?
Yeah, I know. And look at the price comparison elsewhere. Amazon, Long River, £14.56. But we're going to take ours as lower than that. And we've already beaten them, but why not beat them even further?
Yeah. Is Hannah feeling all right today? Because she's doing an awful lot
I
of
know
very
she
good
is,
bargains.
isn't she? She's dropping prices willy-nilly. £9.99. £9.99 for this. £9.99. And honestly, I think that's so clever that you just go like that.
Yep.
And it's got a stand.
Yes, you see. And
Now-
then you can lock it for safety. Right, okay.
The blade is gold coloured, but it will take a regular,
It will
normal.
take a perfectly regular, ordinary, normal blade. So it just takes the ones that we had for 40. That's £1.50 a blade.
I know, because they normally cost more than
Yes,
that,
I
don't they?
know. I paid £4.10 for one at a show because I'd forgotten I needed a new blade.
No,
£4.10
for one blade?
For one blade.
They are really, I see, I never understand that. I always look out, I always buy mine when they're on offer.
Yeah, well, I needed one
or
that
in
minute,
bulk.
and there was one available for £4.10.
This rotary cutter's going wild. We've got way more than over half of the stock is in baskets for this. £9.99. It's brilliant. I want one of those.
Yes.
Because I like mine. I have a trigger one, so I don't have to slide,
yes.
so that I don't
Yeah.
have to slide
No,
it back.
no.
But that is even
You
better.
just pick it up and push it.
I'm going to get one of those.
Right, okay.
£9.99. Right, let's move on.
Okay, so there is the centre of our block. So return to our block. Then you have a star around it.
That's
Okay,
yours.
made up out of the two cream fabrics. Yes, don't take it away, I might need it. Right, the way that the pattern will tell you how to do it is you will cut 8.5 inch by 4.5 inch strips in the fabric with the swirlie on, and you will cut squares from our directional fabric. It advises you then to draw a line on the back of the square, and basically we've done this technique many, many times. Is you put one square on one corner, you stitch, you then open out having cut the excess off, and you put the other square on the other corner and you stitch and open it out, all right? Now notice immediately I've got one going one way and one going the other way. If you wish to use that particular technique, then the answer is you take your two squares and you put them on and just lay the design out. So that is the top of my star. In fact, it isn't, that is the top. Was I having it that way up or the other way up? No, sorry, it's the bottom. So there is the bottom, and all of them going in that direction. There is one of the side pieces, and notice they're all going in the same direction.
Right.
There is another one of that's the top
So
one
do you
there.
have to lay these all out?
If you were feeling
If you
particularly
want them to
fussy
go
and
the
laying
same
them
way.
out, because the trick is on the back of the square, two squares will have the diagonal drawn from top left to bottom right,
Yes.
and two squares will have the diagonal drawn from the other direction.
Okay.
But if you're feeling really fussy, that's what I do. I draw the lines on them all, or fold them in half, give them a quick press, lay them out. You stitch them on by sewing up that diagonal line, and one of them I've done. Which one did I do? There we are. Now, again, top tip, when it comes to using this technique, make sure you stitch fractionally to the outside of the line, or rather out here, because what you want to do is to remember the fold in the fabric. So when you fold it back, you've allowed for that little bit of extra.
Right.
So
And when you
sew
say
fractionally, I mean just beside it. Fold
Okay.
it back and then trim it off. So if I open this one out, I would stitch, because I've stitched that one, I would stitch exactly just, this is bit's going to fold back side, so just that side of the line.
Yeah, so we're talking like a millimetre.
We're talking beside the line,
Right.
because that will allow for the fold in the fabric.
Okay.
And you see, this one goes from top left to bottom right.
Well, we're
and that
going to
one
come
went from
in
top-
close so that people can
Yes, yes.
see
So we
that.
want to go just that side of the line.
Right,
there.
so like
yeah, just
fabric
a
thread.
fabric thread away. Okay.
And that makes a difference then.
That makes
because
just a huge difference. Then it will
Okay.
fold back exactly. Now, when you've done that, you're going to end up with 4 pieces that look somewhat like the ones I've got here. And again, they will all fit in the right places. Where are they? That's it. There.
I like these fabrics because they're similar,
Yes.
but they're different enough.
They are
without
indeed.
being too bold.
Now, listen, I'm not going to spend ages fitting them all in the right direction. I know they will go in the right direction because I've already done it. There we go. And that's that. Okay, so that's how you would make these, and we'll come to using the magic ruler in a moment. The corners are then made up, and we'll do a corner in a second, and the corners are put in so that the paler green goes to there, and the paler green goes to there, and the paler green there. And that is, as easy as it is, one of the blocks. How I would piece it is I'd piece either the sides or the top 2 sections, and then you join the others as a row.
Okay.
So let's do sides. So you put the sides on top, and then you want to stitch it with this piece on top, because as I press the seams open and flat, you can, and it will be hard to see because the fabrics are similar, but you'll see on something else. In the open seam, there is a little point here, a V, which is the top of that particular shape. And if I sew down here and I aim for that V, regardless of the seam allowance, I will be bang on that point.
Okay. And do you sew on that point or just up beside
No, you sew
it?
right the way through that point.
Okay.
Exactly.
Right.
So if it happens to be a bit more than a quarter, then you come along here and you deviate. If it happens to be less than a quarter, you come along here and you deviate, because it's much more important to get that point than it is to do the seam allowance.
Got it.
Okay,
Yes.
so I do sidey pieces first, and then I would join these as a row and stitch it on.
Right.
Okay, now, that's how you do the block as described on the pattern, and we'll come to the corner pieces in a moment. So how would I use...
This is Jenny's version.
This is Jenny's
Infinitely
version.
better.
Well, it just saves a lot of fabric. So we are making half square triangles. So I'm actually going to be using the B side here. Let's put it on that. We should have had a piece of paper, actually. Would have made life easier. There you are, side B, okay? So side B, and it shows you in the picture, does half square triangles.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm using a 4.5 inch strip. Exactly the same as what it says on here, 4.5 inches.
Okay, so the cutting out in the instructions is the same.
Exactly
Right.
the same. You're not going to do any difference at all. So if you take your 4.5 inch strip and you open it out, I'm just going to trim the selvage off the end. Use that ruler for the moment. Never cut your selvages off until you're actually ready for it. Reason being is you then know which is the selvage and where the warp and the weft go on the material.
Yes, that's true.
Right. If I now take my ruler and I place it on here so that the 4.5 inch line is on the bottom, okay, and I cut up there, there are 2 half square triangles. Right, to cut the next lot, I turn the ruler round, replace the 4.5 inches, replace it on there, little flat end on the top there.
You've got
and
the
you
little
cut up there.
nick off the top already.
Right, now, this might confuse some of the other viewers. If you're really fussy about the direction you're going, notice I cut my diagonal that way, okay? If I now turn the fabric over, sorry, I'm using the wrong fabric, aren't I? I should be using the directional fabric. Scrabble that, folks. Let's go back to this one.
It's the same process.
It's the same process, right. Okay, let's just do those very quickly. Right, so there we are. There's one set. What do I do with the ruler now?
Turn the ruler
Thank you.
over.
Right, make sure you were listening and paying attention.
No, I was. Turn the ruler over.
That's right, there's your other lot. Right, and if you want to do the other ones, I'm just going to do one set because I've obviously run out of fabric. I had the diagonal going top left to bottom right. So if you now cut it out the other way up, you will have your diagonal going in the other direction, and when you lay all the pieces out, they will all go in the same direction.
Right, okay.
So that's how you can do it. We'll do this again in a minute. So once you've got it together, then you're going to end up with 2 triangles, one on either side. Very simple to piece together. It does actually say on here it was all the right ones were in the right places. So what I would do is take my triangle, I think I've done it somewhere here, stitch it on, and whether you go from top to bottom or bottom to top, it matters not. Open it out, press the seam open and flat, and then add the other one on the other side.
So you cut this one into a triangle as well?
I'll come to that in just a second.
Okay.
Okay, don't jump the gun.
I'm getting ahead.
You are. And then that one will go on that side. Okay?
Right.
So that's how we form the block. But now you would like to know how to make those.
Yes, how do I
Right.
make... Because this is really saving fabric,
It's saving a
isn't it?
huge amount of fabric. Right, I mentioned that that ruler did half square triangles and quarter square triangles. Right, so we used side B. I'm now going to use side A. So again, the same 4.5 inch strip. No different to what's cut in the pattern at all. Ruler, line up with the 4.5 inches there, which will give you a finished size of 4 by 8 if I was making flying geese, but that's where it fits. Cut up here. If you've got one of those turny roundable boards, you know, the ones we've got these
rotating
on the show,
cutting
it's
mats.
easy to, I'm just going to do this. I'd tell you off if I saw you doing that in class. That there will fit these pieces here. There it is.
And I guess you can flip the ruler round,
You can flip
so
the ruler
you
round.
use loads less fabric.
Yes, you go round there for that one, flip the ruler round. So you're doing exactly the same shape. I haven't got to cut those corners off. I
Yeah.
haven't got to do any of that. So you use the same size strips, and that does your half square triangles, that does your...
Brilliant. And so you can then use that for if you buy it
so
for this
many
kit,
different things.
you're going to use it again and again, aren't you?
I'd use it all the time. Right, let's move those things out the way and deal with the corners here. Where's the corner piece?
That's brilliant. Think how much fabric you save.
Yes, you save a huge amount of fabric.
Such a great tip.
Right, the corners are done by cutting squares in those two colours. So easiest way to cut the squares is to cut a strip of each, 2.5-inch strip of each, exactly as it says in the instructions. And I would tend to cut them out in sets of 4, but if you're fussed about it, cut them out in sets of 2. Either use the same fabrics, top and bottom, or just double up. It doesn't really matter. So we want those. What have you done with my ruler? There it is. That's another ruler. Right, so you want 2.5 inches. There's your 2.5 inches, and cut. So for every corner, you're going to need one of each. One there and one there. And the direction doesn't matter. There's no more direction problems at all. Then, in the pattern, it will explain how we cut the triangles to go here. Because they change their method and they go to the 7/8 method, where you cut out 3 7/8 inch squares, one in the cream fabric and one in the green. You draw a diagonal line on the back, corner to corner. You then sew either side of the drawn line using a 1/4 inch seam allowance. So you can probably see it on there more clearly if I turn the block over.
Okay, yeah.
You then cut up the middle, there. Doesn't really matter whether you hit the line or not. Open it, and you will end up with 2 squares made of 2 colours that will actually measure 2.5 inches raw edge to raw edge. And I would press that seam open and flat. Okay.
Would you like me to do that?
Yes, please. You can do the pressing.
Turn it on.
There's 2 of them there. So that's fine, absolutely fine. You're going to cut lots and lots of 2 7/8 inch squares, put them together, do the diagonal
So
lines.
does this mean
either
you don't
side.
need to trim these?
No.
Okay.
You don't need to trim them. If you want to use the cheating method, okay, I'm going to show you another trick now, because you could, on the cheating method, where's it? Cheating method. Right, first of all, layer the fabrics right sides together, and we're now working with a 2.5 inch strip. Not very well cut out, Jennifer. All right, okay, put them right sides together, and then they're all ready to sew in their little pieces. Back to good old side B. Side B lines up with the 2.5 inch line. Can you see it there? 2.5 inches. And I simply cut my little triangles. I cut one there. And there's no direction to fuss about. Turn the ruler around and cut another one up there. And they're all ready in their little packets just to sew straight down there. And when you come to stitch it, you'd go in through there, out through there.
Okay.
And if I just do one quickly.
So again, that's using less fabric.
Using less fabric, but there's another slightly better way. I'll show you that.
This is brilliant because you can use whichever technique that you find most comfortable.
Correct.
It's a good way of practicing if you've not used one of these, because you're going to keep repeating it.
Yes, it is. It's a really good. Right, if you wouldn't mind pressing the seam open on that. I'll just do another
Oh, this
one.
is nice fabric.
It is lovely fabric. I know when I opened the box, I thought that's really, really nice material.
Is all the Henry glass fabric the same?
It's good quality material. I mean, as you rightly said, there is quilting fabric. There is quilting fabric.
There is. And when you use great quilting fabric, you can...
Yes.
You
Nice
notice.
stuff. Right, this one, why is that not the same size as that? It should be the same size as that. Now, what have I done wrong? What did I cut wrong in the first place? Did I cut those at 2.5 inches? That's amazing. It is the same size as that, thank you. Right, so that will now produce the same size. Now, a top tip is rather than cutting them individually, if you do this, okay, so we take our 2 strips of fabric, right sides together, take the ruler, draw a line this time. Okay, I'm not going to cut it, I'm going to draw it. Turn the ruler around. There was a trick that somebody used years ago when they did a paper thing. Do you remember the bit of paper?
No.
There was a strip of paper that was marked out in lines, and you sewed along the lines.
Oh,
and then you
okay.
cut it afterwards. So if you actually mark this out like that, you haven't got to pick up lots of fiddly little triangles, and then you sew here and here and here.
Oh,
and here,
okay. And then just...
and then just cut.
So you mark your whole
You mark
strip
your strip,
along.
and then you
Right.
literally cut up here there, and there. You can do it with the ruler rather than just cutting it. And when you open it out, this will be the same size as the other ones.
Okay. So you can go with the technique they do.
Yes,
You could
or
try
you can
that
do
one.
that.
You could, you know, there's lots of different ideas. But I think if you've bought this ruler, you may as well have a go. And this is a great place to try it because you're going to have to make quite a lot of these.
You're going to make lots of them.
So you'll be really good at it.
Yes, and then when you come to put them together, where's the little white one of those, the green one? Where do we put it? There it is. Why is it one gets in such a muddle? I'll cut another one. I know I cut two.
You
I did cut two.
Just because
Yes,
you've got lots of
because
fabric and
lots
it's a
of
small
bits.
table, that's why.
Well, this is it, you see. There we go. So there is your basic block.
Ah.
No, it's not. It's the other goodie. It's there. It's there. Rebecca, why didn't you say it was there? Dear. So there's a basic block. Right. When you come to sew it together, they are actually the same.
Oh, okay.
All right. So chain piece them. Right. So if you put the square on top or you have that one on top, it's the same all the time.
Right.
So
Okay.
don't lay one out and then realise that this piece and that piece are actually, if I turn it round, the same.
So you haven't got to overthink which side
So
of the...
once you sort of got it together, then put it down there. I tend to work with this one on top, then I can see the seam open. So I would put it together there and I would stitch it down that side, and then I make sure the next one was the square underneath with the diagonal going from top left to bottom right, so and so and so and so. And then you
Brilliant.
come to put them together. So that's that block. How much?
Right,
do you want to go back?
Before
and-
you do block
Yes,
number 2,
right?
while you get that out, I'm
Yep.
just going to go through the kit. So the kit, this is the kit. This is all the fabric that you're going to get. We've taken £35 off the kit. In the kit, you get these two beautiful, they're all from the same fabric collection, so you know it's going to go together. You get this beautiful sort of, I feel like it's like a tomato red. It's a very orangey red with the sheep with the polka dots. And then this one is the cow with the polka dots. And then you get this beautiful fabric that's used for the star points. You get the green that's used for the star points of the little corner block stars. The red that's used on the block number 2 that Jenny's going to show us in a moment. This green, this was the one that we used for the thread. Oh, that's funny. Mary says, both ladies look very colour coordinated for the quilt. I know, Mary, and you know, we didn't even plan that. It's amazing, isn't it? Obviously, this quilt must be our quilt because it's the colours that we like. I know, if only we did that all the time. And the fact that we're both one's green and one's orange is quite funny. I know, we must have had that vibe or be in sync. And then these are the two backgroundy star fabrics. You've got everything you need in there. You've got loads of fabric. You've got 7.5 metres and you've got full instructions. It's a beautiful quilt. Autumn's Embrace. I mean, it really is a beautiful autumn quilt. And what I love about it is only 2 blocks and you're going to either reuse skills that you already know. It's not terribly difficult. Quite a simple quilt to construct, or you're going to learn new skills. Do remember the day of this show because Jenny's taught you several different ways of doing the same thing. So you can choose which way you're going to do it. But making this quilt is going to give you the confidence when you go to make future quilts, because these techniques are the sort of thing that in patchwork that you will use over and over again. Do treat yourself to the ruler, because this ruler, as you can see from Jenny showing you, makes it a lot easier. It's going to save you fabric and money, really. You can keep it in your collection. You're going to use it for half square triangles, quarter square triangles for your flying geese, and it's a great price, £12.99. It's one of those real sort of patchworkers rulers. All of the patchwork where you're doing all of these HSTs and QSTs, this is the ruler really for the job. Definitely worth it. Now, while Jenny's organising herself, we have got the panel that has been designed as part of this collection. It's not in the quilt, but we've got the panel on its own. And actually, if you just love the panel, you can buy it. But also there's another thing. This square is the same size as the square in the centre of the quilt. So those orange squares that have got the cows in, is that the cows or the sheep?
Yeah, sheep.
The sheep.
Yes, you could use that. All you need is cut an 8.5-inch square.
So you could use this.
Here, have the ruler back and you can
Oh,
show
thank
them.
you. So on this one panel, you have got 6. And how many do you need? You need 6.
6, yes. It would work absolutely superbly. So if you've got the fabric...
So if you fancied, instead of doing the... you get a ruler and you just go round and round in circles. Look, because it's 8 inches, so you can just cut it, because it needs to be 8.5. You can cut it 1/4 of an inch either side, and you know it's going to fit. And because it's part of the same fabric collection, you could swap that into your quilt. Or get the panel, it could be your matching cushions. We've got a bundle of the other fabrics that are in the collection that you could buy alongside this. It would be lovely for matching cushions, because you've got all of these spotty animals. Oh, and on the end of it, you've got 4 little ones as well, all surrounded by this green print that is one of the fabrics as well. So everything beautifully goes together. Don't you just love the pig? So cute, isn't he? So that's the panel on its own, which you can just buy on its own, or you could use to substitute in the kit. If you love the fabrics, we've got a bundle here. Because they are so autumnally beautiful. In the bundle, you've got that panel, and then you've got all of these fabrics. So you've got the pig in miniature on a lovely mustard colour. You've got the green with the cows. £82.91 this is. It's 4 metres, and you are going to get ½ a metre for free, and we're going to crash it. £73.92. You've got this lovely deep red with chickens with spots. You've got this, the swirly one that's got the wreaths in that lovely green. I love the bees. So a lot of these fabrics aren't in the quilt kit. So if you love it, I love that bee one. Then we've got the rabbits, spotty rabbits, beautiful teal colours. And then you've got the spotty sheep. So this bundle, basically you've got all of the animals, and you've got the green. And then this one is cats, spotty cats. Oh, maybe they're cats. Yeah, Hannah thought they were bulls. So you've got pigs, cows, chickens, you've got the wreaths, bees, rabbits, sheep and cats, and the panel as well. What a lovely collection. I like that. I mean, you might want to make the quilt bigger. You could use this to go with it, couldn't you? Or you might just love the fabrics. £73.92 for that. Right, I'm going to go back to Jenny. She's going to show us how to make the second block.
Second block, which is slightly more complicated, has a centre star with a red surround around it, and then it has these starry parts there, and then the same corners.
Ah, OK.
So going back to the middle here, you're going to start off with a 4.5-inch square for the centre. There it is. And then we need to make the star parts. Well, you could do what the pattern says, which is a 4.5 by 2.5-inch strip, and we put one of these on one side, and we stitch, and we put one of those on the other side, and we stitch and we open them out, exactly as
So is this,
before.
like in the pattern, would this be like the simplest way to make it?
This is the simplest way to do it. Now, there is a trick to save wasting fabric, is you can sew down that line. So just let me sew down that line. So you want to sew, if you remember, I'm going to sew slightly to this side of it, so not through the line and certainly not the other side of it. So keeping slightly out here, because that's going to fold back. So you've got a needle in the middle. Put the needle back in the middle. There we go. So when you stitch down, you're keeping very slightly to the outside of the line, just to allow for the fold in the fabric. If you sew bang on the line, the fabric doesn't always fold exactly back to where it was, where it should be on the corner.
Kimberly says, hi ladies, it was great speaking to Jenny in Glasgow recently. Thank you for the wonderful advice, Kimberly. Kimberly from Cumbernauld.
Thank you, Kimberly from Cumbernauld.
I bet it was.
Okay, so ordinarily what we would now do is chop that off, which is going to waste the fabric. I tend to, if I'm using this technique, is I will fold it back and press it, turn it over, open it out, press it again before I actually cut it off, because it's actually easier to do that with larger pieces to open it than it is to try and open a small seam. Now, if you didn't want to waste that fabric, although I wouldn't do it on this size, if you sew another line of stitch 3/8 of an inch away, you will actually get, and I'll just guess it for the moment, you will actually get a usable little square. And it needs to be 3/8 of an inch away, which is usually the distance between the needle and the edge of the presser foot. And you could do this with this technique with any size of square. It works very well with this technique. Yeah. So all you do then, you see, is you cut up the middle there, and we get the piece that we actually desire, that piece, and we get this little piece here that you could use for something else, you see?
For free?
For free.
For free.
So you
What
don't
can
need
I
to
do?
waste it. But I mean, are you ever going to use all those pieces?
Well, I guess if you kept
Well,
them.
yes, you see.
You know,
I mean,
you might
some
think-
people
you might have
do.
enough to put all the way around the edge.
You see, if you're using the bigger ones, because if you do that with the bigger pieces, you're going to have quite a large piece. So you're not going to waste it. So it is 3/8 of an inch away, because the 3/8 will allow you a sufficient distance to cut up between and give them
Right,
two
okay.
decent seam allowances, or seam allowance you can push. You can press open. So open that and then put the other square on the other side and do that. Or you could, which I did, use my ruler.
Right.
2.5 inch strip.
So this is we're upgrading now.
Yes, we're upgrading now. Give it a press, okay, trim any ends off first. So we want 2.5 inches, so I'm using the B side, 2.5 inches, get it round the right way, Jennifer. Do you know, I found that hour, putting the hour back, really complicated this week. I've been all over the place, just losing 1 hour's sleep.
I know, you know what, I didn't change mine till I got up, so I didn't lose any sleep. And then
No.
thought, oh, it's 11 o'clock, thought it was only 10.
I was teaching at a sewing retreat,
Oh,
a
that's
creative
no
sewing
good, is it?
weekend. So, and of course, all the students came in, oh, God, and we want to do...
Yeah, it is really, I have missed things in previous years due to that.
Right, so there are half square triangles. We now want our quarter square triangle. So same size strip, 2.5 inches. Open it out, here we are. I'm going to use the red
Press
part
those
now.
for you.
If you can flap them out for me.
Only just because they've got
Yeah,
a bit
they've got
creased.
Bit of crease on it, there we go. That's it. And then we take in there and put one on one side,
Oh,
one
I
on the other
see. So
side.
it's the same as the other one.
Yes.
You're just pre-cutting
Just
them
pre-cut
to
it,
save
yes.
fabric.
Okay. So that saves an
Yeah.
awful lot of fabric, and you haven't got that wastage of fabric at all. So how does the design go together? Well, we have the centre block. You would add one of those at the top there, one of those at the bottom, that way up, and then to the sides you stitch. I got the red star. Yes, around the right way. You've got the little squares, what I had there. One square goes on one end, one square goes there. And
It's a lovely colour, isn't it?
it's a glorious colour, and they're really nice fabrics.
They're just,
Right, so that is that. When you've pieced that together, we tackle the other bigger sections, which you've already seen exactly how we do it. You can either do it with, guess what? The main piece and a square, smooth that slightly out the way. A square on either side, which is absolutely fine and no problem. Of course, there's no problem with the direction on this at all. You've only
so
got
would
that
you
one
say,
thing.
like, if somebody's a beginner to do this method, and if they're more experienced to do the other one, or can a beginner do either?
I would suggest that a beginner bought one of these, to be quite honest.
Oh, okay.
I mean, you can do this method, absolutely fine, but you are going to, unless you do that double line of stitching, you are going to waste that bit of fabric.
Right, okay.
You see?
So,
So either if you sew along here, so let's do it. There's no problem with it whatsoever. You can most certainly sew. I think the beginner, hopefully, having listened to us today, is count how many pieces you want and don't just willy-nilly cut the strips. Think about it. If it's only got 2 squares, you don't need to cut an entire 4.5 inch strip right the way across the
that's
fabric.
true.
Get yourself a
Sandra
square ruler.
says, I love watching Jenny with her sparkling enthusiasm and lots of information. Sandra, so do I. So do I. Actually learn loads. And I'm lucky because I can just stand here and ask all the questions I want the answers to.
Right.
Maggie says, thank you, a fabulous hour of demos and tips. 2 of
Thank
my
you.
favourite people.
Well, there you are,
thank
see?
you, Rebecca and Jenny. I've done a workshop with Jenny. It was great from Maggie. I bet it was. I bet it was. Because the thing is, if you're with Jenny, so you can go, oh, now,
Yes,
would
well, this is it, you see. No, they don't have time to do that. Good Lord, no. Right, so now I could just cut up there using 1/4 inch, so you can, if you're going to be really fussy about it, you could use one of your rulers and just
Because
cut
what
it
I
off.
would ask you
Yes.
is, why aren't they doing 8 at a time or 4 at a time?
I don't know why they're doing 8.
Why aren't they doing half square triangles where you do it 8 at a time?
Well, you could do that if you wanted
Yeah,
to.
but so in something like this, why don't they put that in?
Probably because it takes up too much room in the pattern.
Okay, Just wondered.
And this is a technique that this particular company seems to like doing, the square on there.
Right, so it's just...
That it seems to be their technique. I would have given if I'd written the pattern, I'd have given you a template for a quarter and a template for a half square triangle.
Right.
In the 2 sizes, and suggested you did that. You could do the adding on the 7/8 trick and then cutting that up.
So is it really just different companies
Different companies have different ways of doing it.
Right, okay. Because some people would always do like 4 at a time flying geese.
Yes.
Or 8
yes,
at a time half square
yes.
triangles.
Well, that doesn't work if you've got directional fabric.
Of course.
So the 4 at a time doesn't
that's
work.
the
But you
answer.
could certainly do the 4 at a time with this technique. And for those of you who don't know what the 4 at a time
Yeah, I'm just
is,
sorry. I'm just going off on a tangent because I can
where's
ask
the
the
page?
questions. But
Yes.
I mean, obviously, you know, you will have seen that a lot of people do different techniques, and I always wonder why.
why that
Because I'm never
happens.
not sure which one I should do.
I think it's really horses for courses. Hang on,
Okay.
That's fine. Let's just quickly cut. Right, the 4 at a time technique is done by taking a square, which would have to be, suppose I want to end up as 6-inch flying geese, I would have a 7 1/4 inch square. The reason for that is you add on 1 1/4 to the finished size for your quarter square triangle. So this would be a 7 1/4 inch square. I would then have my smaller squares, which technically need to end up at 3 inches, so it would be 3 7/8. So I would cut 4 3 7/8 inch squares. I'm going to cut 4 1/2 inch ones. This is just to show you how to. I hope you're recording all this.
Yeah,
folks.
this is obviously not in your instructions, but it's just, you know, as you'll come across these when you start patchwork, you then,
Yes.
this is what I found, I then use a different set of instructions. Well, they're doing a different method.
Well,
Why?
quite, yeah.
So it's really personal preference.
It is personal preference, and some people will teach one way, and some people will teach another way. Right, that's that. I got another 4 1/2 inch square somewhere. Yes, no, put one together. Right, pretend. Okay, so the 4 at a go time is you would put one of your squares on the corners there, and it would have a line drawn across it there, and another one on the opposite corner there, and the line drawn across it. See, when I'm teaching something like, say, flying geese, I will teach all the methods because people like to do some things and like to do others. You then sew cross there, 1/4 inch, 1/4 inch. When you've done that, you cut it. You then end up with 2 pieces that always look a bit like a horse's ear. And then you put one of those in the corner, draw the line, stitch that, and if you can just imagine it, when you cut it,
Right.
there is a flying goose.
But as you say, your print
Doesn't
direction...
work with directional
right,
fabric.
okay.
Preferably, what I would do would be the cut 3 7/8 inch square. So this would be a 3 7/8 inch square, which would end up as a 3-inch one when finished. And I'd cut myself a 7 1/4 inch square, and I divide it into 4. So you end up basically with the triangle in the middle there. And then I'd stitch those triangles to the corners.
Oh, okay.
It's horses for courses.
Right, it just depends what... And I guess this is the beauty of trying different kits or
Yes,
going on
yes,
workshops,
yep,
is you
yep, yes.
pick up all these different methods.
So this will certainly give you a simple way of doing it. If you want to save fabric, then I suggest you get one of those star geese templates. And remember, it's just not for star and geese. This will cut out your quarter, so your half square triangles there. You can see them covered in there. And there are your half square, your quarter square triangles there. So it's a great pattern.
Yeah, no,
Right.
I love
Okay,
the fact that...
coming to the quilting, because we ought to talk briefly about that.
Yes, let's talk about quilting.
Right, so when you've got it together, and let's face it, if you really don't want to do the whole thing, you could just do a lap quilt and just do sort of to there. You know, you don't have to do the whole thing.
Yeah, that's true.
Or you could just do an oblong. Or you can just take this block, you don't have to do the entire thing, and those blocks and put them together. Because that happens when you put
Yeah,
4
that's
of those.
a
and
nice
that's the same
cushion,
size
isn't
as
it?
that. Lovely cushion. Right, quilting, if I were a real beginner, I'd just simply get the walking foot out and I'd do something very simple. I'd probably go outside that star and ignore that one, and I'd go outside that star.
Okay.
I don't think, because by the time you stitch round here, you'll have come into that. And then I'd go, and you go round there, and I'd go inside those blocks. I think that's probably all I'd do.
Because that's always... I remember when I first started quilting,
Yes.
that was always my biggest thing. I don't know what pattern
Yes,
to do.
where to do it.
So I'd end up just doing diagonal lines
Yes,
and not
no, just
really
pick
wanting
it
that.
out. But by going inside, you'll create a line of
Oh,
texture.
that's a really good
Don't stitch
idea.
in the ditch, because you'll you'll miss it and it looks awful. So 1/4 inch inside. And if you wobble, it doesn't matter. And then perhaps go outside that, 1/4 inch away. I find my fingers do the walking. If my fingers are looking at it, thinking, does it need more quilting, then that's probably where it needs more quilting.
Okay.
Let your body tell you.
Right.
And then when you've done that, you sew round the edge with some tram lines around there, 1 tram line round the edge, and then don't forget to go round the edge before you bind it with a long stitch all the way
And
round.
there's fabric in the kit for the binding.
Yes, there's fabric in the
Which
kit
is
for
that
binding.
lovely
Yes,
colour.
yes.
It is a really nice, it's got a real sort of vintage,
It is,
warm
it's lovely.
feel
And,
to it.
you know, one of those blocks would just make an ideal cushion. And you are going to have plenty
Yeah, that's
of
nice.
fabric.
That is a lovely cushion. To
And
pop on your bed with it.
Yes, totally. So 2 of those, and how the design comes in the middle in case you didn't catch
And
it.
if you get the ruler and you use the fabric saving technique, you can have even more fabric left over to do it.
Yes. Well, you see, I hate to tell you this, but that's what I did with the Swirlie Dresden, you see.
Oh, this is coming up at 11 o'clock.
I nicked a bit.
So that was left over.
Well, yes, it will be left over. It has to be now, isn't it? Because I've used it.
Yeah.
So
That's, I mean, it looks gorgeous, doesn't it?
if you put them together, what have you done with the other block, woman? Where is it? Where's my other block gone to? The one that I did. How can we
I love the fact that the
lose
corners,
an entire block?
the corners,
well, the corners would
as well,
make a
don't
block if we can find the other finished one. I had 4 when I started.
they? It'll be there somewhere.
It'll be there somewhere.
Right, I'm just going to quickly recap
Yep.
the kit. Loads of you have got this in your basket, and I know you're we're waiting to see the end of the demo. As you can see, there are many different methods. If you want to keep it simple, just follow the instructions that come in the kit. Obviously, you've got Jennie's tips to save fabric, and watch the show through again. Once you actually get your kit home and you sit and re-watch the show, then you can decide how you're going to do it. Are you going to save fabric? Are you going to have a go at doing 4 at a time and 8? You know, there's all different methods. None of them are right or wrong. It really is personal preference. And, you know, that's why I asked Jennie, why do people choose? And really, it's just some designers prefer some methods and some others. And obviously, print direction plays a part in that. So in the kit, £139.99. We can do it on 3-way split pay if you want to spread the cost. You get full instructions so you can make it again. You've got, from your own fabrics, you've got more than enough fabric here. You've got all the fabric for the binding as well. It's a beautiful quilt, isn't it?
Yes, it's a really lovely, and the fabric's glorious.
It's just beautiful tones. It comes together quite simply. But it's going to be a beautiful addition to your home. Or if you're thinking, do you know, I am going to make someone a quilt this Christmas, get it now, and then in the dying embers of the summer, whenever that may be, you can make it.
No, you'll have done it before then, because it's just you'll open the box
I
and
know.
have a go.
And you'll go,
you see.
oh, well, do you know what, I'll just
Yeah, and it's not huge, so it's not a daunting subject for anyone beginning.
Yes, that's true. So this is your first quilt.
Yes, and you start off with the block, this block here, because that's the simplest block to do.
Okay.
And then you've got that one, and then because the middle is just one big large square, and you've seen how to cut squares, and you do that, and then of course you'll coat with that corner, which is then repeated all the way around, and then tackle one of these. And let's face it, if you really didn't want to do that star in the middle, there's enough of that fabric to replace that with that.
Oh, okay. That's true. Or you could make the other one into a star if you were feeling fancy.
Or you could get that panel.
Yeah, that's true.
And replace it with the panel.
Because the panel would look very nice.
Wouldn't
it? If I get a pig, because I like the pig best. So if we get the pig.
Isn't the pig, it's super, because it just fits in, because it is the same fabrics and all the same colours.
And all the same
things.
colours and the
Yes,
same
you see.
everything. So what you could do, instead of, I'm trying to fold it all up.
Yes, I think.
Put that there.
Yes.
That's badly folded. But you know, you get the gist.
Yes. So you could have it in the middle with the star.
Oh.
See? Get rid of the star and have piggies. I think that's lovely.
That's really nice, actually.
It would work with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 panels. You've got it.
Yeah.
So no, I think scrub that one.
Scrub the star.
And put that there. So
Yeah.
8.5 inch square of that, and just follow the design for that.
And also, because it is the same fabric collection, it all goes together really well. The panel is £10.99. Obviously, you don't have to have it as part of the kit, but if you're making that and you just think, well, I'm going to make a bag to put it in, to keep it in, to gift in, get the panel and you can make it a little matching bag as well.
Yes, could do. Absolutely.
Always lovely.
Or a pillowcase. No, I think I'd have the panel. I'd just have the panel.
Just have the panel.
For £10.99, the panel. Just get the panel.
If you love the fabric and you want more of it, because obviously once you've got these instructions, you could, if you bought the bundle, you could use this to make the quilt bigger.
Yes, you could do. Yes.
Because there's all sorts of different things you can. You get half a metre free, 73.92. You get all of those fabrics. So, and they've all got the different animals. So you've got the pig, the sheep, chicken. You've got, I love that swirly one. Bees, rabbits, sheep and cats. And then you get the panel as well. £73.92. Now, we do have some of these available on their own by the half metre, which means if you think, well, I don't know whether we've got this one, if you want, maybe you want, you know, a metre or a metre and a half, another one, the ones that we've got available by the half metre, it means you can multi-buy. So we do have, in the break, we'll be playing them through, but for example, this is the code for the bee one. I love that.
That is so nice.
That's so lovely,
yes,
isn't it?
Really nice, that.
Very sort of vintage kitchen-y, isn't it?
Yes, just delightful.
That would make a very nice little blouse, wouldn't it?
Wouldn't
it's
it?
just gentle.
Yes. Or something for a small child.
Yeah,
Yes,
really lovely.
yes.
Because it's really gentle
Little
colours.
frilly pinafore.
Blouse for me. £8.99 for that one. I think that's just beautiful. In the break, we will play through the ones that we've got available by the half metre. So maybe you've bought the quilt kit and you want to add to it, or you just love one of the fabrics. Do check out for the quilt kit. Remember, it's on 3-way split pay if you want to spread the cost. Half of what we've got left is in baskets. So if you want this quilt kit, get it gentle.
Yeah, definitely.
Won't be
Well
getting
over
it
7
back.
metres of fabric.
It's a great price. We won't be getting that one back either. Right, we're going to go for a quick break. We'll see you in an hour,
Absolutely.
Jenny, when you're going to show us your fabulous...
I'm going to show you some twiddles and fiddles with tinkering with texture and a swirly Dresden.
Amazing. That swirly Dresden's brilliant. I mean, they're just lovely. You're going to love these. And this is, again, it's proper technique. Learn how to do it. Get your questions ready. This is how you, as new to patchwork or a beginner or an expert, really take your skills up to that next, you know, fun level with Jenny, who's going to show you exactly how to do it. I'll be back with you in a couple of minutes. We've got some brilliant sewing tools in the next hour, including that cool Hexie tool. So I'll show you in that. I'll be back in about 2 or 3 minutes' time.
Hop into Easter with SewingStreet. On Friday, Tash Hutchins is back showing us how to create the Tessuti Lily linen dress. Plus, the Friday Pattern Company flannel pants, brand new to SewingStreet. Also on Friday, Jane Brogan will join us with the Elna embroidery machines. On Saturday, Catherine Ross is back on SewingStreet with some gorgeous cotton fairy kits and patterns. Sunday, Catherine Wright joins us to demonstrate the Tilly and the Buttons Frida shirt and the stunning Riley Blake Fairy Village quilt kit. Plus, stay tuned for Watch to Win prizes on Easter Sunday. There'll be a winner each hour for fun and games you will not want to miss. So get ready to hop into Easter with SewingStreet.
Come and join us every morning at 7 a.m. on our webpage before we go live on the show. So make sure you log on to our website and go to the Watch Live page. At 7 a.m. each morning, you will see a selection of products, all with a special deal, which will be available for that hour only. And this will, of course, be included in your 1 p.m.p. each day. Enjoy an extra special early morning treat every day from 7 a.m. on SewingStreet. Shopping with SewingStreet couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our SewingStreet app. Simply head over to your app store and search SewingStreet. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at SewingStreet. Hi, I'm Debbie Shaw, and I would love for you to join myself and John next Wednesday at 9 o'clock in the morning because we're launching my brand new fabric range. It's called Bluebell Hollow. It's a 10-piece collection which is all based on my watercolour paintings. So we'll have 10-inch squares, 5-inch squares, fabrics by the half metre and fabric strip rolls and a little bit of inspiration, so to give you some ideas as to what you can make with it. So I do hope you can join us. That's next Wednesday here on Sewing Street at 9 a.m.
Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with our social media pages. All the latest news, events, product launches, and much, much more. Search Sewing Street. Not only is Sewing Street live from 8 a.m. till 1 p.m. on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the Sewing Street app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with Sewing Street.
So have you heard of the sewing term fat quarter? A fat quarter is a rectangular piece of fabric, usually measuring 18 inches by 22 inches. It's called a fat quarter because it's a quarter of the fabric on a roll or bolt, and because they're pre-cut, no need to measure or trim. You can find fat quarters in different styles, plain, patterned, or even bundled together in matching sets. So now you know what a fat quarter is.
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 a.m. till 1 p.m, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge one P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
The Designer Quilt Block competition is back! Make your very own quilt block using the fabric on this panel that features 8 different prints. 12 winners will be chosen and will win £100 credit to spend with Sewing Street. Your winning block will feature in the Sewing Street quilt that will be displayed at the Festival of Quilts 2026. Please label the back of your block with your name and phone number so we can contact the lucky winners. Please send in your block by the 12th of June. Winners will be announced live on air, so stay tuned for the updates. For more details on the competition, please visit our website. Good luck from all of us here at Sewing Street.
Well, oh gosh, I coughed backwards then. Is that possible? Welcome back to Sewing Street. Lovely to see you. Loving all my messages on Facebook. So do message me. I've got the iPad here, so if anyone wants to message me. Lovely to read your message. We've had so many email messages this morning. It's lovely, particularly about Jennie. Really positive, because she's such a great teacher. Now, for those of you who have just tuned in, you're saying, what are these? What are these things of beauty? Well, these are 2 of our quilt competitions. Now, this is 2025, because this is the one we had. And I think, if I'm right, I think that's 2023. I think. I'm sure this is definitely 2025, and I think that was the year before. So if you've just joined us, or if you're new to Sewing Street, you think, what is this? Every year we have a designer quilt block competition. So what we do is we have a panel And the colourway changes every year. This year, I think it's a little bit kind of Indian summer vibe, don't you? With all these florals, bit kind of wood block print. It's very pretty, isn't it? I love it. So you buy the panel, £6.99, and then you enter the competition. You can make the block. There's certain rules, and other than that, after that you can do what you like. The rules are the finished block needs to be 12.5 inches square, so that includes a 1/4 inch seam allowance all the way around. We can sew it together to put it into the quilt. You need to use predominantly these fabrics so that the quilt hangs together with the other blocks. You can add in other fabrics and other materials. Just keep it mainly this, just as a nod. Otherwise, if you use lots of other colours of fabrics, it won't go with all the other blocks, but you can add a bit of your own. You'll get some white fabric here, which is 13 inches square. So this means that if you want to do a plique, you can use this as your backing square. If you need a bit of white to add into this, you can use that. Please do not quilt it. We will sew them all together and then we will quilt it. Now, what happens is you've got to get into us by the 12th of June. So if you try and get it finished by the 10th, post it that day, it'll be here in good time. We will then go through all the blocks and choose 12 winners. Each of those 12 will get £100 credited to their account. £100 to spend on pins or books or fabric or whatever you fancy. And all of the other blocks, we can't send them back, otherwise it would just cost us a fortune in postage. But what we do is we give them to other customers who make quilts, and they create quilts, and they are given to charities to raise money or auctioned off. So it does mean that whatever block you make, whether you win or not, you are going to be put into a quilt. The finished quilt is also exhibited at the Festival of Quilts. So you will be a Festival of Quilts exhibitor then. This was 2025. Now, as you can see, you can use any technique, as long as it's sewing, obviously. You can pop other fabrics in. If you look at this, you can see some people have put, look, this one here has got some extra fabrics in. You can use all different techniques. On this one, we've got EPP, embroidery. We've got a bit of FPP, cathedral window, beautiful machine applique. This one's EPP, strip piecing, very fancy. With embroidery on top, you can multi-technique, because this is pieced, embroidered, little squares around the edge, pineapple block. So, I mean, this one is a traditional quilt block, the pineapple block. So you can be like uber creative and do a lady in a kimono. You can do a traditional quilt block. I love this one. It's a vase, a basket of flowers. So you've got some piecing, you've got applique, and you've got embroidery. And it's machine embroidery as well. If you look at this one, oh, again, loads of different techniques. I love that one, the little kimono. It's gorgeous, isn't it? So this one is FPP. So there's all sorts of techniques. Now, it's not about, we're not just going to judge you because it's expertly done. It's not just about skill level. We're not a quilting competition. We won't look at the back. We don't care whether all your seams match up or not. We just look at them all, and what we do, we do try and choose a variety of techniques. So we probably wouldn't choose all EPP or all applique, because it's nice. This is sort of a representation of our customers and our lovely viewers. So we do try to have a little bit of everything. And other than that, it's like, which one just jumps out to us? Is beautiful, pretty, unusual, different, really clever, really skilled. I mean, it could be that it's superbly done. It could be that it's just a great idea. So whether you are a beginner, an intermediate, an expert, give it a go. We love to see your blocks. It's $6.99 for the printed panel. The address to send it there, the closing date, everything is on there. I mean, I would have a little think about it. Have a think about how you want to do it. What appeals to you? As I said earlier, my advice would be do something that you love, or do something that you've always wanted to try. This is a small, safe place to try it. You're not committing yourself to a whole quilt. You're committing yourself to a block. Please, please don't quilt it. If you want to add, somebody asked me earlier, like a little bit of interfacing on the back, you can if you like. Now, I would say it's got to be in by the 12th of June. Have a think about your postage. I can do mine 2 days in advance. If you're worried about your postage, post it a bit before. But you've got plenty of time to do it, to get it ready for that. Christine, good morning, gorgeous Rebecca. Good morning, gorgeous Christine. I've bought 6 panels. Wow, that's impressive. You have won a couple of times though, Christine. Can I just say, if you've already won, you can still enter, because we don't actually know who you are when we judge it, because we don't turn them over until the end. Great to see all the quilts together. 2 of my winning designs. Oh, really? See, now I don't know which is yours, Christine, because obviously we've sewn it all together. Well, Christine, 6 panels. That's going to give you a good go, isn't it? Have you got an idea already? I mean, I asked Jenny what she was going to do. She's not allowed to enter because she's too professional. I don't think you're allowed to enter if you work on SewingStreet. It's a bit like if you work on the lottery, you can't go in the lottery. I made one year, but only because I had to make an example in the early days to show you what you could do. Jenny was going to go Bargello, so you can have that idea because she's not allowed to enter. I think I'd go FPP, actually. Quite fancy a bit of FPP. Or I really like the ones where they've done really miniature EPP. That really appeals to me. I like the idea of doing a technique that takes ages, but you're not having to do too much of it. A bit like this cathedral window, because you're not committing to a whole quilt. So you can do something quite expert. Although I don't think I'd be very good at less is more. I think I'd like do this swan, and then I'd do a bit of embroidery, and then it would just be covered. I just, you know, I mean, I think that's beautiful. You can't even say which is your favourite, can you? Although the giraffe is Dan's favourite, just saying. But I don't know. I just think they're all genius. I think, like, when you look at them in close-up, look at this one, where you've got the dog on the sofa, and then you've got a little picture that's actually a little boat. And look, SewingStreet, I wonder if that, because that was printed on the panel, is on the shelf. I mean, I think that's one. And look, and on the rug, there's a little rope that must be the dog's toy and a ball. Anyway, do what you like. But then again, you could just do like a beautiful log cabin, couldn't you? Have a go. Have a go. Anyway, well, good luck, Christine. Now, if you weren't with me earlier, oh, there they are. We've put these threads. So these are beautiful Aurifil threads selected by Delphine, and coincidentally, and not by plan, they go really well with this panel. Not only do they go really well with this panel, but Hannah has taken £10 off. So whether you're entering the competition and fancy some matching threads, or you love this colourway and fancy the threads, or you just want to save £10 because you love Aurifil, one thing to point out, they're 50 weight threads, so they're normal sewing machine. There's 1,300 metres per spool, so absolutely lovely. You won't need any special cone holders, although they're bigger spools, they will fit in. What I would say, and I have discovered with my Dukey and my Elna, is that if I put the spool holder on tight on it, the thread keeps breaking. Very annoying. So I would say what I do is when I wind my bobbin up, I put the spool holder on really tight so I get a nice tight bobbin. But when I'm using it to sew with, I just release it by just a tinsiest bit, like, you know, a 1/16 of an inch. Just pull the spool holder out a little bit so it's not tight up there, because it's beautifully spun thread. I mean, actually, I find that with nearly every thread, is that if it's really tight, it can keep, not breaking, but, you know, when you stop stitching, it keeps coming out of the needles. So just release the spool holder a bit. What is fab about these is some of them are variegated, and you can't beat a bit of a plique in variegated thread. I mean, you can use it for piecing as well. Lovely for quilting because it's subtle. It's not like a full, you know, because some of the variegated threads, I've got one that's rainbow, so it really changes colour. These are just very subtly variegated. £10 off as well. So to celebrate. So you could have these to go with it because they go really nice, don't they? Can't wait to see all of your designs. I don't know which is my favourite colourway so far. love this one. I think this is going to be beautiful. And you might find as well that the colours inspire you. You think, oh, well, actually, it's the colours that done it. I mean, and I think that has happened with some of these quilts, that people have chosen to do designs based on these colours. But now, what I would say before you start is what I always do before I start with any fabric is spray it with Best Press. So we've put together some bundles for you. And we're doing a discount as well. Now, if you've never used Best Press before, it's a synthetic starch. It's the sort of thing that you would use on your shirts and your collars and your cuffs, but it's not super stiff. It's stiff enough. And it washes out as well. We're going to take £5 off this special bundle, £28.98. So this is the only one with the big refill. So when you buy the bottles of Best Press, they come with this trigger pump that you unscrew that, you put the pump in and you spray it on. You get your fabric, lay it out on your ironing board, like this. To be honest, with a printed fabric like this, I usually spray the back, just to be sure. Spray it, let it soak in, so give it a few seconds, depending on how much you put on it, and then press it. You will find then that your fabric is really crisp. Not like old-fashioned collar starchy crisp, but crisp enough so that it won't fray as much. If you're cutting on the bias, it won't stretch out of shape. And not only that, it will make your fabric and your ironing board and your room smell amazing. This is Cherry Blossom. Now, if you want a refill, that comes in the same pack. The refills don't come with the trigger, but it's fine because you've already got that, because this fits in there, so don't throw that out. If you've got several of these, they are really good to use. Yes, so it does... it doesn't fit right to the bottom, but it does fit in there. But what I do is when I get nearer the end, I pop it into there, and then it does, you know. In fact, I have several. Actually, what I do is I have an even smaller bottle, and I decant that into there. I know it gets very complicated. I'm sure, you know, we all have our really strange ways, don't we? This is how I do. I put it into that bottle and that bottle. But it's a really nice spray. It just mists it. If you've never tried Best Press before, once you have, you will be buying loads of it. It just gives your fabric stiffness, crispness. It presses better. It sews better. This special bundle, £28.98, where you've got the standard size and then the refill size, we only have 10 of those left. So do get checked out. Now, we've got other reduced bundles, but this is the only one that has the large refill in it. It's brilliant. Honestly, it's brilliant. I used to see people use Best Press and go, what are you on about? And used to people go, oh, you just got to Best Press it. I thought it was some kind of adjective or verb. But no, it's the thing. Let me do the other bundles for you. Now, let's do this one. So this one, obviously, this is where you can find out about scents, because we do sell all of these in the bigger refills as well, but these special bundles, this is where you can try different scents. So with this one, you've got the cherry blossom, but you've got the lavender and vanilla, which was my favourite, but it's now my second favourite. And I've tried all of them, and we can take £5 off. Oh, that one smells beautiful. It really does smell like French lavender and vanilla. It's beautiful, and I think it's nice to try all the different scents, because then you can see which one you like the best. So they both come with the trigger, action spray, pump. And then when you've used it and you've chosen it, you know which scent you like the best, then from then on, buy the refills, because you don't get the pump, you'll just put them in. And it's obviously more cost effective to buy the refills, but you have to get all the scents to see which you want. But with a £5 saving, £18.98 for two. We've only done this bundle once before, completely sold out. What's your favourite scent? Have you tried all of them? I think, well, if I haven't tried them all, I've sniffed them here. So that's nice, but I have, because I need to know, don't I, what smell I like the best. So I have sniffed them all. And what I try and do is when I need a new refill, I just buy a different one. Until I decide, because I do use it a lot. What I do as well is when I'm doing quilt blocks, is once I've finished the whole block and it's all sewn together and I'm happy everything's straight, I give it a best press spritz and press it, and that sort of locks it into place. What's lovely about it is when you've finished sewing, and you've, whatever you're making with your dressmaker, when you wash it, it comes out. So that stiffness is only there to hold it for while you're sewing it. So don't worry if you think this is really stiff, and you know, maybe you're making a blouse from cotton lawn and you want a bit more stiffness to it, you can wash it out. But I do use, particularly this lavender vanilla, when I'm doing clothes, like normal ironing, boring ironing of clothes, I do give my blouses and things a little spritz with that, because it doesn't make it super stiff, but it just gives it a little bit more body, and it smells really nice. And my ironing board constantly smells of it. Although I've started on a new smell now, so I'm swapping over. So that's that one, £18.98. Now the new favourite smell is in this. Is that bundled together? Because is the orange one on its own? Right. This is my new favourite scent, Linen Fresh. It's absolutely beautiful. It does smell like your laundry has been hanging on the line on a summer's day. You know those early mornings of summer when it's just warm but not hot or cold, and the laundry is blowing in the breeze. It's just delicious. So I'm vacillating between that one and Lavender Villo, can't decide, but that's my current favourite. But what's great, if you buy the bundle, that one's Citrus Grove. Now that's lovely, because that's sort of orangey and lemony, beautiful. But everyone has different favourites, so this is a really good way to try them. Or if you've not used Best Press before, give it a go. If you're a dressmaker, honestly, it does make a difference. I always Best Press spray all of my fabric, give it a really good press, and then lay it on my table, pin all the pattern pieces to it. It makes things like, particularly, you know, when you're doing like collars where you've got all of those curves, or yokes, or if you're doing pleats, when you want to press a pleat, like a box pleat or a pin tuck pleat into place, it presses crisper. So for any sewing, I would recommend it. £18.98, that's for that bundle. You will have your favourites. If you got any of these, you're getting a really good deal. The Cherry Blossom one with the refill, which is this one, we're on single figures of that one now, like 5. That's the only one in the bundle that we've put with the refill. But that's what they look like. And we sell, I mean, sometimes obviously we're out of stock, but we sell all of the scents in the refills. So you don't need to get another one of these, because the pump comes with that, and then when you get that, you can put them on. I do seem to have, maybe because I've bought the scents, but I do seem to have a few of these. If you wash them out, they're really good for spritzing plants, you know? Just so keep the Best Press out of them. The Lavender and Cherry Blossom bundle, very close to selling out that one. This is the only one, the Cherry Blossom, that I haven't actually used. I'm not sure if I've even sniffed. No, I must have sniffed it. The problem is they have seals on the top. Oh, that's nice, actually. Yeah, it's quite nice and light. This one is in single figures as well. Give it a go, or save yourself some money, but it is lovely. And if nothing else, use it for I do this with I'm not wasting it on my bed sheets, but my pillowcases. Quick spritz of the lavender and vanilla just on the top of the pillowcase. It's lovely. Then when you get into bed, it smells amazing. And you just get that really nice, it's like having posh bed linen, because it's slightly more crisp, slightly crisper. Right. Oh, should we do the frictions? Oh, how cool are these? So, these are really cute, aren't they? These are heat erasable pens. I thought they were like kids' pens from a, novelty, because they've got these lovely things on the top of them. You will get a randomly selected one, but they are heat erasable. So they are like your friction pen, but obviously a different brand. I'm just working out. Oh, that's clever. Just worked out to do it. That they've got little things on, and those are the bits that you go up and down. So they are clicky in, clicky out. You would, I don't know what colour you'll get, but they're only £1.99. They're heat erasable, or you can rub them out using friction on there. And we are going to reduce the price for you to £1.49. You don't know which colour you'll get one of those colours. But what's great about them is that when you go on a workshop or something and everyone else has got a friction pen, you'll know which is yours. So you'll either get this charcoal one with the inch, or you'll get the pink one with the sewing machine, or you'll get the blue one with the balls of yarn. £1.49. So if you love a heat erasable pen, but you want something a little bit different, this is ideal. I don't know which one you'll get, but £1.49 for those. They're nice, aren't they? I wonder if you get three, whether you get all of them. They're cool, aren't they? I do have to say, this is a feature that I do like, that I try to choose in the friction pens, is when you just click them on and off, because I always forget to put the lid on and then they dry up. But it's much easier to do that, isn't it? So perfect for all your sewing, for marking your sewing. And if you know, you know. I use mine all the time. They're absolutely brilliant. £1.49 for those. And I think I'm just going to get a piece of, oh, do you know, I'm going to do it on the corner of here. Let's have a go. Then we'll find out if it comes off, won't we? Oh. Yeah, they are different colours. I thought they were. So you've got black, pink and blue. There we go. I'll go and iron it in a minute. Have I got one under here? Oh, no. Yeah, I've got one under here. Just give me 2 seconds. This is the joy of the Eliso iron, is that they heat up really quickly. I'm so impatient at home that I have to have an iron that heats up really quickly. It's so going to work. I've got a few Eliso irons under here. Right, now I've marked the panel, let's hope it comes off. But it will. Trust the process. Just making sure it's hot enough. Yeah, it'll do. Da, 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 gone. Magic. Should we do it another bit? Don't worry, you're not getting this panel. If you get, well, you won't know anyway, because I'm going to write my name. So if you're thinking about doing some embroidery on your panel, draw it on using your friction pen. And also, if you've got more than one colour, you know, you can draw different bits of the design on with different colours. That's why I have as many colours. I think I must have about 10 different colours of these. I'll just draw little hearts. There we go. That's lovely. So I could just embroider over that now, couldn't I? And then, da, 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 gone. Do check. Do check. Don't go live on air without having checked. Haha. But I believed it. And I also, Hannah did tell me that other people have used and they do work. So, but there we go. Brilliant. £1.49. And that's actually, well, as you know, when you look at the price of other pens, that's a very good price, isn't it? I'm just going to put my arm back. Right. Oh, what shall I do next? Do check in, please. Remember, the colour will be selected at random. You might get black, you might get blue, and you might get pink. And if you multi-buy, you might get 3 the same or 3 different. Now, these tape measures are my favourite tape measures because I like to have 2 sizes. I'm going to start with this one because mostly for my patchwork, quilting, sewing, etc., I'm using the smaller 150 centimetres because I'm doing small things. However, if I'm cutting bigger pieces of fabric, or if I'm cutting fabric for dressmaking or curtain making, or I want to measure something like the height of my windows, I need a longer tape measure. Now, you can use this, obviously, for the smaller measuring, or you could, it's up to you. I like to have both of them because This is heavier, chunkier, longer, so I like to have a smaller one, but for small measurements. The reason I love these is because they've got a good spring. I get through a lot of tape measure because I think I'm quite careless. I seem to iron them or cut them. These are, so therefore I've tried lots and lots of different ones. These are pretty robust. They don't melt with the iron as quick as others do. They take a bit longer to cut through, but the main thing is that retractable spring is really good, and I haven't found it's broken, whereas a lot of other tape measures, they stop retracting after a while. Also, if you're going to be measuring something, I'd always say don't pull it right out to the end, because that's when it won't go back out. So if you're getting up to about 150 centimetres, 60 inches, use the bigger one. They've got a nice discreet metal end, as in the metal end won't go inside when you retract it, so you can see it. But I prefer that to the ones that have got big chunky or novelty ends, because that gets in the way. And I also think that, when I say, like, Hannah's laughing at my novelty ends, I've got a sheep tape measure that's got a tail on the end of it, and it sort of gets in the way. Or, you know, you get them that have funny things on the ends. I also think, for the price, I think they're a great price. They're not horribly expensive, $3.99 for a tape measure of 3 metres long. It's imperial and metric as well. It's not just imperial. So I think for the price, they're really good quality. And believe me, I get through a lot of tape measures. The smaller one, the 150 centimetres, 60 inches, is $2.99. So I would say get both. I love mine. In fact, I've covered mine as well. Always nice to make a little tape measure cover, and then they're really nice. Just one of those really useful things to have in your sewing equipment. Wooden floss bobbins, these are lovely. So these are laser engraved. These are brilliant for, obviously, they've got this little screwy thing that joins them all together. These are great for like winding your stranded cotton on to use, so you know what colour threads you're using. They're all laser engraved, so you've got a hedgehog, a dress, a cat, another cat, and 2 sewing machines. So you can wind your stranded cotton, your tapestry wool, your crewel wool, your rayon thread, whatever. They're also really good if you're a fair round knitter or stranded colour work, because you can wind small amounts of yarn onto them. So I would use them for both things. They're actually just really nice, aren't they? So if you're a cross stitcher, ideal for that, or an embroiderer. And then they all come with this little thing, and then you just pop them all back on there. They're $2.99. $2.99 for those. I think they're a great price. They're just really nice. Or you could just use them as bag charms, couldn't you? I think they'd look quite nice, just swinging off the edge of your handbag. I think they're just really cute, aren't they? For $2.99, just a little thing. Ooh. And you're only paying 1 P&P all day. If you've already paid your P&P, it's worth it. I've just realised I've got the end on the wrong end. There we are. There we go. So those are the little bobbins, $2.99 for those. Keychain set. Well, I guess you could hang them on a keychain. If you've got those like little lobster class things, you could take them off and put them on there. Really nice, aren't they? There we go. Meter ruler is one of my favourite things because it makes the best sound. Oh, lovely. I really like this because it's like a proper old-fashioned ruler. It's imperial and it's metric. It has metal ends with holes in. So it's brilliant for measuring fabric when you want to keep it exactly flat, which is why they use it in fabric shops. You lay your fabric flat, you've got the exact measurements, it's not going to move. It's not like a tape measure that will move around, it's flat. So it's perfect for that. It's also really good, this size, when you're layering a quilt with your backing fabric you're wadding in your quilt, having something long like this will smooth it out. So I've got a really long ruler like this that I use at home. I sometimes use my long rotary cutting ruler as well, but you can really smooth out the creases, particularly on a wadding. The other brilliant thing is it could be a quilt hanger because it's got the holes. You see, you can hang it up. If you put tabs on the top of your quilt, so if you've made like a wall hanging, a smaller, you know, wall quilt, or any sort of fabric applique design, you could put a sleeve in the back of it. But what I would do is put fabric loops and hang them up. And then you can actually see the tape measure. And then all you need to do is put 2 little nails or hooks in the wall. Or if you use that command tape, you could stick it on the wall. And then that's a really nice way to hang up a quilt, isn't it? Just because it's a lovely thing. Or you could just have it hanging on your wall because it's got the hole. You just have it hanging on your wall and then you can use it. I usually have mine behind the door, but it's just, I don't know, $4.99. It's a really good price for a traditional piece of sewing equipment that has survived time because it's still useful now. It's got all the conversions on it as well. Wadding. This is, it looks like a car sponge, doesn't it? The first time I saw this, I thought it was a car sponge. It is wadding, but it's cut in a 2.5-inch strip, and there's 15 meters. It's amazing. So if you want to do a jelly roll rug where you get jelly roll strips, 2.5-inch strips of fabric, you put it onto the wadding and then you roll it, you fold it round and then you zigzag stitch it round together in a circle, you can make a rug. Now trying to cut your wadding, because it's a bit movable, isn't it, into 2.5-inch strips and then join it all together is not the easiest thing. That's why it's sold like this. So for anything like a jelly roll rug, or if you're doing something like bag straps, bag handles, that are 2.5-inch, that you want to use 2.5-inch strips, it's already pre-cut for that. It's £12.49. All the hard work is done for you. It's so simple, so you know it's good quality. Most of the wadding that we sell here and that I use is the So Simple brand. It's really good. But you use it, like, you know, here with your jelly roll, exactly the same width, and then you can either fold it round, sew it right sides facing, use it for bag handles, straps, all that. But it's trying to cut wadding into this width and joint together is not the easier. It's a great product. If you're a jelly roll rug, Google or Pinterest jelly roll rug and then you'll know what I mean, but they are fab. And this is perfect because it's 15 metres in total and only £12.49. Now, I've got some jelly rolls. So just to explain, jelly roll is the moda name, brand name for a roll of fabric that's all 2.5-inch strips. Other companies call them design rolls, or there's the batik ones. They call them something else, don't they? But jelly roll is actually the term that Moda use. But this is a cave design roll. This is the rainbow one. Isn't that lovely? Shall I show what it looks like? Imagine making a jelly roll rug from a cave rainbow design roll. It would look fabulous, wouldn't it? In your hallway. Do you know what? You could do quilt as you go with this, couldn't you? Because you could even put the strips together and quilt it. It'd be quite nice. So this design roll, 40 strips, $64.99. It is rainbow, so you've got the classic cave deep imperial purples moving into the mauve. Then you've got those bright fuchsias and burgundies and the vibrant juicy oranges. You've got the real citrus yellow, the lime greens, and then the blue. So you've got that whole rainbow colour palette. $64.99 for that, for the whole roll. And remember, if you want to use the jelly roll wadding, £12.49. I think that's fabulous if you love a bit of cave rainbow. I've also got a cave, the bluey one. Cool. Look at the colours in that. You've got purples, greens with purples, and mauves, all moving around to one little bit of grey. So if you love the cool colours, well, you can see it better like that, actually. £64.99. It's gorgeous, isn't it? Absolutely gorgeous. And then we've got pastels as well. Pretty. As pastel as Kate is ever willing to go. For a lot of people, they'd think this was bright, but for Kate, this really is pastel. But look how pretty it is there. And this is, when you look at it like that, you can see that's what it would look like if you made it into a rug. That's the swirls of those colours. Really nice as placemats as well. Using these design rolls, they look fabulous. And then you can just wrap them around cotton rope. That looks really nice. You just need to buy some of that sashing cord, and it works really well. The hexagon trim tool. There we go. Now, I think this is clever, and I really want to make a quilt with this because I had a look at it yesterday because I've not used one of these. It's really clever. It will cut hexagons of different sizes. So it will cut a 2, a 4, a 6 and an 8-inch hexagon. It will cut hexagons that you can then put a board around the edge. In fact, there's a little picture. Can you see here? So you can cut the smaller hexagon and then you can put a border around the edge of it so it almost frames them, which I think is really clever. And you could just do one border or lots of borders. And then, because people think, oh, I can't do Y seams joining them together, it's got little holes in it. So once you've put your hexagon on, you can use this to trim your hexagon perfectly. You mark the little corner points, and then when you sew hexagons together, you stop and start at those, and it's much easier to do. In the instructions, it explains all of this. There's also a QR code, and that takes you to the video. I watched it yesterday, and it really explains exactly what you can do to this. You can see loads of different examples. So if you love the idea of doing machine-pieced hexes in a choice of sizes with little borders, and the one that I saw, they'd used a feature print in the central hexagon, so of a character, I think it was animals or a face or something. And then you can put a board around the edge of them to frame them, and then you sew them all together. It's a brilliant scrap busting thing. Also, if you've got fabric that you love, you know, a feature fabric that's got particular designs or icons or illustrations on that you think you've saved and you just want to border it. It's a great way of using up and making a memory quilt because you could cut out hexagons just using this. If you wanted to keep it really simple, use the trim tool to just cut out the hexagons exactly and sew them all together. What a lovely memory quilt. Maybe you want to make like a baby quilt and you've got, you know, favourite baby clothes. Or you want to remember somebody, it would look amazing if you did it from shirts. Or you could use fabrics to go around the outside. It's really clever. I think for £25.99, it does a lot. Having sat and watched the video, I was really entranced. I thought, I'm going to do it. I'm going to have a go at this one where you use a feature fabric in the centre and you border it with different prints and then sew them all together. It just looks fabulous. It's really clever because I think trying to cut those out without this and get all of the points matching wouldn't be as accurate. This takes the maths out of it and also the precision because this is doing the work for you. Absolutely love that. £25.99. Now we've put together some bundles for you as well that you might like. Now, this is Jennifer Pagnelli. I'm not very good at pronouncing that. And what we've got here are 4 half meters. I love those colours. Aren't they gorgeous? Really vibrant sapphires and mauve. This is called Midnight Orchid. Now, we've put this together because we were thinking, if you use the hexi trim tool, now you don't have to do this size. You can do the smaller sizes. What you do is you cut your fabric into the strips of the width that you want. Then you cut on that side, and then you turn the trim tool round and you cut on that side. And that's how you do it. And then you just keep cutting and cutting. Or if you've created something and maybe you're thinking, well, I really like that. I want a hexie, but I want that to be in the centre. Because it's clear, obviously, once you take this off, you can see exactly what the centre is. So you can see how you can then use your fabrics. But I think that's gorgeous. That's just one of the prints in it, but what a beautiful colourway. It's gorgeous, isn't it? We're going to take a little bit of money off that. Why not? That one's lovely, isn't it? You see how you could fussy cut that one? We're going to take that one down to $29.99, lowest ever price for 4.5 meters. Have a look in your fabric stash as well if you want it to go a bit further. Pick out some of these colours because you've got that lovely lavender, really strong sapphire. So this is $7.49 for 1/2 metre, which we wouldn't normally charge for this designer fabric. That would be light lilac, I think. I think that's gorgeous. A lot of you multi-buying the bundle because obviously you've got 2 meters there, but if you love it and you want more of it so that you can use it for a bigger design, multi-buy. It is gorgeous though, isn't it? Beautiful colourways. Now I've got 2 others. So let me just show you those. How about these? So these are the same fabrics in that they're the same designs, but just different colourways. They're from the same collection. So you've got that stripy one, pinks and navies. This one, Sweet Talk. I wonder whether it had it. No, it's just got a number. I thought it might have sometimes they have names. That's kind of your swirly paisley one. That one's lovely, isn't it? I love the green on that one with that blue. And then this one is lovely. This is almost like a bit of sort of watercolour-y, isn't it? Look at that. What a lovely collection. So you've got the stripe in those colours. Then you've got that really lovely swirl, again picking up the pinks. Then you've got this one, just this 2-colour one, but again it picks up the green in here and the navy in there. So there's a lovely selection, and I quite like the mixture together of the floral, the more geometric, and then on the scale of the designs. $29.99 for that one. Again, if you love this bundle, this is the same fabric collection. So the colours go. So if you've bought this bundle, but you want 4 more, they do go to, they complement each other beautifully. So if you're thinking, oh, well, I love that, get both bundles. I've got another one that's the same fabric collection. It's just different colourways. But I love that one. Let me just show you the last one. And for this final one, we're going to match the lowest ever price. So these are the same print fabrics, but they're just different colourways. So this is the same as that one with the green background and the blue, but look at the colour. That's so vibrant, isn't it? You've got a really striking yellow background with that fuchsia pink. Love this one, red background. And you've got these like painterly florals, vibrant orange. This is hot summer, isn't it? You've got that vibrant orange background, which has got stripes, and you can really make the most of these stripes. So you can use the stripes by cutting them vertically to use them as borders, or if you want to cut them horizontally, this would be lovely to put, I'd say, put this with this one. Wouldn't that be a lovely border to pop along the top of that one? Really goes nicely, doesn't it? And I think the stripes along with the florals, I think that goes really well together. So if you were making a bag, for example, that's lovely for a top. And pop that one in as the lining. $29.99, so you're getting your 4.5 meters. So you're going to make more than one bag. I mean, then you could even use some of that fabric for the strap of it. Or I love to put a facing along the top of a bag, but it's quite nice on the inside as well. Or swap them round. But I like cutting a stripe this way because I think it makes even a nice binding on the edge of something because it just picks up the change in colour and print. I think works really well when you use it like that. And then that's the final fabric. $29.99. Lovely collection. We've also got another creative grids here called the Scrap Crazy. Now, again, this is great to use as a stash buster, but also it would be lovely to use with these fabrics. Randomly, it's on split pay. Don't know why. We sometimes never know why they cut things. Or they might have been on split pay for a special offer and then no one's ever taken them off. And Hayley's on holiday, so she doesn't know what's going on. So these are all of them. And they are brilliant. That's how they'll come to you. Here's a picture of them all open. It's brilliant because what you do is you can cut your fabrics into scraps like this and then you join them all together. So what a lot of people do is that they will cut the 6-inch square and if you stack them up, you can then cut several of each and then just mix and match them. So if you've cut a stack and all your bees are different colours, then you can just mix and match. So you get that sort of Victorian crazy patchwork look. If you want to make it really authentic, join it all together and then stitch like a feather stitch, either by hand or if you've got a feather stitch on your machine. It looks amazing in velvet. When they used to do crazy patchwork, I love it. But stitch them all together because all the seam allowances are on the templates and they've cut off all the corners as well, so you don't have any of the ears. But once you've pieced it, layer it up, and to quilt it, use one decorative stitch on your machine to sew across the seam lines. It looks amazing. So this is a great scrap buster, great for memory quilts. Or if you've bought yourself a bundle like this that you love and you're thinking, I don't know what to do with that. I don't know what to do. What should I do? Because I love it, but I'm not know what to do with it. That would be ideal. Pick up some other fabrics from your stash. Mix and match some plains, and it's easy to match up because there's quite a few colours in here. You know if you pick out those colours, it's going to go together. But this is a really, really great way of using up small pieces of fabric to create something much bigger, which, you know, originally was the point of patchwork, wasn't it? It wasn't buying new fabric and cutting up, it was using existing things. But I think that you can mix and match, like you can use existing fabrics, old clothing, new fabrics, put it all together. But $25.99 for that, and it's on 4-way split pay. So if you fancy, using that, then go for it. Stripology. This takes your cutting up to the next level, doesn't it? So Tracy was on Tuesday, who did a fantastic demo using this. So obviously, you know, one of the keys to perfect patchwork is perfect cutting. If you cut your fabric, if you best press your fabric to get it nice and crisp, and then you cut it right, you've got a much higher chance of everything working. If you haven't cut it accurately to start with, from then on in, it's all going to go wrong. So get your cutting accurate. If your seam allowance goes off a little bit, you know, then you can rectify a bit, but it's getting the cutting right. And the great thing about a stripology is you're not moving your ruler. This is wide enough so that if you take your full width fabric, so your 44-inch width fabric, you can fold it in half and half again, and you can cut then across the whole width. Every time you need to move your ruler, so say you had to cut like 8 2.5-inch strips, you're shifting things slightly and you might need to straighten up because it's really important you keep the fold of your fabric straight at the top and the raw edge straight down there. By using the stripology, you're not moving the fabric because you're cutting one and another and then another. And, you know, if you can get your cutting accuracy correct, then you're on for a winner further down the route. So I know this is a considered purchase for a lot of people, $69.99 for a ruler, but you are going to use it over and over again. It's brilliant. You can also use it for, you know, just if you've got to get a block and you need to just trim it down the sides and get it just perfect. These rulers are the sort of thing that once you have a go with them and you use them and you realise how much time they save and the accuracy they provide, it's well worth it. $69.99 for that, and it is on split pay as well. If you want to see a demonstration of it, you can watch it on SewingStreet. If you go onto they're called the menu? No, the schedule. It's on there. You can go and watch back. You can just click on that TV guide. That's what it's called, TV guide, and then you can go back and watch it. It was on the 31st at 9 o'clock. 4-way split pay. I mean, we've used this and demonstrated it a lot of the time, but it was such a great demo. So if you think, I think I need one of those, but I want to have a watch first. You know, I wouldn't spend this without checking it all out and watching a few demos first. So do that before you commit. I don't think you'll regret it. It's a great piece of equipment, but it might be something you want to save to buy later on, but it is on 4-way split pay at the moment. Right, we're going to go for a quick break, and I will be back with you in just a couple of minutes with the lovely Jennie, who's going to show us all this amazing folding and textured, gorgeous. I love this. It looks you can't see when you see it with Jennie, you'll see all the textures and the folding of it, and also the amazing Dresden as well. This is called playing with fabric beautifully to get these amazing 3D illusions. That one's really clever, isn't it? Great way to use up your scraps. We've got kits, we've got instructions, and I will see you back here in just 3 minutes' time.
A lot of people get terrified when they see a commercial pattern and they see all the lines, all the dots, all the triangles, have no idea what it means. Well, watch now and I'll show you. So the first thing you're going to do is decide what size you're going to cut out. And then it's really important that you follow that line on every single pattern piece that you cut. As you can see here, they're marked up by a different pattern and also the number. When you first open the pattern, you must choose the size that you're making, and whatever you do, you stick to that size. So all the different sizes have a different marking, either a long dot, a small dot, a dash, a dot and a dash, or something like that. Always stick to the same size on all the pattern pieces. And the notches, all of the notches are there for a reason. All the little triangles and all the circles are there to be copied, and they must be transferred onto your main bit of fabric. Whenever you see this symbol here, I know it's written down here, but sometimes it's not written. Those two arrows on a square, they are always cut on the fold. And what you do is you fold your fabric in half, you lay this line along the fold mark, and you're cutting the whole piece out in one. And then what's very important, if you want to lengthen or shorten a pattern, don't just add it to the bottom. What you do is you take this line here, and to make it longer, you cut the pattern through there, you open it up by how much you want to extend it by, put a piece of pattern paper behind it, and then redraw this line in here so that it's an even line. Because as you see, the bottom of the pattern isn't a straight line, and if you were just to add to that, it would throw the waist seam. What you need to do is extend it or shorten it from that line, then you keep the waistline. Obviously, I've just shown you the blouse, but the same principles apply for the sleeve. Remember, the back of the sleeve always has two notches, the front always has one notch, and also the skirt, because the notches will match up to the seams that are in the bodice. So make sure you always follow all the lines on the pattern.
Hop into Easter with SewingStreet. On Friday, Tash Hutchins is back showing us how to create the Tessuti Lily linen dress. Plus, the Friday Pattern Company flannel pants, brand new to SewingStreet. Also on Friday, Jane Brogan will join us with the Elna embroidery machines. On Saturday, Catherine Ross is back on SewingStreet with some gorgeous cotton fairy kits and patterns. Sunday, Catherine Wright joins us to demonstrate the Tilly and the Buttons Frida shirt and the stunning Riley Blake Fairy Village quilt kit. Plus, stay tuned for Watch to Win prizes on Easter Sunday. There'll be a winner each hour for fun and games you will not want to miss. So get ready to hop into Easter with SewingStreet.
Come and join us every morning at 7 a.m. on our webpage before we go live on the show. So make sure you log on to our website and go to the Watch Live page. At 7 a.m. each morning, you will see a selection of products, all with a special deal, which will be available for that hour only. And this will, of course, be included in your 1p&p each day. Enjoy an extra special early morning treat every day from 7 a.m. on SewingStreet. Shopping with SewingStreet couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines, and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our SewingStreet app. Simply head over to your app store and search SewingStreet. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at SewingStreet.
Looking for some creative inspiration? Head over to the SewingStreet website and click on the SS Hub. It's packed with ideas, tips and projects to spark your creativity. Plus, you'll find the latest news and information on sewing machines and overlockers. Get inspired with Sewing Street. Looking for the perfect gift for the sewing enthusiast in your life? The Sewing Street gift card is just the thing. Choose between a physical card delivered to their door or a convenient e-gift sent straight to their inbox. It's easy. Just head to the Sewing Street website, scroll to the bottom of the page, click Gift Cards, or use your smartphone, scan the QR code and go straight there. Pick the amount you'd like to load onto the card, and that's it. The Sewing Street gift card, the gift of creativity made simple.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with our social media pages. All the latest news, events, product launches and much, much more. Search Sewing Street.
The Designer Quilt Block competition is back! Make your very own quilt block using the fabric on this panel that features 8 different prints. 12 winners will be chosen and will win £100 credit to spend with Sewing Street. Your winning block will feature in the Sewing Street quilt that will be displayed at the Festival of Quilts 2026. Please label the back of your block with your name and phone number so we can contact the lucky winners. Please send in your block by the 12th of June. Winners will be announced live on air, so stay tuned for the updates. For more details on the competition, please visit our website. Good luck from all of us here at Sewing Street.
Welcome back to Sewing Street. This hour is all about playing with fabric, isn't it, Jenny?
It is indeed, yes.
It's about manipulation of fabric. Is that a technical term?
It is a jolly... Yes, I have been described as a textile engineer, I'll have you know.
Oh,
yes.
I think that is very accurate. Because it isn't just fabric flat sewn together.
No, it's got... But you see, the great delight about that, Rebecca, is if you make a mistake, it doesn't really matter because there's so many other lumps and bumps. One extra lump and bump's not going to matter.
Yes, so if you don't match your seams, who cares?
No, quite. You put a button on it.
I love that, because I really like that matching seams. Now, this is your new design.
This is a design called Tinkering with Texture.
Tinkering with texture. Now, I don't know whether, as you can't see as well as I can, the texture of this. So, but I'm going to show you, look, it's got little flappy bits. Are these, they look like lilies.
They are what is known as Somerset mitered or folded patchwork.
Oh, but they look like those lilies,
yes,
arum
yes,
lilies.
Yes, and there are various different ways of folding that. In fact, that particular design has 2 ways of folding a square.
It's gorgeous, isn't it? And then look at these. This is all like folded.
That's right.
These have got pleats going different ways. So the texture, and it's just beautiful. And you see, if you're trying to be inspired for your quilt block competition, a little bit of texture.
A little bit of texture wouldn't do you any harm. No.
Gorgeous. I absolutely love this. So this is really a piece of wall art, isn't it?
Yes, I mean, I have one like that on my bed, all done in calico, which I've had on the bed for years and years. And
just calico?
Yes, because you can because of course you're dealing with 3-dimensional, so you can do it just in plain calico or any plain fabric.
Right, because I guess it changes colour then.
Yes, you've got the depth, you see.
Yes.
Calico works well because it's got that slightly sort of, not a totally white or flat surface to it. So any of the ones that have been picked up by Amy for doing that work well because they've got a bit of texture to the plainness of the colour.
Right, OK. So what we've got, I'm going to start with this one, because this is the colour. The most similar, it's not exactly the same, but it's near enough. This is the kit. So what you've got in the kit is, this makes, oh, by the way, a 28-inch square, in case you need to know the size of it. This is all Macawa linen texture, which I love. Beautiful.
Yes, it's nice fabric too.
It's really nice
Yes,
fabric,
nice to work
isn't it?
with, yep.
So you've got 2 meters of fabric. So you've got your pinks and your greens, and then you've got this brighter pink, and then you've got cream.
Yep.
And that will create this.
Yes, and there'll be fabric left over.
And fabric left over, and you get the instructions. Gorgeous, isn't it? Now, obviously, we're going to go through this with Jenny in a moment about exactly how to do it. But look, everything you need to know is in here. It's extremely comprehensive. There's nothing left out. Whether you've done textiles like this, whether you've done all the folding techniques, it doesn't matter. It's all explained in here in detail. I think this is lovely. For me, this would be something where I think, actually, I just want to spend a really nice afternoon or day
playing with it,
just doing something, because these are sort of manageable bite-sized pieces.
They are, and indeed you can use the techniques on garments or anywhere you like, or you can make more of them and have it like the quilt that's hanging up behind you.
Oh, I
You
see.
see, you're looking at really, again, techniques.
Right, yeah.
The centre panel is folded squares. Whether you put them 4 folded squares, north, south, west and east, or whether you have them in a line, entirely and utterly up to you. It's a technique.
Yeah, and I think that's what it's about, isn't it?
Yes.
So, you know, we can make things. Well, obviously, if you're practicing a technique, it's nice to make something.
Yes,
to
you've
keep,
then got something sort of concrete at the end of it.
rather than just this bag of bits.
Correct. Yep.
Because sometimes we do these techniques and we just have a bag of bits.
No, you need to put your bits together.
But this is a technique that you can use to move on to other things.
Yes.
I think it's gorgeous. Love these in particular. And you know, when you do you'll see it in a minute when Jenny demonstrates it, you'll see all these different textures, but it is gorgeous. Now, if you want a different colourway though, we do have a blue colourway. Oh, I've picked up the wrong one then. This one, turquoise. Now, this is the one that you're going to be using.
I've got, yes.
So we've got this beautiful lemon. Then we've got the turquoise. Then we've got like a cloud blue. And then the smaller pieces are the mauve and the cream.
And you can choose where you put them. I mean, I choose to put the mauve and the yellow in the centre, and then I'm using the turquoise and the cloud on the outside borders. But because there's the same quantity of fabric, you can do a swapsy.
Oh, okay, so you can just swap them out. But it's that colourway is beautiful, isn't it? Really like
lovely
that.
spring.
Oh, and obviously instructions.
Yes. Oh, yes, get instructions.
With all of them, you get instructions. But that is a really pretty colourway. And, you know, you are going to really learn some fantastic techniques. So why not use the right fabric? Like Jenny says, you need something that's got a little printed texture.
Yes, yes, yep.
I love the idea of doing a whole one out of calico. Great idea. And then the final one. Good morning, says Jennifer. I love Jenny's books. Her instructions are fantastic. These would look lovely on the back of a denim jacket. Wouldn't
Yes.
they?
I think I've got trumpets down the back of my waistcoat.
You have?
Yes.
You have? Yes. It would look amazing. And like you say, and you could do them in denim, couldn't you?
Yes, of course you could do. As long as it's not too thick.
Well,
Well, if it was
you know,
too
that
thick,
kind of lighter weight
yes,
denim.
Yes, I mean, you could do them in thicker denim, but you're going to have to make it bigger.
Right. But if you did them in lighter weight
Yes,
on the
yeah,
back, they'd look
yes,
amazing.
They would look
wouldn't
absolutely super. And then a panel of tucks.
And even if you were, you know, once you've made this, if you were doing a panel for the centre of a bag or a little zip purse,
Yes,
it would be
yes,
lovely.
yeah, totally. And you can stick a fancy fandango where you like.
Always have a fancy fandango anywhere. Right, this is the other colourway. Now, this is bolder. So I like that.
Yes, I love the mustardy colour.
Mustard. It's like a mustard amber colour,
Totally.
isn't it?
Mustard and the green go together.
Gorgeous.
Just think of the fields when the rape comes up and you can see the mustard of the rape and the green of the grass.
Yeah, that is beautiful, isn't it? With the depth of the imperial and that blue, which is a real, like, cobalt blue.
Yes.
That's good. That's quite a stunning combination, isn't it?
Yep, and that mustard just gives it the zing that is needed for that. No, it works well.
I really, really like that. Jan says, good morning, Rebecca and Jenny from sunny Portland.
Hello.
Hello from sunny Portland. And Jeanette says, morning, Rebecca, linen fresh is gorgeous. I use it all the time. Yes, linen fresh is my favourite. And Janet says, I'm making a bag from Jennifer Pagnelli fabric. Well, I bet it looks fabulous. put a picture on the Sewing Street fan page when you finished it, because we'd love to see it. Right, we'll just do the instructions now. If you want the instructions on their own, if you want to use your own fabric, these are the printed instructions that will be sent to you in the post. Obviously, the fabric isn't included, but it does tell you in the instructions what fabric you need. So if you just want just the instructions and you want to have a tinker on your own with your own fabric, then do that. We've also got digital download instructions as well. If you so if you want to get started straight away, if you've got fabric at home that you want to have a go with,
or you want to watch through the pattern and tick it off as I say it, might not say the right things, but you never know.
Get the PDF. That will be emailed to you. If it's the only thing you buy today, you won't pay any P&P, and it will just go onto your account, and then it will be emailed to you, and you can go and get it.
And there's no template, you can just print it all off.
Oh, that's good.
I did notice the price for the pattern and the fabric's not bad.
It's not, is it?
No.
Good price when you
Yes.
think how much you're getting.
Yeah, 39, whatever it is. What was the fabric price?
$39.99.
You never said.
$39.95 for the
good,
kit.
Good, for the kit and
Yeah,
the fabric.
and so when you look at all the fabric you're getting,
Yeah, I
that's a
think
really
it's
good
a good
price,
price.
isn't it?
Excellent.
Now, one extra thing that you are going to, well, you're not going to have, but is extremely useful and recommended,
Yes.
is the seam pressing roller.
And the reason why is if you keep pressing everything with the iron, the trouble is you keep moving the fabrics, you heat them up and they move and they can distort. I, these days, try to get almost as much of the block done as possible before I press it.
Right, okay.
Because if you keep on pressing all the little bits and you stand there with the hot iron, you heat the fibres up and they all shift slightly, it can get more and more distorted. And I did notice that you talk very sensibly about best pressing your fabric before you cut it. You don't best press afterwards, because if you wet the fabric and then iron it, it will distort.
Yeah, I have learned that one too, my mistake. I found now that sometimes when I've done a quilt block and it's all finished, I might best press it, because it sort of sets it.
Yes.
But only after it's all sewn, because I have, I've done that, and it, particularly borders, they shift all, if you've got strips.
Yes, go all over the place.
They go, I know, and you think, how did that happen? It's all moved. Thank you. You need this, don't you?
I'm going to borrow that.
So
yes,
that's the seam pressing roller. Right, I'm going to come...
Could I have my quilt as well, please?
And your quilt,
And
yes.
my
You can
quilt.
have your quilt.
Right, lovely job. Right.
Yeah, these are
fantastic.
exactly the same.
Yes. No, they're not. They're slightly different there. It's a different way of twiddling the tucks.
Oh.
And can we have a pattern too as well?
You can. You can have it all.
Oh, that's fantastic. Thank you. Right, so tinkering with texture takes you through all the various ways of doing all the things on here. If you needed to know more about tucks, there is a free YouTube video. Just put in tucks and my name and you will get it out and you can watch even more. But
And that's all about
making the
brilliant.
tucks.
I love
It's
the
in
tucks.
the pattern. So the design begins in the centre here with something that I actually these days call trumpets, or have always called them trumpets. And all a trumpet is a square folded in half and in half again. Technically, it's a prairie point. We then look at various tucks, and there are other ways you can twiddle with the tucks. The pattern just deals with them going up one way and back the other. But you could be a little bit more adventurous and have your tucks twiddled. I just move that over there, you can see the two. Twiddled in a slightly different way.
Oh, I like
where
that.
they go together and apart and together and apart and together and apart. So well worth watching the video if you want to do that. And this is very easily done by dividing your tucks into sets of two and they go together. So if they're mummies and daddies kiss, they get divorced, they kiss, they get divorced, they kiss, they get divorced.
Ad infinitum.
And of course, if you don't like pinks and greens, you could do it in other colours. So there we have the same thing.
Brilliant.
The nice thing about this design is if it doesn't quite match up in the middle, a button works a treat. Okay, so panic not. Right, how are we going to do it? Let's shift that one out of the way as well. Remind me I've dropped it all on the floor. Move number one is you're going to cut squares from your background fabric and squares that are going to be the centre panel.
And is the background fabric the bigger quantity in the kit?
No, it's a smaller quantity.
Right.
I'm using the cream one. Because you only use it once in the centre, because if you look, it only appears
Oh, of
there.
course, yes. So one of the smaller ones is that, okay.
What will happen initially is you'll fold your squares in half, and this is where that is really useful for just giving it a neatly pressed edge, you see, rather than ironing the what sits out of it. Having folded it in half, you're going to fold it in half again. Okay, and line up the two folds there. That's important, and it will be quite important if you put a pin in it. Now, in the pattern, it tells you to actually machine baste all the way along the raw edges to stop them from shifting.
Okay.
If you preferred, you could just pin them and skip this stage, right? You don't have to, but as belt and braces is always a good idea. Pinning along there is not a bad idea. So you want 4 of these things. They were connected there, so I couldn't lose them. How the first part of the design works is you take 2 of the background squares, 1 of them there, it gets placed so all the raw edges are together. Another square goes on top, and you needn't worry about which way round it is, because you may have noticed that this has an opening that end, not the other. But when you come to sew down there, you want to sew not with 1/4, but 3/8 of an inch seam allowance.
Right.
And the reason for that is it will allow you to get all the layers in the seam. Because if you do 1/4 and you didn't fold things quite properly, sometimes. So we're going to do 3/8. Now 3/8 on your sewing machine is usually pretty easy to do, because it may say 3/8, it may say 10, it may say 1. 10 is 10 millimeters, which is 3/8. 1 is 1 centimeter, or it's 3/8. Or if you use the needle in the middle, so just put the needle in the middle here, and use the first line on the presser foot, you will generally find that is 3/8. So you're going to sew down the edge there using 3/8 of an inch seam allowance, so that you get all the raw edges in the seam.
And you've done all the measurements based on that?
Yes.
That's quite, because sometimes it's quite hard getting it all in 1/4 of an inch, isn't it?
Yes, particularly when you've got multi-layers. So some of my designs I will use 3/8. So basically you do all your mathematics when you're working a design out in finished measurements, and then you add the relevant seam on.
Right.
When you open it up, what we're looking at, hopefully, is you've got a seam allowance both ends.
So is that a prairie point?
Technically, it's a prairie point. And prairie points very often get used by slotting them one into the other. This won't slot because it's being based on its bottom.
I've ever done prairie points.
Well,
I've seen them.
You can do magical things with them, do multiple prairie points. But you can with a prairie point, as indeed you can with a trumpet. You can tuck one into t'other. And all I did was, okay, a prairie point is a shape. What happens if I put it in a seam and lift it up and squash it? You get that. And this is how the whole thing happened, you see? And then you can
just
play
playing.
with it. Yes. And what I am aware of is that this edge is actually on the bias, so I know it'll roll.
Right, okay,
So how
because
you
it's that
choose-
fold across the
Yes, how you
yeah,
choose
okay.
to play with it and what you choose to do with it, it's entirely and utterly up to you. So you make 2 panels up like that.
That's amazing, because when I looked at that, I thought that you'd made these and appliqué them onto a big square.
No, you just insert
This
it.
is like,
so
it's
you
so
can put
clever.
Put it in that seam, you can put it in any seam, which is why they're down the back of my waistcoats. You can have a row of them. Okay, so to make the design look like this, I had 2 panels with the shape stuck in the seam, and they get put together, making very certain you've got the opening and the opening. All right?
Yeah,
Okay, you don't have to, it could be different, absolutely fine. So to
Well,
one
you
of
could
them,
have them all the same way up,
you
but then it
can
wouldn't look like
indeed.
that,
You
would
can
it?
have them whichever way round you like. So you're going to put one on one side of the centre, one on the other side, and it would pay you to put a couple of stitches there to anchor them all together, just to hold it, because they shift otherwise. Then you simply take the other block, and this is where, watch it, okay, and we're going to match that bit up there with that bit up there on top. Now,
Oh, of course, because you only have to put those on one side. I was thinking
Yes.
you've got to put, you'd have...
if you've opened your seam and pressed it flat, which you could do with the roller, although this might like the iron, if you roll that little bit down, you can see the top of the shape in the seam. It's there.
Okay.
And if you line up the top of the shape there with his friends underneath, and you sew through there, which should again be 3/8, but it might not
And
be.
that's,
so
you can do that roll down.
you do-
Okay.
Yeah, so have that coming down. Don't have it going back, because that causes drag on the fabric, but fold that down. It does show you in the instructions. Sew across the top there. When you've done that, it should, with a bit of luck, look something like this. Okay, so there they all are. If they're not bang on in the middle, stick a button on it. So it's at this stage I can play with them, and I could lift them up and flatten them. And if you do that and lift them up and flatten them, there's another pin there. Whether you have it bang in the middle or off centre doesn't really matter, it's your choice. Because there's no raw edges, you can do with it what you like. So these will all lift up and form kite shapes. And what I would tend to do is I would anchor them on the very corners, because there you've got a little pocket. And in a little pocket you could put something. And into the pocket you could put what's known as somerset.
Oh, see, now, I did that years and years ago. I remember making a footstool.
Oh,
remember
crikey.
those round
Yes.
footstool covers?
Out of Somerset patchwork?
Yeah, long
Ooh,
time
was it
ago,
long?
and completely forgotten about it.
Right, well, Somerset is square folded in half, fold to middle, makes a pointy bit, a bit like an aircraft. Meow. If you put a couple of stitches there across the bottom, I know jolly well I lose these things, I leave a trail of stuff. This can be inserted into the glue.
Now I've remembered what it is. I just remember the name, but I haven't done it for so long.
And then you can roll that back.
That's lovely. So like cathedral window roll thing.
Correct. And this is actually, it's interesting you say that, because cathedral window, when folded, has the same attributes because one of the folds is on the bias.
Okay.
So that's why it does that. Many people will look at my work and say, oh, it's cathedral windows. No, it's not. But I'm using the same
same thing.
Fabric
so
on the
does
bias.
it only, I didn't know that, so it only does that because it's on the bias?
Correct.
So if it was
yes.
on the straight?
It doesn't do it.
Okay.
No, you can't make that. That doesn't roll. I mean, it'll roll a bit, but it won't
But
roll
not-
in the same way that that will roll.
Yeah, I see what you mean.
So these can have these little bits stuffed into them, you see, or you could actually flatten it, pull it back, play with it, do with it what you like. You don't have to do what I've done with it. You can pull it back, make a flappy bit, flop it forwards, open it up, do anything you like.
No, but that looks nice though, doesn't it? It looks really finished.
Right, so moving on to this one, which is in the sort of the pink and green
I'll
thing.
move this one out the way.
So you can see they've been inserted in there, and then when you roll it back, I would suggest you stitch all the way around here with some form of applique stitch, or you could do it by hand. And not only
So is that,
can we
no,
roll-
that's by machine?
Yes, of course it's by machine. I don't do hand sewing.
And then how is that, so you haven't sewn it, it's only that that's
Yes,
sewn?
I've sewn that bit.
Okay.
When you've sewn round here, you could, if you wanted to, roll those
I
bits.
like that, yes.
Do that. See? So we can roll it. So it could end up looking something like this. Let's get rid of that in the time-honoured fashion. So that's how we make the centre panel, all right, by inserting these 4 shapes.
That's
But
brilliant.
that's not what it's all about, because there is the tucked panel. Let's move that one out of the way as well.
Yeah, but this is great because with these instructions you could just stop there.
Yes, you could
You
do.
know, or you
Yes,
can go, right, well,
yes,
I've
yes.
done that now.
Or if you put them the other way around, you get that.
Oh!
So that
Of
is
course.
a square cut on the diagonal and the shape's going the other way around, because you can put those shapes where you like.
And this is where, when we were talking about the quilt block competition, this is where you can really like have one technique
Yes.
that
Yep.
you just get right
Yes.
in a small space.
Yep, exactly. So you could play with those. Right, move that to
I
one
like
side.
that.
Let's look at doing the tucks. They haven't got time.
And you've stuffed some of those,
yes,
just
you
a
can-
little
it's pocket,
aside.
you see, you can stuff it.
Okay.
Okay, so then we've got a panel of tucks that come round after that, which is back to the
Okay.
turquoise fabric. This is done. We're having to go fast. We've got 2 techniques
I
to
know,
get
I
in.
know. We're just like, but it's all in the instructions,
all in the
so we're
instructions.
just going to do it fast.
Fabric is marked out, and then the fabric is folded on a set of marks. And this is why I watch the video, because then you'll see how to use the donkey. Folded on the marks, and a seam is sewn on each of those 6 pieces.
Right, and all those that's all in the instructions.
It's
of the
all in the
measurements.
instructions. All the measurements are done, and you will end up with 6 bits what look like this. And indeed, if we go to the ones I've got here in green, let's move those out the way there. The turquoise is lovely. So what would
It's
happen
really
next
nice.
is you take your centre panel, you take your panels of tucks, and one goes on one side, and it's not a bad idea to have them all going in the same direction, and one goes on the other side.
Oh, so these are all going
It's all
away
from-
from the centre.
Did I have them all going away from the centre? I can't remember now. Doesn't really matter. There we go.
Just have them all the same way.
Go the same way. And then you have squares that go in the corners. One goes there, one goes there, one goes there, and one goes there. Okay? So that gets stitched on in the usual way, that onto that onto that, and now you're back to 1/4 inch because we haven't got multiple layers. So we're literally just putting that onto
Right.
there and sewing through. When that has been done, and top tip, give these a jolly good press. Now, if your seam allowance is accurate, it should fit the square on the end. Okay, but bear in mind, it will give a little bit, but it should be 4.5 inches. If it's not, then simply adjust the size of these squares to
Oh,
fit.
okay.
You can cut them down a bit, because not everybody's idea, with the best will in the world, is 1/4 inch. As you
Well,
will-
especially when you're doing 6 of them. You've really got
Well, you've only got a smidge out one side, and you'll be 12 smidges out.
Yeah, 12 smidges adds up to quite a bit.
I mean, going to the quilt block you're going to do, I know I did a Dear Jane one with another company, and everyone's idea of 6.5 inches, just like everyone's idea of 12.5 inches, is subtly different.
Yes, yes.
Okay, so now we're going to sew those bits onto there. So let's move that out of the way and dump that on the floor as well. I will pick everything up afterwards. So it's now going to look something like this one here. And it's at that stage now when you add a final border.
Magic.
And the final board, if you're using the turquoise one, would have turquoise dark squares and your cloudy one there, running along there. And it would look like that when you've done it. So
That's
add
a
another
really nice
border.
colourway, isn't it?
Okay, this is lovely, that is lovely. So when we've added the border, it's going to look something like this one. So we need to do
You've done
fancy
so
fandango.
many stages, Jenny. I'm really impressed.
There's
It's
your...
taken you hours.
They do. Right, now it's at this stage now where you can have fun because you can twiddle the tucks. And one way of twiddling the tucks, as it explains, is to draw a very light line. You could use your friction pen, but check it comes out of the fabric and make sure that you don't get the thing cold because the marks will come back. Is you sew across and then you flip all these in the reverse direction, straight across the middle there. And then at other intervals, you have them going one way and you have them going the other way, and that gives you the wave effect.
Right.
Had you wished to do a different one, then you would have needed to set the pattern before you add them to this. So if you wanted to do the mummies and daddies kissing, then along the edge here, you set the mummies and daddies pattern there. So you add more
okay.
and ditto there. And then when you come to the middle, they would all kiss, and then they get divorced in various other places. All right? But it's a fandango I wanted to show you, hence the reason for running through. All of this, my friends, forgive me leaning across you, is absolutely all in the book. There's your tucks, there's everything else, it's all in there. Right.
Brilliant.
Fancy
Right, let me just
fandango.
do the instructions on their own. So if you want the instructions for this, here they are. £9.99. They're obviously in all of the kits, but if you'd like to buy these on their own, £9.99. You are going to learn so many things, whether you make the whole hanging or whether you just want to use part of it, whether you want to do the pleats or the trumpets, it's all in there. Those are the physical instructions. If you fancy the digital instructions, so because you can get started making this straight away. You can have a little practice with some scrap fabric first. Have a go before you commit. If you want the green and pink bundle, which is almost the same as the one that Jenny had done her sample from, that is this one. So you've got the dark green, the light green, the pink, the fuchsia pink and the cream. £39.95, which is a great price because you've got a lot of fabric there. You've got 2.5 metres of fabric of Macara linen texture, so great price for that. We're on single figures of this one when everyone's checked out. It is beautiful, isn't it? The colourway that Jenny was using in her demo, which is this beautiful sort of turquoise with a little splash of lemon and some mauve. Very pretty spring. £39.95 for that one. That obviously includes instructions, obviously. And everything's in there. I know that Jenny's had to rush through this, but everything is in there. £39.95 for that. And then the final bundle is these sort of deeper colours. Gorgeous, aren't they? Look at the depth of the colours in those. And you obviously get instructions with these. So you've got that lovely countryside feel because you've got the deep mustard, the greens, and then you've got the purple and the blue of the sort of the dark sky. Feels like sunset. Gorgeous. Now, how about if you love this idea of textured, this is a great book, isn't it? I'm going to come over to you, Jenny.
Yes, come over to me, yes.
You can tell me about this.
This book has in it the techniques that we are using today, but done considerably smaller. And although it doesn't have trumpets as such as we've done, because it does trumpets, what does it do, the 4 trumpets? I only wrote the book. Yes, it does the 4 trumpets. So you've got the trumpet design is there, you've got the tucks panel are there, and that one's your together and apart, and then you've got the fancy fandango done in a subtly different way, which is, where's the fancy fandango? No, that's not the fancy fandango. It's there somewhere. There it is in the middle.
Oh. So, and this you can see what it looks like because you've done it all in calico.
Yes, and this will take you through 22, in fact it's actually 24, but 24 wasn't alliterative. So, and
I love that. So you had to change that to lose 2, just so it sounded better. That's really funny.
So that will give you a whole load. If you like twiddling with texture, that's going to give you 22.
It's a good price, £11.95 for that, for all of that. I mean, you know, you think how much they would cost individually.
Yes.
It's lovely. And, you know, this could be just, you might think, well, I just want to have a go at this one.
Yep.
And they're beautiful, beautiful techniques, and they change completely depending on the fabric you use.
Yep, totally.
I like the bias bubbles.
Yes, you see.
Yeah, no, they're really nice.
And you've got the flowers and things.
Absolutely gorgeous. Treat yourself to this. £11.95. And I like the idea that you've shown, well, this is what you could actually do with it as well.
You don't have to do them in 6.5-inch squares. And if you're a beginner, then the only one that's really difficult is the one where you've got 8 pieces meeting in the middle, in which case it may well need a button in the centre. Where is it? Tucks 2 ways. It is that one. This one is the slightly difficult one.
Okay, but you can build up to that.
You can build up to that, and all you've got to do is, if it doesn't quite work, bung a button in the middle.
Well, I'm hoping we get a few in our quilt block competition.
Hope you do. Right, can I do a quick Fancy Fandango?
Very quick, because I've got to get onto your Dresden.
I know we've got to. Right, the Fancy Fandango, which is in that book and in the instructions, is formed from 2 squares. Move number 1, press your squares in half and in half again, fold sides to middle, like that. Turn it long ways, and again there's a video on this where I do it in French. Levez les coins, that's lift the corners, and foldez au centre. Ditto on the other side. Stitch au centre, coudre, avec small stitches. Levez le flap, they didn't like levez le flap in France. A flatinier, there you are, and all the way around, you work your way around like that, and having levied and flatted the flaps, you just stick a pin in it, quick.
It's like origami, isn't it?
It is. It came from trying to do an origami frog. When you've done that 4 times, you then fold the corners in, and it'll end up looking something like this one. Okay, I hope you're all watching. This is speed sewing this.
Speed sewing.
To make a Fancy Fandango, as per the ones on the instructions, you need one like that, and you need his friend, which is the same thing turned over, the 4 corners brought to touch in the centre.
Oh, and then you get those lovely
pleats on top. There you are. So that's the Fancy Fandango, and you might like to put underneath it some Baltimore folded little bits, which are these things. And very briefly, before we move on to Dresden, back to not a square, you want a rectangle. Where's the rotary cutter gone? There it is. So you fold a seam allowance over on your rectangle, fold over, make the little aircraft, meow, and the aircraft hugs itself, so its wings come in. Sorry, I've got grandchildren. I have to do these things.
Just comes naturally now, doesn't it?
Yes, a couple of stitches there. And then when you've done that, you can plonk that Charlie down and just stick these underneath. Where's my scissors gone to? There we go. And these just things can just tuck under there.
Ah, like little leaves.
Of course, you could put those in there. So there you are. That's tinkering with texture.
Brilliant. Right. That was brilliant. And obviously, all of that is explained in the instructions, whether you bought these or whether you really want. I mean, £11.95. I'd get the book.
I get
brilliant.
The book and the
right, I'm going to do Dresden.
Yeah, do
next.
Dresden. Right. This is speed everything.
Dresden.
Whoops.
We've got bundles to start with.
Sorry, I'm just saying whoops.
Which one have you got there?
I've got you. Didn't you have the pink one? Didn't I give it to you?
Yes, you did.
Yes.
You did indeed.
There you are.
So this is the Swirlie Dresden.
Yes.
And it can be made, and you've got a variety of different styles.
Correct, because you can play with it.
So we've got the instructions and we've got a kit with fabrics, but you can create any of these using this. So it's gorgeous, isn't it? I love it, because what I love about it, when you look at it on overhead like this, you don't really see it. It's only when you look at it at a distance, you can see it all moving. Now, the price point of this is fabulous. It's £18.49. In a moment, Jenny's going to show you how you do it and what you can do with it. But you get full instructions with this, and then you get all these fabrics. How is that £18.49?
I was going to say, how on earth are they doing that?
5 fat quarters.
Yes. And the pattern for £9.99.
Yeah, so you get in the green and these are cotton poplins. You get the floral. You get this. I love that pink with the floral texture.
One, and then you get that one.
And you get that, and that's a textured one as well. All of that for £18.49. So that works out as 5 fat quarters for £8.50. I know, I'm not sure how we worked that out. How did we do that?
I suggest just buy it.
And how many can you make?
You certainly get one, and probably might even get two out of it. Because you want 4, to make the entire thing, you need 4 2-inch strips for each of the Dresdens. And yes, you'll get 2.
You get 2 out of it. Let me just show you the other colourways before we move on to the demo. Then we've got these autumn coloured ones. Love this one. once again, they've done the price point. I love this because you've got a bit of texture again,
Yes,
haven't you?
nice.
Printed texture. You've got the gold.
Oh, wow.
You've got the dark chocolate. Well, that's the soil, that's the sun, that's the hedgerow, that's the grass, and that's the sun as it's setting. So it's...
I think that's lovely. Absolutely fantastic.
Beautiful, isn't
Why
it?
wasn't I sent that one?
Yeah, why weren't you sent that? No, but
I
we
know,
love that
I know,
one.
no. Take it all
because
back.
it's, yeah, it's just a really stunning colour palette. Quite autumnal again. And then finally, primary. Again, amazing price. So we've got that deep purple, we've got the blue, we've got the green, we've got the red and the yellow. I mean, even if you want to use them for another project, that's a great price, £18.49. There's so many things you can do with that, which we will talk about in just a moment, and then all the fabric. So those are the 3 kits. We've also got instructions on their own. But, you know, to be honest, I'm not, you know, I'd get the kit if I was you, because you're paying £9.99 for the instructions, which means if you get the kit, you're paying only £8.49 for the fat quarter bundle. But if you only want the instructions, there they are. Printed version, sent in an envelope.
And they are printed beautifully.
They are printed beautifully, yes, and they're nice thick paper as well. Yep. And they have templates.
Yep.
If you want the digital version, we have that. Please remember to print your instructions out at 100%. You don't need to print them all out. You only need to print out the actual template page. The rest of it you can just read. But just check your printer says 100%, not like sometimes they go like 97. Why? Yeah. Who decided to set printers to 97?
I think because it fits inside the paper.
Yeah, it's just weird.
You see? Well, so yes, it has to be fit to no printing.
Right.
But check it, there is a measurement on that pattern, but of course they could always buy the template, which
yes,
is even better.
Talking about, now obviously you don't need this because it's in here, but it's enough to make it easier. And it's a great price, £8.99. So it just makes making these easier. You don't have to have it, but Jenny has designed the project with this in mind. So this is a great little piece of kit that's a lovely addition to the instructions that you will then use over and over again, because you're learning a technique here that you are going to use so many times because you think, oh, well, that's really clever. I could use it for. And that's the point of all these techniques, isn't it? You don't learn a technique and just go, right, that's it, done, technique over. That technique is going to be used over and over again. Right, Jenny. I'm going to come back to you and you can explain how we're going to do it.
Could we have the main thingy back and the pattern? Lovely.
The pattern and the instructions.
Okay, so I was given this particular fabric, and the Dresden plate template that you've seen, which I put on the back there, is a multi-sized one. We'll do multi-sizes. Now, it'll do your basic Dresden plate, which is just basically cutting that out of fabric. It will do one with a flat edge, which you can then turn into a pointy one. Many viewers will know that. It will do one with an arced edge going out, so you get a scalloped Dresden plate, or a grandmother's fan, because this template does them both. Or, if you cut your shape out and then cut the scallop inwards, you can get an inwards scallop.
Oh, I've never seen an inward scallop Dresden plate.
Well, there you go. So you can do it with this one. Just turn the template round.
Never seen that.
So this template, if you wanted to make what we're doing bigger, then all I simply do is adhere this to a piece of firm card and extend the sides. So you can actually make it larger if you want to. So it is actually a really useful template. Now, it does slide about a bit sometimes, so putting anti-slip things on the back works, and you can use a variety of different bits. But if you happen to have a child around, unless you do it yourself, skateboard tape works a treat, because it is, you feel it. It's grippy.
Oh, really grippy.
You can see through it.
Yes.
You can buy it by 3 meters. Buy one for the group.
What do they use it for stopping their feet slipping
Yes, stopping
on the
their feet
skateboard?
sliding, you see. Not my idea. Some students said, oh, haven't you got any tape? Well, I now have a reel of skateboard tape. Okay, so how do we do it? Well, you decide on your colours. And you decide on how wide the strips are going to be. So I've chosen to use 2-inch wide strips. You could do this in 1 3/4 one. You could do it in anything you like.
Oh, so and that's this width here.
That's that one. So there's your 2-inch ones. There's another one. That
so
was the fabric
this
we
is
had earlier.
using the leftover fabric from the kit that we had at 9 o'clock. It's gorgeous.
Yes, it is lovely, isn't it? Made up really nicely. This is using 4 colours and wider strips. Ditto a Christmas one.
That's a Christmas tree skirt waiting to happen, isn't it?
There it is, using 4 colours and a subtly different way of arranging it. It's all in the pattern.
And this is a mat because you
Yes,
bound
right,
it and
I bound
quilted
yes,
it.
bound it and quilted. And then this is using 6 colours,
Wow.
so those are all cut at 1.5 inches. And that's doing the same thing with this, but actually using flying geese. Again, it's in the pattern. Right, so very quickly, how do we do
that's
it?
all in this one pattern.
Yes. Well, I had to keep doing it, you see. This is why I'm
I know,
pretty
it's
tired.
extremely good value for money. It's not just good, it's great.
Right.
Because it's got all of that, you see, it's got like, you know, the flower.
Yep.
It's got all of the, how to do all the different sizes, how to do all the cutting, and all the bundles come with instructions. Honestly, it's amazing value.
Right, thank you. Okay, so move number 1 is to sew, let's get all these in the right order, to sew all your strips together in a band, okay? So let's move that out of the way there. So sew the strips together to make a band, and it pays, if you're using 5 colours, to, from the band before you actually start turning it into a tube, is to cut out 4 pieces, because it saves having to do the unpicking. So I'm going to cut 4 pieces out like that, and that is where this thing
the rotating
is
cutting mat.
remarkably good.
I love a rotating cutting
Yes,
mat. Don't know where I'd be without mine.
I know, it's really
Walking around the
really
table.
useful. So literally take your template, lay it on, and check that the edge of the template is on the edge of the fabric. Mind you, if you wanted to have a bigger middle, you could always move the template and put the edge of the template further down, you see, and then you get a bigger centre. So if you want a bigger middle, do that. Right, popping it on there, bring it to the edge of the fabric, cut up one side, and then, it's a real pain to do that. This is why this thing is, why is it not rotating, Rebecca?
I think we've locked it.
Have we locked
I'm
it?
going to have to turn it upside down, unfortunately. You have to go like that.
Oh, right, thank you.
It's a safety feature. I don't know how it can be a safety feature.
Right, so then you can
Locking.
spin it round. Isn't that super? Well, it's great for the Scrabble board as well, because you can put the Scrabble board on it and turn it round, or the snakes and ladders. Right, so you need, if you're using 4 colours, you'll need 4 bits like that, and label it number A. Okay. We then take the remainder of the band, and what you do with the remainder of the band is you want to fold it in half, and you sew down one side.
Okay.
Okay. From this folded bit, we then cut 3.5-inch pieces, little armbands.
So you cut some that are like this,
Yes.
and then the others you have to twiddle.
The others you have to
Right,
twiddle.
got
And
it.
having done that, we then unpick it systematically.
So it's like Bargello
It's
Dresden.
exactly like Bargello, no difference. Right, I'm going to have the design going round in this direction, so I want the green to climb to the top. So I will take my 3.5-inch little armband, I always feel a bit like armbands, and why is it 3.5 inches? 3.5 inches because that's the width of the template at the top there.
Okay.
If for some reason you wanted to use a different part of the template, you could cut out smaller armbands. And you would unpick between the green
I
and
see.
that.
Because I was thinking, how do you get the green? Yes, because you haven't cut it to that size
No,
yet. Because I thought
no.
otherwise the green's not going to be. But no, this is making sense.
Top tip is open them out, put them down, check it before you cut. Because if you cut it with that at the top and green at the bottom, it just doesn't work.
No, and it's
So
really annoying.
Then we want the next colour, which will be between that and the spot and the
So
spot.
you just.
And you undo that one, so green falls to the bottom, purple comes to the top.
And I presume you cut out as many as you, depending on
you
how.
need 4 of each.
How many you need?
Because you've got 5 colours,
Yeah.
5 times 4 is 20, it's a 20-section Dresden plate. Then we want between the pinky and the purple, so you undo that one. It is well worth labelling them. And then finally, because you've got 5 colours and you're going to come back to the beginning again, you undo between those 2 is that one. And then just to prove it, if I can find the A ones, which have probably gone walk.
I've got loads of ideas for this quilt block competition. I've got Dresden trumpets, Bargello Dresdens,
Okay.
mix it all together.
That's right. Okay, then to prove it, this one comes to the top and he falls to the bottom, and there you are back to the beginning.
No,
again.
back to A.
Okay.
So you cut out your 2 A's first.
Yes, well, 4 A's first.
Oh, 4, sorry,
Just
yes.
simply because it saves unpicking the strip. If you
Yes.
forget, just unpick the strip. Unpick and systematically lay them out. It pays to number them, and you will need 4 of each of them, 4 5s of 20. Then sew them together, dum-de-dum-de-dum, ideally down, up, and you'll end up with, I'm going to have a lovely mess to sort out.
And
when
how
I
do you
go
get
home.
those seams to match?
Well, they just do.
They just do.
Because I press the seams open and flat, and they do.
Okay.
But if you don't want them to, there's a trick. So I would do it as 4 quadrants. Thank you for locking up for health and safety.
Well, it's not really safety. It's more like it holds it together.
Yes, otherwise it stops it from... So when you've done the 4 quadrants, okay, you then sew them together to make a hole. Now, I would do 4 quadrants, 2 halves, 1 hole. Once you've got it as a whole, you need to, forgive me having a different colour, put a spare bit of fabric in the middle, because we're going to cover the hole up. And if you just cover the hole, try to cover the hole up when there's a hole, it moves. So I would always put a spare bit of fabric underneath. So you reinforce the hole. Let's get rid of that lot. Reinforce the hole, and in the pattern there are sizes of circles that you could use to cover it.
Oh yes, they are in here. So
back there we go.
There you go.
If for some reason it's bigger or it's smaller, you can always use a cup or something of that nature. I tend to go for this method. I will use a piece of thin cardboard, hack a circle out of the chosen colour a bit bigger, hand gather it over the card, stick the card in there, and then use one of the applique stitches on a machine with a very small bite, just so it goes all the way around the edge, and then you can extract it from the back. There we are. So this one's got card in the back, and you extract it from the back by diving in between all the layers.
But I see what you mean, that piece of fabric stabilises
yes, it does,
all of those.
If you don't do it, and then give it a real good haircut inside. And cut away the whole thing.
You don't need it.
No, you don't need it.
It's just for the...
And that will extract out the whole, okay? So that would be your swirly Dresden. So that's done with 5 colours. If you wanted to, you can do it with 4 colours, as we showed you earlier. There's the 4-colour one. There's the Christmassy one.
So this is lovely for like a table mat.
Yes, or centre of a quilt, or wherever you want to put it.
Yeah,
or
that's
there's no reason why. And of course, I've just thrown it on the floor, haven't I? Hang on, 2 seconds. So she's thinking again. You don't have to necessarily put it like that, because there's no reason why you couldn't use this as a border on your quilt.
Oh wow!
You see,
what brilliant idea! So and I guess you just do that, and then you can see how wide it is.
Then you'd apply it.
But also, sometimes as well, you buy these quilt kits and you think, actually, I want it bigger than that.
Yes.
What am I going to do? But if you put a nice wide plain border, then suddenly your quilt becomes 12 inches bigger.
So correct. Or you could use that by itself as an arc and make it on a table runner. So if you had a table runner, you use that one end, this the other end, and we put the middle bit in the middle. Where's one that'll do? Any one will do. That could go in the centre. Then you have your table mat like that.
Oh, that's
like
nice.
That,
but it's about learn the technique.
Yes.
And then suddenly you've got the skills.
Correct.
And the instructions.
Right. One more thing we need to say is this one.
I can't work that one out. Can't work that one out.
Somewhere we have these pieces.
How is that related to those?
Well,
it's all in the same instructions.
Wait and see. Why have I got such a horrible mess?
It looks like a fiery sun, but it also looks like a tractor wheel or a big cog.
It's a sunflower.
But it could be like
could be anything.
It's a sunflower. I think it could be like a big cog. If you did it in like charcoal fabrics, like a bicycle cog.
You could do that. So bear in mind, if you wanted to, this template could be made bigger for the Swirlie Dresden. This template actually will only work if you make the block I'm going to do as a 6.5, a 6 by 3 inch block. You'll see why in a minute.
Okay.
So we are now back to that very nice ruler that we had earlier, this one.
Ah.
If you wish to use it. You don't have to. And if you were to cut a...
Yeah, it's sold out now. Everybody loved your ruler recommendation.
Let's do it another way then. So
you make a flying...
You make a flying goose, okay? A flying goose.
See, I love that. I never know whether to say... I always see it feels wrong to say you make one flying geese.
Yes.
Do you always say goose?
No, it's a flying goose.
Oh, good.
And then if you put them together, you
I always say geese because I've just no idea.
Right, and you'd need to make 20 of these. My poor class is going to do this next Tuesday.
Are they?
Yes. So having made 20 flying geeses...
Have they got to make them in advance?
No, they're going to do
okay.
They're there for the day. Hey, come on.
Oh,
they spend too much time talking in any case. Right, using your Dresden template, you're going to put the template on and we cut it back to fit the template.
So how do you know where to...
Just line it up with the bottom.
Oh, okay.
So cut it back to fit the template.
How did you come up with that? How did you work that out?
Thinking to myself, it's a shape. What would happen if I cut the shape out of other things?
Yeah.
You can cut this out of any particular fabric you like. Doesn't matter. You need that shape. So it could be crazy patchwork.
Okay.
It could be anything.
And when you do this, do you sort of find like you try some things and go, that really doesn't work?
Yes, I have lots of bits that really
Okay.
don't work. Or I spend ages trying to make something work, like I did with the class I've got tomorrow, some bag design.
But that, I mean, I would never have said that was a flying goose.
It was a flying goose.
Amazing.
Right, now this comes, you do this the other way. So you put the top of the template on the top of the fabric.
Okay.
Because that will maximise the amount of fabric I've got. So this is why, because the middle is sticking off the bottom, you're going to have a bigger hole.
Okay.
All right.
But that's because it's a sunflower.
Yes, and
but
also
it needs
because
a big hole.
it needs a big hole. Also because the shape that I'm using, if I were to do that, it's a complete waste of all that fabric.
Yes, I
But
see
if
what
I
you
do
mean.
the top of the template on there, I'm maximising
So is that,
fabric.
yes, it's just that funny, that looks
Yes,
curved.
that's great. And you simply just cut up the template. So let's have that thing back again.
Tracy says, hiya all, lots of hospital appointments heading my way, so I've bought both of Jenny's kits to hand, so to keep me sane. Brilliant
Well done,
practice,
well
Tracy.
done.
Tracy, now I'm with you. I honestly think it will. And, you know, while you've got your hospital appointments, you can sit there and read them all, immerse yourself in them and decide what you're going to do.
Because you locked it, I've had to physically turn it round.
Sorry. Do you know, I locked it because it was coming apart. No, that's
just
great
to-
rotating. It's called a
yes.
self-rotating mat.
Yes, just to show you viewers, you don't have to do this with this mat. You actually can spin it round, as you would have seen earlier. Here, you can have it back.
That's because I locked it. It's very simple.
And then you, having cut out several of these, so remember it's a flying goose, you just put them together. Look.
Good
the
luck in
same way.
hospital, Tracy.
Yes, good luck, Tracy. May it not be too horrendous. So again, I stitched them together into
Oh,
quadrants.
I think that's so clever how you work that out.
Just be careful and make sure you have the green bit to the top and the point going to the right. Because if
Yes.
you suddenly cut it out the other way round, or you have it up that way up, or you've not pieced these correctly, all of these have to be pieced exactly the
Yeah,
same.
because I guess this is what the sunflower or cog is sitting on, isn't it?
Think you could have alternated the colour in the middle here. So you could have had two colours in the middle here.
yeah.
You could have alternated the colour on the top there, you see.
Well,
So you
yeah,
can
I mean,
play.
and if you had like close colours, you could alternate.
Yes, yes.
So you had,
Yep.
you know, 4 or 5 different colours
Yes,
of orange,
yes,
if you've
yes,
got that.
Totally, yep.
So make it, and then from that you'll go, oh. And I guess that's what you're enabling people to do, is have that moment where you go, right.
Yes. Ooh, once you understand the basic principle, and many of these things, it's a principle, then you can play with it. And let's face it, if it does go a bit wrong, it's sewing. It's not going to break the world.
No.
And it might turn out to be considerably better. And if
And you
you've
do
got a
that
better
thing
idea,
where you
send it
just
to me.
very quietly fold it up and put it in a bag and go, I'll think about that tomorrow.
No, you don't. You finish it off and don't worry about it.
Oh,
Really
you know,
don't
when it all
worry
goes
about
wrong, you think, oh.
Yeah, but I've got things that have all gone horribly wrong.
That is
So that is that. So just sort of, that one is just a subtly different way of, I think that happened because it was a mistake.
But is this all in the same instructions? Well, I'll just go back through those, which
Yes,
is why
yes.
it's such unbelievably good value for money. So we'll start with the
Tinkering.
pink.
Or the pink.
So the one that Jenny was, this is in single figures. Well, in fact, there's 7 of them left. 7 of those. So you get, I mean, it's ridiculous. £18.49, 5 flat quarters of fabric. You've got the 2 spots. You've got the print. You've got this one that's got like a floral print on top. And then this one that's not plain. It's like that marble texture. £18.49. This enables you to learn this, play with it, and while you're doing it and you're working it all out, you'll be thinking of amazing ideas. And remember, it's got the instructions for all of these. The templates are in here. You don't have to buy the ruler. The ruler just makes it easier, but they are all in there. The autumn colourway is sold out, but we do have the primary colourway, which is this one. It's called Muted Carnival.
Really?
That's imaginative,
I think that's
isn't it?
fantastic, that one. I like that one personally the best.
Muted Carnival. I love that.
Because
I
that's
think
going
I'd
to
have
really
just gone
shout at you.
primary.
Yes.
So if you want to make a muted carnival,
Whatever mutes your boat, I suppose.
yes, well, muted carnival in Swirlie, Dresden, £18.49. I know, it's great. I love that name. But, you know, actually, normally the names are really boring, so I'm quite impressed. Normally it's blues, greens. So I'm going with Muted
Obviously had
Carnival.
a good
Festive
day.
Frolic, Muted Carnival. Lovely, £18.49 for that. Have we got the ruler? I will do the instructions, then I'll do that. The instructions on their own, if you want to use your own fabric, £9.99, amazing price, because look at all of that you're getting and just think what you're going to do. You know, all the things like Jenny was saying, this could be just a border to your quilt. This makes your quilt kit go further, doesn't it? When you think, oh, it's a bit small, I want it to go over the edge of my super king size bed. Put these round. You could even put whole ones in the corners if you had really wide borders.
Yeah.
Which would look fabulous, wouldn't it? Love these.
And you can extend that principle. And if you think of a better idea, send it to me, please.
Yeah, do, because you've got so many ideas, but there's always something. This is the beginning of that R moment that Jenny's enabling you to do, and then you can R it further and come up with more.
Absolutely.
Light bulb moments. We also have the digital version, so if you want to print it out at home, you could just read it. You don't need to print it all off. You will need to print the templates, just please remember to print them 100%. There are measurements, so you'll soon know if you've gone wrong. You don't have to have the ruler, but as you can see, the ruler does make it a lot easier. Because it's cuttable against, unlike paper.
Against. Absolutely.
And it's only £8.99. £8.99. I'm just saying only in comparison to other rulers, different prices.
Yes,
but
and it will do all your Dresden plates, your grandmother's fans, a whole heap of things.
And it has got that curved edge.
It has a curved edge.
And I'm going to find out what an internal curved Dresden is, because I've never seen that before. Thank you, Jenny. That's been
my pleasure.
Fabulous. When are you back with us?
Oh, when I'm back in May. I've got 2 shows in May. I forget the dates, but I'm coming back in May with something. Don't ask me what.
Fabulous. Well, we will look forward to the Jenny something in May. You'll have had a light bulb moment by then. Thank you for joining me for this hour. I will be back with you in just a couple of minutes' time. We're going to do quilt kits, but also instructions as well. Normally we just do quilt kits. We've got quite a few because I know how you love a quilt kit. But if you've got a fabric stash, and who hasn't, and you just want some instructions, we've got those as well. So I'll see you back here in just a couple of minutes' time.
A lot of people ask me, what dress size pattern should I buy, John? Because I never know. I can't answer that for you, because if you go by your commercial shop bought dresses, if you go into different shops, Wallace, Marks and Spencer's, Topshop, any of those, size 14 in every single one of those shops will be a different size, depending on the designer, depending on the pattern cutter and the pattern grader. What you need to do when you're making your own clothes is don't think, oh, I buy 14 from Wallace, I'll make a size 14. What you need to do, and this is the sign of a good pattern, what they have is they have your body measurements, which are the ones that you have to go to. Now, it's sometimes a little bit depressing because you buy a 14 in a shop, and on a pattern it could say that you're an 18. Ignore that, nobody will ever see that. What you go by is your bust, waist and hip measurement on the pattern, and then if it's a good pattern, underneath it will tell you the finished size of the dress, which shows how much ease it's got. So what you can do is you can look at, say you look at this one and you say, oh, 100 bust, 82 waist, 106 hip. Obviously that's in centimeters. You think, yes, I'm going to make myself a size 16. You then look at the finished size here of the size 16, and you can see that you've got 12 centimeters ease around the bust, you've got a good amount of ease around the waist and a lot of ease around the hip. Then what you do is you then look at the pattern, the finished size around your body, you think, oh no, that looks like it might be too big. Then you can go down a size or up a size if you don't think it's going to be big enough. But the thing I always say is make a toile. Get yourself a bolt of calico and make a toile, and that's the way you'll make sure you buy the right size pattern.
Hop into Easter with SewingStreet. On Friday, Tash Hutchins is back showing us how to create the Tessuti Lily linen dress. Plus, the Friday Pattern Company flannel pants, brand new to SewingStreet. Also on Friday, Jane Brogan will join us with the Elna embroidery machines. On Saturday, Catherine Ross is back on SewingStreet with some gorgeous cotton fairy kits and patterns. Sunday, Catherine Wright joins us to demonstrate the Tilly and the Buttons Frida shirt and the stunning Riley Blake Fairy Village quilt kit. Plus, stay tuned for Watch to Win prizes on Easter Sunday. There'll be a winner each hour for fun and games you will not want to miss. So get ready to hop into Easter with Sewing Street.
Looking for some creative inspiration? Head over to the Sewing Street website and click on the SS Hub. It's packed with ideas, tips and projects to spark your creativity. Plus you'll find the latest news and information on sewing machines and overlockers. Get inspired with Sewing Street.
Hi, I'm Debbie Shaw, and I would love for you to join myself and John next Wednesday at 9 o'clock in the morning because we're launching my brand new fabric range. It's called Bluebell Hollow. It's a 10-piece collection which is all based on my watercolour paintings. So we'll have 10-inch squares, 5-inch squares, fabrics by the half metre and fabric strip rolls and a little bit of inspiration, so to give you some ideas as to what you can make with it. So I do hope you can join us. That's next Wednesday here on Sewing Street at 9 a.m.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
When you hear the term half-square triangle, or HST, it refers to a simple way to create two identical triangle shapes from a fabric square. Start with 2 squares of fabric, any size, and place one on top of the other, aligning the raw edges. Using a ruler and a fabric pen, mark a diagonal line from corner to corner. Then mark a second line 1/4 inch on either side of the diagonal. Pin the fabric together to keep it secure, then sew along the 2 outer lines that you marked. Now carefully cut along the first diagonal line you drew. Press the seams flat using the heat from an iron. Use washi tape to align your ruler and trim away any excess fabric. And there you have it. Your half-square triangle is ready to use.
The Designer Quilt Block competition is back! Make your very own quilt block using the fabric on this panel that features 8 different prints. 12 winners will be chosen and will win a £100 credit to spend with Sewing Street. Your winning block will feature in the Sewing Street quilt that will be displayed at the Festival of Quilts 2026. Please label the back of your block with your name and phone number so we can contact the lucky winners. Please send in your block by the 12th of June. Winners will be announced live on air, so stay tuned for the updates. For more details on the competition, please visit our website. Good luck from all of us here at Sewing Street.
Missed a show on Sewing Street? Don't worry, you can catch up on all the action from the past week on our website. Just head over to SewingStreet.com and go to TV Guide and pick a day, then a show up to 7 days back from the Today tab. Looking for something older? Check out the Sewing Street YouTube page, where you'll find our full archive of shows anytime, anywhere. Stay inspired and keep sewing with Sewing Street.
Morning, actually it's afternoon now because it's 12:10, isn't it? Welcome back to Sewing Street. Now, if you've just joined us, we are launching the Sewing Street Designer Quilt Block Competition 2026. Now, this is fabulous. So what we're asking you to do is buy the panel, which has all of these printed strips on there, 2.5 inches by 14 inches. You've also got a piece of white fabric, or you could just use your own white fabric. The closing date of Friday the 12th of June is on there, and the address you need to send it to. Use these fabrics predominantly. You can use your own fabrics and other materials like embroidery thread or something sparkly or whatever you fancy to add to it. Just please use these predominantly, otherwise all the blocks won't go together when we sew them together. We will then judge the finished block, which needs to be 12.5 inch square unfinished. So that means you're leaving a 1/4 inch seam allowance, so when it's sewn to the other blocks, it will be 12 inches. You can use any technique you like, as long as it's sewing. You can use applique embroidery, machine embroidery, FPP, EPP, whatever you fancy, piecing, miniature piecing, all sorts. Please don't quilt it. That's the only thing I'd say, because the problem is that when we get all of the blocks in, we judge it, the 12 that we love the most. I wouldn't say best, because we're not judging all of them on technical ability, and we're not judging all of them on creativity. It's a mixture of everything. It's just the ones that we love the most. If you quilt them and send them in, we can't then join them all together quilted, because some will be higher than others, and it just makes it tricky. So the final winners will receive £100 in their SewingStreet account that they can spend on all sorts of loveliness. The quilt all of those blocks will be joined together, and we will be exhibiting it at the Festival of Quilts 2026 in the NEC. The other blocks, unfortunately, we can't send them back. It would cost us a fortune in postage. But what we do is we have a lot of our viewers who raise money and make things for charities. We give them, I think do we give them 12 each? We give them the blocks, some blocks. They then make them and give them to charities to raise money, or they auction them off. So all the blocks are used. So although we can't send them back, you know that your block is either going to go into the winning quilt, or it's going to be used to raise money for charity. It's a brilliant small opportunity, because it's just a 12.5 inch square, for you to showcase your talent, your creativity, your imagination, your sewing. It's a great place for you to practice something you haven't done before. Say you've watched Jennie's show and thought, twiddling, pleating, love the idea. Dresden, Dresden blocks, great ideas. You might have a little germ of an idea. Have a look on Pinterest, YouTube. Ask AI, what should you do? Ask your friends and family. Obviously winning is great. Winning is great, but it's not everything, is it? It's about taking part and having a go. And if you win, that's lovely. But whether you win or not, your block will be used. All of the addresses and everything is on here. If you've got any questions, message us. In fact, if you message in on the SewingStreet fans page, somebody will have listened and know the answer. I go on there all the time. I'll be able to answer. So any questions you've got at all, then do message in. Now, we put together a complimentary fabric bundle, but the van, I don't know what happened to the van. The van was supposed to come up. So, as I said, you can use other fabrics in your block. We ask you to predominantly use those because it helps everything to go together. But Hannah has curated a bundle to go with it. Now, you don't have to use all of those. You don't have to use any of those. You might use just one of them. We do have them all available individually. So, if you think, well, actually, I've got this idea and I only want the yellow one, the primrose, because look how that matches. You might think, well, I want to make a sunflower. I'm going to have that as the centre, and these, for example, you just want the yellow one. £5.99 for half a metre. This is Macawa's primrose linen texture. How about the green? I love the linen. The linen texture just has a bit more movement. It looks like linen. Basically, they've printed it to this is shamrock. You can use a rose and apple solid. Hannah's just got a bit of a thing about the Macawa linen texture at the moment. I'm with her because it is lovely, because it does look like linen. It isn't linen, it's cotton, but it looks like it. So that's the shamrock. Do you know what? I'll give Macawa, they have good names for their fabric. Some places have rubbish names, which aren't very description. Whereas but I think Macawa are quite good at that. Aqua. That's nice. Aquamarine. Nice. Aquamarine. How about this one? What's this one called then? I tell you who else does. This one's Hyacinth. Liberty as well. They have really good colour names for their fabrics. So when they do their, you know, their sort of basic range, like the Emily Bell, they have great colour names. So do Macawa. Hyacinth. Hyacinth bouquet, for those of you who know. A lot of, depending on, you can do what generation you come from, whether you know what hyacinth bouquet means. Because if I said that to my children, they go, what are you on about? I know. Hannah knows who hyacinth bouquet is. Keeping up appearances. Just remembered. Azalea. Yeah, that is the colour of azalea. So that's a nice, actually, that goes really nicely. You see how, if you use one of these, if you want to sort of lift your design, or if you want one of the colours to really be prominent, maybe you're making something, you want it to look really pink, put a bit of a pink plain in, and that lifts the pink out and changes the colours of the others. What I would do if I was you, when you get your panel home, is put other plains next to it if you're going to use other fabrics, and you will see how it sort of changes the colour. And then the final one, actually that goes beautifully with the top one, is called, I'm going tomato. No, it's not tomato, it's old rose. Okay. Red. Well, it's a pinky red. There we go. So those are all the colours. You can either buy them in a bundle of all of them, so that if you've got them and you've got the panel, then obviously you can choose. They're lovely colours anyway, so you're going to use them. But if you want to, if you've got, thinking I need to use a couple of plains with this, get yourself the bundle, and then when you get it home, you'll know what you're going to make. Friday the 12th of June. You've got ages. Friday the 12th of June to make 12.5 inches. Right. Anyway, any questions, do let me know, and we will answer them if we can. Right, so this is our quilts, quilts your love. Now, I'll start off with behind me. Now, we did do a complete kit for this a while ago, but obviously this was my favourite fabric in the whole world ever. You're not allowed favourites, but this is my favourite. We did have the Mode of French General fabric, but it has sold out. But we do have the instructions. Now, in the instructions, you will have everything you need to know to make the full quilt, which is it's my take on the Tennessee waltz. So the Tennessee waltz is this, where all the circles combine, but I've taken it into the border as well, just because it continues it. It is just 2 blocks. It's easier than it thinks. I've called it the square dance because all it is are the blocks are formed from squares. Different sorts of squares, admittedly, but they are formed from squares. So, do you know, I can't see it. There we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So you've got like this square is a 4 square patch. That's a trirec, 4 square patch. Trirec, just a small normal square. Trirec, 4 square patch. So all the blocks are formed from versions of squares, and then the next block is this one here. So you've got squares with the cut-off snowball corners, plain, and then you've got half square triangles. So each of the blocks is formed of 9 different styles of squares, and that's why it's called the square dance. The finished quilt is 83 inches square. In the ingredients, it tells you how much fabric you need for the quilt. Also, if you want to know that in advance, if you go onto the SewingStreet website, that is listed on there. So you can also make in the instructions as well, which is why they're $14.99. You've got the whole quilt, but you've also got then the instructions to make the bag. This is the bag. If I hold it up, you can't see the, look, joins into the quilt. So the instructions are in there to make the carry-all tote, which features the main block, but I've changed it so it forms the circle. So you've got parts of the main block and the other, but I've written the instructions separately, so it's easy to make. It's I've called it the carry-all tote because it's a big tote bag. However, because of the size of it, it's a 20-inch square. instead of making it into a tote, you can use this block to make a cushion. So I know a lot of people who've bought the kits, all the instructions, are making the quilt, but then using that block like that, because this obviously has a box bottom, the bag, is you can use that to make a cushion. Again, because it's got that on both sides, there is a list here of how much fabric you need. So like you need a half a metre, and 1, 2, 3 fat quarters, and then a metre of half of the lining. And I just used a natural seeded for that. But all of those ingredients are listed on the SewingStreet website. This is what it looks like if it were a cushion. You see, it's quite a nice big cushion on a chair. So $14.99, you've got the instructions to make the whole quilt. Obviously, and I say in the instructions, I give you some advice about choosing fabrics. You need a dark tone, which is the red. You need a mid-tone, which is this tea colour. And you need light tones, which is the light. So you need, I think, 3 dark, can't remember, 2 medium, 1 light. So you can do this in blue and white, you can do this in charcoal, you could do it in rainbow. What you just need to do is have dark tone, medium tone and light tone. So you don't have to do it in the red and white, you can do whatever colour you like, as long as you choose those tones, because there's no curves in this quilt, it's the tri-rex and the half square triangles that create that curve, and it's about choosing the right fabric, the right tone of fabric to make it work. There we go. Oh, also there is a digital download for $14.99. Is it? No, it's not. It's $14.99. Digital download. Everything is in there. There are some templates in here, so do make sure you print them out at 100%, because this is just for the tri-rex. So you need templates for the tri-rex for the bag, and then the ones for the quilt are slightly bigger. But all of the instructions have got full colour illustrations. Oh, and also there's a full video tutorial for both. So if you've never made a quilt before, not done something like this, or thought, oh, that looks a bit daunting, I'm not sure how to do it, I have filmed the whole process from cutting out to finish it. And there is a separate tutorial for the quilt and a separate one for the bag. They're on the Amber Makes website, so if you want to watch it, obviously I don't put all the measurements in there because you need to find the instructions, but I talk you through the whole process, and that's free. There will be a link, there's a QR code in the instructions that takes you through to there, and I've also listed the fabrics that I've actually used, in case you want to know. There we go. Right, let's do a bundle of fabric. I think that, wouldn't that quilt look lovely in these? This is, I mean, I'm not saying this is the right quantity, but just giving you an idea of different colourways. This is such a soft, gentle, like a duck egg, isn't it? Look at it with those big bloom, full bloom florals. It's got a real French general vibe, but in a different colour. I think that's beautiful. I'm going to pull out all these duck eggs. See, isn't that, I love that, because you've got the full bloom, you've got the small sprigs, you've got this one that's like a small scale all over print, and look at this one. It's got words. So you've got the flowers all over it. Oh, and it's all about the flowers, like there are many species of zinnia, native of America. But you've got like you've got the text all over with the flowers behind. I love using text fabric in quilts. I need to put these in the right order. I feel like you need that one. That's lovely. So if you were going to choose, this is what I mean about dark and light, you could choose that as the dark and then have a very pale one against it. But I think it would look beautiful in those fabrics. So you've got the full bloom, the paisley bloom, this small sprigs, the text, the all over low volume print, and then you've got this one at the end that's the duck egg and white. Absolutely gorgeous. Then you've got in this bundle, you've got that lovely, it's like a raspberry coral. It's a very soft raspberry, which is obviously the colour that's in there. And then you've got these light fabrics. I love this. Again, you've got the full bloom. You've got that paisley bloom print. You've got the small sprigs, and then you've got the text and that all over small, low volume print. I think that is an absolutely stunning fabric collection, only because these colours really appeal to me. I love that duck egg, but I love the way that sort of raspberry coral is really pulling out these gorgeous £98.89, 6 metres of fabric. You get half a metre free. There is only one left when everyone's checked out. Half a metre for free, 6 metres in total. What a beautiful fabric collection. It's Moda, so you know it's going to be beautiful to work with. The French General is a Moda as well in this quilt. It's absolutely stunning to work. I love. Right, very low in stock now. Very low in stock. I would check out, and that's gorgeous. 6 metres of fabric's a lot, isn't it? Really nice. I doubt very much we're going to get that again. It's one of those. We've done it. We might get we won't be able to do the bundle. I mean, even if you don't use it all in one design, it's so lovely, isn't it? If everyone who's got it in their basket checks out, we've sold out. Look, love the text. I don't know what I would do with it, but I'd just have it because it's so lovely. Right. Smaller bundles of, oh yes. Where have they? No, I've seen them. Oh, here they are. Is it this one here? Right. This is a lovely collection, Edita Sitar. So this is from Laundry Basket Quilts. This is another one of my, I've got lots of favourites. I have the favourite, which has got to be French General. I have lots of other favourites. I love Laundry Basket Quilts. I think it's got a similar vibe to the French General. It's often in blue, and it's got that sort of florally vibe. These would be nice if you were making the bag or the cushion, because you've got the dark and you've got the lights. Well, you know, but you can mix in other things. I think that's glorious, isn't it? If I open this one out, they're very clever at Laundry Basket because they do a lot of this sort of vintagey neutral and the shade of blue, but the stripe in that is lovely. Works really nice horizontally and vertically as well, but it's lovely for the border. And that blue goes beautifully with it. Is that macarolin in texture by any chance? Hannah's obsessed with macarolin in texture. I know. But the thing is, we have so many fabrics. Isn't that beautiful? What a lovely. They're sort of vintage, antique, but to be honest, it does go. You see the dark around that flower does go really well. $24.99. Got a little saving. We've got a little saving on that one. Loads of you have got that in your basket. That's the last. I know, I've said to Ian, can you tell me when the next laundry basket's coming in, because I really want to design a quilt with it. I've got an idea for a blue and white, you see. So and I just love them. Really nice designs. Next one. This one. This is gorgeous. Look at that shade. This one's sold out. Oh, well, that's a shame. Because that's really nice. I love that colour. This one here. Oh, this is lovely. Look, I see, it's that colour. It's like very dark teal, dark duck egg or vintage teal. That's what it looks like, doesn't it? I love the stripe with the flowers on it. And then you've got that really nice geometric one. And then the florals. Beautiful. And then we've got this lovely Macao linen texture pink. Beautiful. That really pulls out the pink in that, doesn't it? But those colours are just lovely. Obviously, if you've bought this one, it's the same collection, but it's just like the opposite colourway. So you've got that stripe here, you've got that little squarey thing, and then you've got that floral. So if you've bought this one, that's a really good partner for it because you've got your light and your dark. I'm thinking log cabin. Any of your designs, I mean, like, you know, like the square dance with that light and dark, or a log cabin, works ever so well. So that's those two. Next. Right, half square triangles. Now, I think this is genius because I'm a bit of a lover of a half square triangle. Now, I do a lot of half square triangles just because I think they are so versatile. I've just got to find it. They are so versatile, a half square triangle, because you can use them in everything. In my quilt, I've got half square triangles. There's always a half square triangle somewhere. They're a really good way of creating lots of different designs, and I think Lynn has absolutely nailed it here. So this set of instructions, the half square triangle party quilt, is brilliant, isn't it? So if you love making half square triangles, and you know, I actually quite like making them now. I've got quite fast at it, and I do them eight in a go. So this is brilliant. I mean, this is just an idea, loads of different colours used. In this quilt, you need 25 fat quarters or 50 fat eighths. And the finished quilt is 64 inches. So you could use all sorts of fabric, prints, plains, whatever. And you can choose how you arrange them. I mean, Lynn has arranged these in all sorts of random ways. Possible layout, it's called. That's really kaleidoscope. Maybe you prefer broken dishes. Maybe you prefer pinwheel. You can lay them out however you want. But she explains all about cutting the fabrics, finishing the quilt, the layout. Here's a template for cutting the fabric in the right strips, colouring diagram, so you can choose how to do it. This is a brilliant, brilliant scrap buster. So because you can create them, I mean, really, there is no colour palette there, is there? It's just whatever. So this is fabulous. For $9.99, you can scrap bust. You can make your half square triangles as you go, as you get. I would go as this as a sampler quilt. I would go, right, I've made something. I've got a bit of fabric left over. I'm going to make a few half square triangles and just put them in a box and keep collecting them and join them all together. Or you can really plan it and go, I'm just going to do it all in blue, or I'm going to do it all in rainbow. So I love that set of instructions because it's something you can really make. You can go for it. I'm going to make it. I'm going to get it done this week. Or you can just collect them as you go along. I think that's genius. But once you've bought these, the next bit is genius. So what Lynn has done is she has created these FPP templates to make them. I've got them in 4 different sizes. So I'll start with, they all work exactly the same, but they're different sizes. So what you've got is 50 templates. And these are for making 1/2 inch and 1 inch and 1.5 inch. So obviously there's many, many ways you can make half square triangles. You can sew 2 squares of fabric together, sew them across the centre, that makes 1/2 square triangle. You can make them in pairs, you can make them in groups of 4, you can make them in groups of 8. Most of the way that you do them either involves cutting extremely accurately or doing them in groups and subcutting, which clearly takes time. But if you want to do them using FPP, then obviously you've got all of these. You've got 1/2 inch and 1 inch. So this is the finished size. And then you've got 1.5 inch here. And she explains how you do it. So basically, there is no trimming involved. She tells you exactly what size to make. So say you wanted to make 1 inch half square triangles. You cut 4.25 inch squares. You cut 2 of them. You put them right sides facing. You then put this piece, so just cut it around the edge, on top, and you sew along the lines, and then you cut along. No other trimming needed. So this is, don't think of this as FPP and like, oh, I don't know how to do FPP, or I've got to look through it from the wrong side. This is just pin your paper to the top of the fabric, sew through it. And you get 50, but you get 50 half inches, 51 inches, and 50 1.5 inches for only £12.99. That makes a big difference. Now, if you're making this quilt, then they are, I'm just trying to think, how big are the half square triangle? Oh, well, she's got them here. So they're 3-inch finished, and we've got that. But the template for that is here, but you'd have to photocopy it. And this is already photocopied, isn't it? Which is brilliant, isn't it? I'm just seeing if it says how many of them you need for the whole thing. It will do somewhere, won't it? I'll get there, I'll get there. But they need to be, it's whatever 64 divided by 3 is squared. What's 16 times 16? By 3. Oh, so 21 times 21. And that's how many you need. Yeah, so you need quite a lot of them. I think I've got that right, otherwise that I'm going mad. But I think that's right. I'll have a look. Anyway, now, so you can use these for this. Now, what you have to do is you have to cut your fabric square into 3¼ inches. You get 50 of each size. So you're saving you having to print all of that. Now, the other thing that she's done is genius, is you need, to do, say, the ½ inch, you need 3¼ inch fabric squares, which obviously you can just get your rotary cutter ruler, you can just cut it and subcut them, but using templates makes that quicker. You don't have to, because it tells you exactly the size to cut, and it has a paper template here. But if you want to make that a little bit easier, 89, you can get an acrylic template. This looks funny because I haven't pulled off the backing, but it will be clear. So this is that. But this means you can cut your fabric squares to the right size. And obviously, these just work with this size. So this is also, it's fine if you've pre-bought lots of fabric, you can use lots and lots of the same colour, you can cut it all into strips, subcut it into squares. But say you want to use smaller pieces of fabric, maybe you've got a little bit of this and a bit of that, or you're doing it as a sampler quilt or a memory quilt. This means you can use this to cut out. Maybe you want to do the 3-inch, the 1.5 inch HSTs, and you want to use a charm square, you can cut them out using this. You don't have to have that with the papers because it comes as a printed thing. This just makes it quicker. So I'd say if you're getting the FPP papers, then get this. Don't feel daunted if you've not done FPP. It's not like turning it round and flipping it over. It's pinning a piece of paper to 2 squares of fabric and sewing along the lines. Also, there's full instructions in there as well. So that's the ½ inch, and the 1 inch, and the 1.5. But the papers on their own are great. That's just a nice addition. Now, size number 2 is 3-inch and 3.5 inch. And that is what Lynn has used. Oh, no, 2 and 2.5, sorry. 2 and 2.5 inch. You can use any of them to make this quilt. She's used 3 inches for her. 2 and 2.5. So you've got on here, there's the template. And obviously we've got the acrylic version. You've got 50 of each. So there's your 2 inch. So and it says cut 2 pieces of fabric, 6.25 inch square. And then that's the 2.5 inches. So you are getting 52 inches and 52.5 inches. Now, depending on what you're making, you might need to multi-buy these. But to be honest, you know, I buy FPP paper, the specialist stuff, and it costs that just for a pack anyway. And then I have to print it. But it does make a big difference. It's printed on lightweight paper, and it just means you've got them. Don't think of this as FPP, where you're folding and flipping and cutting and using add a quarter ruler. This is pin paper to fabric, sew through it. So it's quite a simple method. £12.99 for that. Now, if you want that acrylic template, that is this, 96. So basically the acrylic template is, obviously I'm not going to take off the, it's got a, once you peel that off it will be clear, but that's the template that you use. It's also quite good if you want to, you know, if you've got some random bits of fabric, so random, and you want to see if it will fit on. So if you're doing the 2-inch, you cut up there, and then you turn it round and then cut round there and there. With the 2.5-inch there and there, turn it round, cut round there and there. So you can do 2 sides at a time. So that's the 2 and the 2.5-inch. Those sizes, by the way, are finished size. That means once you've sewn your half square triangles together into a quilt, they will be that size. Unfinished, they'll be 1/2 inch bigger. Now the next size is the 3 and the 3.5, and these are the ones that Lynn has used in her quilt, I think. Yes, because she says 4.5, 8.25, which is 3-inch. So these are the ones that she used in the quilt. So you've got, again, tells you what size to cut your fabric square. The 3.5-inch is perfect for 10-inch layer cakes. There we go. There are, now with these, so that they fit on, they're done in halves. So you do 2 at once, which is why with this, you cut rectangles. And then these are done, so because they're getting bigger now, and you've got to fit them on the sheet of paper, you do them in halves. So that's why you cut your fabric 4.5 by 8.25, because but it's all explained. So you've got all of the 3-inch 50 of, and then if I go further back, you've got the 3.5, and it tells you what size to cut. And obviously, there are acrylic templates to go with these. 21. Now you don't need to buy the templates, just like I've said with all the others, but it's just that it obviously, if you're cutting these rectangles, it makes it a lot quicker to use these. And the size of them is etched in there, so if you've bought more than one, you'll be able to identify which is which. So you don't have to have this, it just makes it a lot easier. 16.75. So if you've bought the instructions, I would get the acrylic template and the FPP templates as well. And, you know, you're going to be able to, make a beautiful quilt like this, or use up your stash, or if you've bought some, some lovely fabrics like that Moda 3 Sisters, it gives you an idea of what to do with it. Then the final set of templates are these ones, and these are 4 and 4.5 inch finished. These are the big ones. So again, it tells you in here, because they're printed as half, so you're not doing all 4 in one go, you're doing 2, just because of the size of them. I mean, these would be really good for your bigger scale prints. You could use plains, but maybe you've got some caves that are in a big scale print, would look amazing because it will hold more of the other. You could keep this really simple and do designer fabric, plain fabric. I mean, Calico Liberty. So you're cutting the price, full cost price down, and it does look amazing. You can then arrange it as you want. I mean, if I was doing like Calico Liberty, I would arrange it in the pinwheel, because I love the pinwheel for that sort of thing. You can then create different designs. So I think that's wonderful. And obviously, the larger the half square triangle, the more economic on fabric it is, because the less seam allowances you have. So that's the half square triangles. Remember, you get 54-inch and 54.5-inch. And then if you want the acrylic template, there it is. Remember, it's cut as a rectangle. So it's great. I mean, if you're buying like the calico, then just cut your fabric into strips across the width and then subcut. But if you're using smaller prints and you want to be able to cut out all these rectangles, it's a lot quicker to do it this way. So, fabulous. What a brilliant opportunity to really nail your HSTs, because they are simple but very, very effective. What should we do next? Yes, I was going to say, can I do these extra wide back rings? I love these. I'll go for the light one. I really like this. Now, extra wide backings, obviously, we need for our quilt backs. So we don't need to join them together. Hannah's going to hold one side. Because they are 108 inches or 274 centimetres wide. So it means if you're backing a quilt, you don't need to join it, which is always a joy, isn't it? Because who wants to join fabric? Hello, Hannah. Hello, she's trying not to be shown on camera. Yeah. Just panning out, zooming out. You're going to have to wave now, like that. Do you know what? You could use that for a front of a quilt and just quilt round that. There you go, Hannah, you've not escaped. She's hiding. It's not fair, is it? She's hiding. She's hiding. She hasn't got a special TV outfit on. I'm not sure what that is. Now, this is really cool. Anyway, thank you very much, Hannah. This is the Dawn. So what I'm thinking, obviously, use this for the back of your quilt, or use it for bedding, tablecloths, homeware, bags, linings, jackets. But what you can do, if you don't want to make a quilt, use this on the front and just quilt round all the lines. And it will look, honestly, once you've quilted this, it will look like you've actually patchworked it as two. Or you could just randomly free motion quilt all over it, and it honestly will look like you've patchworked it. I think, wouldn't that make the most fabulous dress? And there's the thing, you see, because it's quilting weight cotton, you can use it for dressmaking and all of those different home sewing things, cushions, bed linen, but I think that would make a beautiful dress, because wouldn't that look lovely? It would look, if you've always fancied making a patchwork dress, big weekend bag. I think a floor cushion would look amazing. But I love the idea of making a patchwork dress in that. Now, we've got it in another colourway as well. So if you're thinking of making something where maybe you do the front of the quilt in one and front back in the other, maybe you're using it as a jacket lining or a dress, would look cool, or cushions, but you want the same thing, but in another colourway, you could put them both together, or maybe you just want something a bit more muted. I was going to say more masculine, but not really, more muted. Just depends on your sort of colour scheme, doesn't it? Now remember, this is for 1/2 metre. Remember the width of it, so it's much more economical. It's much more economical than buying, than buying fabric, buying narrower fabric when you look at the cost of it. If you want more than 1/2 metre, then put that number of units in your basket, and it will be sent to you as a full cut piece. So if you think, oh, well, actually, I want 1.5 meters of this, then if you put that in, if you put 3 units in your basket, then it will be sent to you as that number of pieces. So I'm struggling which one I like the best. Shall I just put them both next to each other so that you can decide? I'm going to put them next to each other. What do you think? So this is dusk, this sort of muted colourway. And this one is, was this one called Dawn? This is Dawn. So just so in case you want to see, that's Dawn and that's dusk. I really like that. Lovely. Anyway, do check out on those. Do check out those, because the Dawn we've got a bit more of. The dusk we are very low in stock on. Let's do children's play mat. I think this is really cool. Oh, I'm going to have to walk all the way around. One moment. This is really cool. Do you remember those? I remember my children had them. They used to sell them in IKEA, that Swedish shop, and you could buy like a rug that went on the floor that was a mat. and they absolutely loved it. But obviously, it could only stay in your home. I love the idea of making one of these. Oh, there isn't really. No, I've just realised there's not a right way up, because I've just turned it round, because it depends which side you're playing with it. So it comes with the red fabric in it, because that's the backing fabric, and it comes with instructions as well. So basically, it's the playmat. So you can make this. It's in a like a Panama cotton canvas, so it's a little bit thicker. Basically, this is used for the backing, and then you put wadding, and then you put that in there. Now it's $149.99, but we've taken it down to $69.99. But we're going to take it lower than that, $69.99. But we're going to take it down to under £50, which I think is really good. So so the backing is not included in this, or the wadding. This is the binding fabric, so it's just like normal. So what you do is get your backing, get your wadding. You'll need if you're doing the extra wide fabric, you'll need 2 meters. If you're using normal quilting weight cotton, you'll need 4 meters. So if I was you, I'd get extra wide fabric, get 2 meters, get yourself 2 meters of wadding, extra wide, and then bind it. But what a lovely thing to have, to take with you when you're going away on holiday. You're going to visit grandma, or you're going to a friend, or you're going somewhere where you know they're going to be a little bit bored. Quilt it all, make a little bag, pop all their cars and all the other things. You know, you get all the little things like the little wooden trees, the helicopter. You can have them go around, keep them quiet for ages. And I just think there's something really lovely about having something that you've made that they're going to use over and over again. You can really embellish it. You could write street, you could embroider street names, you could put their names, you could put their house number. I mean, you could just go to town on it. At that price, $49.99. You need your backing and your wadding, but you've got your binding. It's really sturdy, and it's a brilliant thing to get out, isn't it? Maybe you run like a toddler group or a nursery or a school. What a lovely thing to have. Or if you've got your nieces and nephews or your grandchildren round to play, you know, they don't always have everything, do they? And I always think it's nice when you go round to grandma's and she's got a box of toys that just live there. And they're the ones that you always remember, aren't they? They were never anything particularly fancy, but there was just something about them being there was lovely. And I really like that. But I think equally, if you have children of your own, it's a lovely thing that you can take with you on holiday for them to play with, and the hours of fun. You can make games with it. You can have races. Oh, so many things. That is the lowest ever price. When these are gone as well, they're gone. When they're gone, we're done. We're done. We're not going to get any more of those. And there are, just to let you know, 30 left. Right, for those of you who have missed the competition today, because I don't want you to miss out. We've had so many people who've got involved, which is brilliant. I'm just hoping that all of you who've bought one will actually make one. We're going to have so many to judge and play with, and just think all of the charities who will then be able to get involved, because every single block, 12 will be chosen as winners. All of the other blocks will be made into quilts, which are donated to charity or raffled to raise money. So your block will be used. This is the block. It's $6.99. You will get all of these 8 2.5 by 14-inch squares. You get a plain fabric, just white fabric there. Use these predominantly to make your quilt block. The quilt block needs to be 12.5 inches square. That includes a 1/4 inch seam allowance all round. There's the address that you need to send it to and the closing date. All the other rules are on there. And we will pick on the 12th of June the 12 winners, and the finished quilt will be exhibited at the Festival of Quilts. Any questions at all, do message us in. If you message on the fans page or just send us a message, we can answer that. Looking forward to seeing your blocks. Thank you so much for joining me today. I've had a great time, learned so much from Jenny. Tomorrow on Sewing Street is John. John will be presenting tomorrow. It's Good Friday. Happy Hot Cross Bun Day. Or is it Good Friday? 8 o'clock is, I love hot cross buns, don't you? Perfect pre-cuts and designer dress fabrics. At 9 o'clock, Tash Hutchins will be here with the Tessuti Lily linen dress. 10 o'clock will be William Morris Tools. At 11 o'clock, Tash will be back with the Friday Pattern Company, the flaneur pants. I wonder what the flaneur pants are. I have to look at that. And at 12 o'clock, the lovely Jane Brogan will be in with the Elna embroidery machines. I hope you have a really lovely Good Friday, and I will see you back here on Sewing Street really soon.